long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
Well, there we are. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am Sara The Raging Tomato, and this is Mod Monday. I hope you're all just as excited as I am, because we've got some great panelists coming up. A really hot topic. It's going to be fun. I have a feeling it might get a little cantankerous, but we're going to do it. Is that? Yeah, it's coming through my speakers. Okay, just checking. Gear check. The sound. What do you like? Do you think the music's pretty? I like it. Anyways, that's just to start off now. We're going to go through, let me just give you the agenda. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to start by just kind of introducing the topic. I have a great video to share, compliments of none other than Michelle. You all know the lovely Michelle. She's in here. Hello, Michelle. Michelle sent this to me a while back, and I said, I want it. We're going to do it. That's going to be our Mod Monday comeback, because we haven't really been able to do Mod Mondays for quite a few weeks. You can blame the bratty tomato, but, it's all for a good cause. And, taking a little summer break, touching some grass on Monday nights, things like that. So it's good stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to kind of peel through this short little clip that I made. I'm going to give kind of my thought process to it to start off with, maybe ask some questions, and basically introducing the topic for discussion this evening. And then at 9:15, that's when all of our panelists are going to show up. We've got a whole new layout. We've got a whole lot of new visuals and sounds and all sorts of things planned out for you this evening. But I also I'm bringing back something that we tried once before that worked out really well, and it's called the hot seat. So if you are not one of the selected panelists, we still have a hot seat for you to come up and join and speak your piece. But however, it's a timed seat. You only get 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the clock. You could start spitting it out, doing whatever you want with it. I mean, as long as you're on topic, right? But that's going to happen. When it's time, I'll drop the link into the chat, and you guys can start lining up in the backstage to get your 10 minutes of speaking time, or 10 minutes of fame, whatever you want. And that will keep our panel small, but our conversation large. So, the big panels are great. I love having them, but I seem to have a lot of issues with panel squatters, or have a lot of issues with people going off topic or going all sorts of different directions. So we do want to kind of limit it. I do prefer you to be cammed up, but it isn't mandatory. It is pref- preference, but not mandated. However, if I don't know you, if you haven't been on here before, I will ask you in the back chat to just go on cam for me, just backstage, just so I know that you're a human and you're not going to show things and you're not here to, do stupid stuff. So it is welcome to all newcomers. But again, you do have to kind of like prove who you are in an aspect to get you up here. Let's say hello to everybody really quick. Who's all here? This is the kind of night we're talking about. Mod Mondays are hot. You guys love it. Team Fatty, he is one of our panelists, starting it off with the, if you are a member, you get those fun little memes. They're all in there. I highly recommend them. And I'm always willing to make more if you want them. Patrick Sweden coming over from the vinyl community, probably here to support Rachel's Ghost, who will also be a panelist tonight. I'm excited. Carpenter's Journey, what's up, my little maters? Hello, hello. We've got P. Fletch, probably second to Mama Tomato in terms of being here for every show. Good on you, P. Fletch. Welcome back, my friend. And yes, take the hint. He's telling you, hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already. And, of course, we love our super chats as well. Thank you. Keeps the show operable. I pay a lot of money for all of the streaming stuff that we use, the platforms, all of that stuff. So you guys are helping to keep the show alive, and among many other things as well. So yeah, and Filthy Phil, looking forward to this Mod Monday. Just finished dinner. Ooh, what was for dinner? And welcome back, Filthy Phil. Glad to have you. Riggs is in the house. It's been a while since you've been around the chats, huh? Where you been? Touching grass, pouring concrete. Hello, James Farley. How are you this evening? Yes, and of course, one of my favorites, Michelle. Again, she's the one that discovered this hot topic tonight. And I do welcome, if you've got like a short 15-minute video you found somewhere and you're like, Sara, I think this is a great topic for Mod Monday. I happily accept them. I get really excited when people do some of the work for me. I can't be all of the eyes and ears of YouTube, so I'm thankful when you guys put yours out there too. So this whole stream is compliments of Michelle. She is the official sponsor of the evening. What up, Crack-a-lackin'? Let's go. Yes, we will go. We will get started. Past. Hello, my friend. Welcome back. And yes, I poured coffee this evening, not even water. I went straight for the coffee. Also, at 11:15, the panel, because we'll give the holy shit. What the hell was that? The panel. The 4 select panels in the hot seat will close out at 11:15, but we will go into open panel if it's still hot and heavy and people want us. If I still have people in the backstage who didn't get time up, you can come up and we'll go straight into open panel mode. I made coffee. I'm ready for tonight. Are you? I am. I'm excited. But hello, past. Let's see who else is in here. Philippi Fletch, Crack-a-lackin'. Same people again. You guys are really lighting it. Hello, Chuck. How are you? Welcome to see you back, my friend. I hope you're excited for tonight. TC Top Cat, welcome, my friend. Nice to see you. And of course, Rachel's Ghost. Rachel is one of our panelists tonight. I know I already said this, but I'm really excited to have her on. It should be interesting. I always love her takes on things. Very wise woman. Dawson, hello, my friend. 9496 Toll, hello, all. Let's see who else we got in here. DJ Trish, what up? Welcome back, my friend. See, this is why I love Mondays, because nobody else is streaming really, so you guys all have to go somewhere. Screaming Beagle, coming in from left field. Where you been, my friend? Hello, Jess. How are you, beautiful lady? And listen, this is how we start our night off the right way. Old Sarge Finkel, Listen, you want to be on the hot seat all night, you take it. It's yours. Whatever you want to see happen tonight, you just tell me in the chat. It's done. F3 Jeff petitioned the International Brotherhood of Men to have my man club card revoked. Good news, the man club membership was paid through December and they refunded me the unused part of the year. Now I can hire a girl to build my next IKEA project. Thanks in advance. And I think you live probably close enough. I will build every IKEA project you'd like done. Ladies and gentlemen, please everybody say hello and thank you to Old Sarge Finkel because this is what keeps the show going. We have awesome, amazing people out there that contribute what they can, right? It could be little, it could be big, it could be somewhere in the middle. We appreciate every ounce of it because the streaming gear, the platforms, it all costs to keep it going. So this is helpful. Thank you, Old Sarge. I think we're just going to leave that one up there in honor of your name. She said, holy shit. Yeah, I saw the thing pop up at the very top and I was like, what the hell? And yes, let me pull this up really quick. Neo Starling, my brother from another mother and father. Missed him dearly being on these panels. He's been out touching grass. He's been off in a whole nother land in YouTube, doing all sorts of different things. I'm really proud of his work. I'm so excited for him. He's got really big things coming up, and I couldn't be counting his blessings for him more. But he is going to be up here. I'm super excited. So everybody give another warm welcome to Neo. This will be really great. This is making my night. Broken system, broken trust. What up? And D the Degenerate, hello to you. I love all the tomatoes. Let's light it up. Light the chat up, ladies, with all the tomatoes you can. You've all got the emojis. Hit that button. Give me a big warm tomato welcome. Just light it up. Throw all of the tomatoes you can in there. Fill that bad boy as full as all of the characters will allow you. But yes, let's give a big tomato warm welcome to everybody here. All of our panelists coming on. And just for any newcomers that are watching the show that says, what up? And then what's up, CEO ladies? Yes, let's light up the tomatoes. That's all I want to see for the next 10 minutes is just tomatoes. All right, I'm excited to get started. Are you? Just throw me more tomatoes or membership, war cries, whatever. Send them all out. Send them all out. Super excited. I want emoji rush. That's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. Just a big emoji rush. In the meantime, for the panelists watching, if you didn't watch the video that I sent you to do for homework, you're going to watch some tidbits here. I've pinned it all down. I clipped it down to about 10 minutes. I'm going to try have a tomato fight. That's a good idea. Have a tomato fight. I'm going to try not to interrupt it too much, but I do have to interrupt it to avoid any type of copyright claim issues, of course. And yes, here comes the memberships rolling out to all of you. Thank you, Chuck in Tennessee. Who are the lucky winners of this lottery? Dawson Walters was gifted a membership. Big Jake's Ranch was gifted a membership. Logical Spark, you got one, was gifted a membership. Fix Fish gifted a membership. Vividness 420 gifted a membership. There you go, guys. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Chuck. We love you. This is what we're talking about. The fun community that we have. We've gathered all the communities and just brought you guys all to one place. This is where we all belong, right? This is where all meet in the middle. All right, let me shut my mouth like a good little girl and we'll get this ball rolling. To any of the panelists, again, 9:15 is the set time for us to kick off. So a few minutes before that, go ahead and hop in the backstage. You already have your links and we'll get flying from there. I'm excited. Let me make a quick banner. Panel starts at 9:15 p.m. EST. There we go. Just in case anybody doesn't know. Done. All right. Let's put this one back at the top as a nice little hat tip to Old Sarge Finkel. He belongs on screen for most of the evening. Let's see, at stage, we're going to go here. Okay. All right, let me turn the music down just a nudge. There we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our topic of the evening, male inequality, why modern men struggle. Let's find out what this smart person has to say, because I'm not that smart.
The overall picture is that on almost every measure, at almost every age, and in almost every advanced economy in the world, the girls are leaving the boys way behind, and the women leaving the men. What nobody expected.
Oh, shit. What's it doing? Sorry, guys. I have a high-speed internet, I swear. It did this last time, too. It's kind of weird. Why is it doing that? Somebody make it stop. All right, let me exit this one.
Was that girls and women wouldn't just catch up to boys and men in education, but would blow right past them and keep going. Everyone was very focused, quite rightly, on getting to gender equality, getting to gender parity. It's not that long ago where there was a huge gender gap the other way, and there was huge focus, correctly, in the 70s and 80s to really promote women and girls in education. But the line just kept going, and nobody predicted that. Nobody was saying, what if gender inequality reemerges in just as big a way as now, in some cases bigger, but the other way around? And to some extent, everyone's still trying to get their head around this new world where, at least in education, when you talk about gender inequality, you're pretty much always talking about the ways in which girls and women are ahead of boys and men. And that's happened in a very, very short period of human history. So if you look at the US, for example, in the average school district in the US, girls are almost a grade level ahead of boys in English and have caught up in math. If we look at those with the highest GPA scores, the top 10%, 2/3 of those are girls. If we look at those at the bottom, 2/3 of those are boys. When it comes to going to college, there's a 10 percentage gap in college enrollment, a similar size gap in completing college, conditional on enrolling. And the result of those trends is that the gender gap in getting a college degree is now wider than it was in 1972, but the other way around. So in 1972, when Title IX was passed to promote more gender equality in education, there was a 13 percentage point gap in favor of men getting college degrees. Now there's a 15 percentage point gap in favor of women getting college degrees. So the gender inequality we see in college today is wider than it was 50 years ago. It's just the other way around. There's quite a fierce...
So first, obviously education is a big factor, right? Yeah, Michelle's got it. We dominated education. One of the questions I have to this is, did we necessarily dominate it, or were we pushed extra hard in order to catch up? Because initially we started off, sorry, I'm very uncomfortable. My thing's not sitting right. Initially we started off where women weren't being pushed necessarily to go be smart people. They weren't saying like, hey, you need to go get an education, go to college, go do this, go do that. All of this stuff was kind of put forth in front of us all of a suddenly, I feel like, just, based on my perspective. And I kind of grasp at the idea of like, maybe because we were just pushed extra hard, where men, they were just kind of riding this level, and we were just kind of pushed a little further up in order to do better, right? Or do better than what we were already doing, So I find you might have a good point there. They might be. But I think that it was, I remember it being kind of drilled into my head from my dad, like, you're going to grow up, you're going to go to high school, you're going to go to college, you're going to get an education, you're going to get a career, and then you're going to worry about getting married and all of those things. Like, you need to learn how to be independent before you can learn to depend on another person. And he wasn't wrong in a lot of aspects, especially in today's age. But it wasn't usually like that. Like, it wasn't something that was pushed. You didn't have to have a career. You didn't have to be smart. You stayed at home with daddy until the man of your dreams sweeps you off your feet and carries you away. Because he was the one that had the career. He was the one that provided. He did that, all of those things. But initially, it's not quite as important for a man to get an education by way of like, well, he doesn't necessarily have to be the sole provider. So why push harder in an aspect? I don't know. But a good thought process here, in terms of just the education alone, between males and females, and how the tables have kind of turned. in a lot of ways, where we're surpassing what they even expected. They're like, oh yeah, let the girls go to school, let them do this, let them do that. It's no big deal. And then boof, like we didn't not only came up to the bar, we exceeded the bar. And now we're somehow strangely doing better. I thought girls were supposed to be dumb.
Debate about the differences between male and female brains. And in adulthood, I think there's not much evidence that the brains are that different in ways that we should worry about or that are particularly consequential. But where there's no real debate is in the timing of brain development. It is quite clear that girls' brains develop more quickly than boys' brains do, and that the biggest difference seems to occur in adolescence. So what happens is in adolescence, we develop what neuroscientists call the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex of our brain is sometimes known as the CEO of the brain. It's the bit of your brain that says you should do your chemistry homework rather than going out to party. It's the bit of your brain that says it is worth maintaining a high GPA because it will help you get to college, which might help you in the future. And that bit of the brain develops considerably earlier in girls than in boys, between 1 and 2 years earlier, partly because girls go into puberty a bit earlier than boys, and that seems to trigger some of this development. What that means is that if you have an education system that rewards the ability to turn in homework, stay on task, worry about your GPA, prepare for college and so on, then just structurally, that's going to put at an advantage the group whose brains have developed earlier in those particular areas. That turns out on average to be girls. I think it's a great irony of women's progress that by taking the brakes off women's educational opportunities and aspirations, we've revealed the fact that the education system is slightly structured against boys and men because of these differences in the timing of brain development. But it took the women's movement to show that, because the natural advantages of women in education were impossible to see when women's aspirations were being capped by a sexist society. Now that those caps have been largely removed, we can see that it's boys and men who are at a disadvantage in the education system.
And he's got a really good point here. I almost chose to actually hold my son back for this very reason, because he went to 2 sandwiches. He went to kindergarten. Actually, D, you did. You just labeled this out here right before I even pushed play. I saw your comment and I'm like, oh, she's gonna like me here in just a second. But I almost held my son back. I think it was first grade, because I just noticed there were not necessarily developmentally in some ways, but more like he was just struggling a lot. Now instead of holding him back, we did kind of other interventions to help push him forward, to help keep him up. But I do notice that with a lot of young boys, I think that even socially, when they're younger, they still aren't developed as well. This is why young boys, like, this is why there's a saying like, if like you only know what it's like to be a boy mom, like if you're not a boy mom, you just haven't been a mom, because boys are crazy. They just kind of fail at the dynamics of like, no, that's not what we do, and this is where all of the like overdiagnosed, like there's ADHD coming in, autism coming in, all sorts of different fields, but boys tend to be diagnosed, sometimes even misdiagnosed with ADHD, because they're just socially unaware of their surroundings as easily as girls are. Nothing wrong with it. That's where they stand developmentally. So it's interesting to me how, as a society, as a whole, either we need to slow down the pace, or we need to, find those pieces and hold them back, redshirting the boys in a sense, maybe not on an entire approach, but, maybe we need to just figure out where we need to go from there and how we can fix that. Because if boys are not doing as well early on, well, you're only going to become further behind the further along you go. So that was my biggest fear for my son. Like, if he's not grasping the fundamentals, like even down to writing a letter, like the letter A, and not knowing how to pin lines together and draw circles or things like that. If he can't put letters together to make words, then he can't put sentences together to make paragraphs. Then he can't put paragraphs together to make essays. So your fundamentals are very important. And if young boys are already developmentally behind in that aspect, I think it's important for us to recognize that as kind of a societal, issue that we need to manage and figure out. Now, I think especially the county I live in, they've done a lot of great intervention programs. They've got a lot going on for them that helps. So maybe it is more on a smaller scale level that they've done this. Maybe that's the case. But in any event, who knows? All right, let's press on. Oops, get my mouse up to there.
At the risk of sounding boring, let's collect the data first so we know what we're dealing with here. I do think that we should be strongly encouraging boys to start school a year later than girls. I think that should become the default in many school districts because of the developmental gap that there is between boys and girls. Because boys' brains mature more slowly, then them starting school a year later would mean that they were developmentally closer to being peers with the girls in the classroom. We need a lot more male teachers. It's striking that the teaching profession has become steadily more female over time. Only 24% of K-12 teachers now are male. That's down from 33% in the 80s. And fewer men are applying to teacher training year on year. And so we've seen this steady shift towards a close to an all-female environment. That has all kinds of consequences for the ethos of the school, for the way we deal with different kinds of behavior among boys and girls, for example. And so we need a very serious and intentional effort to get more men into teaching. The third thing I would do in this world where I have significant power to dictate policies would be significantly more investment in vocational education and training. That is an area where we do seem to see better results for boys and men on average, and one that's woefully underinvested in the US. The US has really bet most of its dollars on a very academic, a very narrow route towards success, and less emphasis on vocational training. And that has actually put boys and men at a disadvantage. So apprenticeships, technical high schools are actually a really good way to help more boys and men. I think one of the challenges with this debate is that if you're talking to women and men who are, say, at the top of the economic ladder, 4-year college degrees, decent incomes, they look around and they don't see some of these issues. But that's not the same for working class men. That's
actually a really good point. When I feel like I talk to what I would call normal people like in some sense, normal people, like people that they went to college straight out of high school, graduated college, started their careers, got married shortly after that, had kids, and they're just like in that little perfection bubble, the white picket fence per se. They don't know that half of these issues exist. Like they don't know this is a thing. They don't recognize it as a problem because it doesn't affect them, right? Out of sight, out of mind. They didn't see that same struggle. They don't have the struggle because if it's not in your face, it's not here. It's not going to happen. So, oh, here we go, buffering again. Don't do me dirty like that, YouTube. Do I need to close out something else? Let me close out a couple other things, see if that helps. Uh-oh. Buffering. Good thing I started early. It's thinking. What else do I have open here? Close that. Yep, too many tabs open. Close that. What else is open down here? All right. Close that. Man, that sucks. And let me stop the share. That's a good idea. We're 447. Refresh. All right. Yep, that was a good hint, whoever said to refresh. I didn't see the name. Okay, here we go. That was a very good idea. Present screen. Here we go. Full screen, add to stage. There we go. Sorry, guys. Apologies.
They look around and they don't see some of these issues. But that's not the same for working class men. That's not the same for men lower down the economic ladder. So there's a danger that we're so busy, to borrow Sheryl Sandberg's phrase, so busy leaning in that we don't look down. The reality for men further down the ladder is very different. The economic trends for men have turned downwards along 4 dimensions. One is wages. Most men today earn less than most men did in 1979. In employment, with a drop in labor force participation of 8 percentage points, which means 9 million men now of prime age are not working. We've seen a drop in occupational stature. And so there are now more men working in employment areas which are seen as lower status than they were in the past. And we've also seen a drop in the acquisition of skills, the kinds of skills and education that boys and men need. If boys don't get educated and men don't get skilled, they will struggle in the labor market. And across all of those domains, we've seen a downwards turn for men in the last 4 or 5 decades. And so the way in which social class divides have opened up, economic inequality has widened, is really important to understand in the context of gender inequality. If we only focus on gender gaps, then we miss the fact that both men and women at the top have done increasingly well, but that's much less true of everybody else, and especially it's less true of those from lower income backgrounds, working class boys and men, and black boys and men. You see many of those trends are amplified, and so those boys and men are really at the sharpest end of many of the social and economic changes. On the one hand, we have a huge and successful and laudable effort to get more women into STEM jobs, so science, technology, engineering, and math. On the other side, we have what I call HEAL jobs. So that's health, education, administration, and literacy, almost, if you like, the opposite side of the coin to STEM jobs. And that's where a lot of the jobs are coming from. Health and education alone are huge and growing sectors in the US. And so by my estimates, for every 1 job we're going to create in STEM between now and 2030, we're going to create 3 in HEAL jobs. But those jobs are at least as gender segregated as STEM jobs, but in the other direction. And unlike STEM, becoming more so over time. So if you look at the HEAL sector, only 24% of the workers in those sectors are male, and that number is falling. And in particular sectors, we're seeing a really precipitous drop in the number of men. We have a drop in the number of male teachers. We have a very sharp drop in the number of male psychologists. That's dropped from 39% male to 29% male in the last decade alone. And among psychologists under the age of 30, only 5% are male. So we roll that forward, and we're going to see psychology becoming essentially almost an all-female profession. So these jobs, which are both crucial, I think, for society, and where it'd be very useful to have more diversity, are actually becoming more gender segregated. And so we have absolutely no effort to get more men into HEAL jobs, which is where I think the future lies and where we should be helping men to move.
It is kind of different to see that. I mean, they're like the tables turned really, really fast by way of, you know, it used to be there's all these male dominated careers, and there still are, there absolutely are. But now, you know, we're seeing kind of a even bigger shift where men are not even showing up in certain career paths. And I wonder, he does kind of go into it. I'll actually leave it at that for him to talk about. But it's interesting, like if men aren't prevalent in that career field, how is that more damaging to, other people either utilizing that career? Like if you're a doctor and, you know, having a doctor that happens to be male, or teachers or psychologists, you know, I think that that's kind of it is a bit like you're setting the pace, you know, you're giving them somebody to look up to. So interesting. Oh, here we go again.
One of the problems that we face is what I call in the book a dad deficit. And that can be seen in various different ways. So 1 in 4 fathers don't live with their children. If parents split up, they're much more likely to lose contact with their fathers and with their mothers. And so 1 in 3 children, if their parents split up, don't see their father at all after a few years post the separation. So this fatherlessness is something that's very, very specific. And when 4 in 10 children are born outside marriage, and most children to less educated parents are born outside marriage, then we have to reinvent what it means to be a father. Because right now, men are still being held to an old standard of what it meant to be a successful father in a world where that is neither possible for many of them or even desirable. Because what we've seen is as women have grown in economic power and economic independence, then of course they're going to choose to be with a man rather than being forced to, as in the old days. This is probably...
That's actually kind of a big... He said something really important here that I found it very interesting. Men are being held to the expectation of a standard of a man that used to be a thing many years ago, but it's no longer the thing now. Like now they're being held to this old standard during new times. And it's interesting. And that's something that I kind of questioned recently. Like, what is the purpose of men now? Your purpose is, it's no longer providing, protecting, but like you're providing in different ways now. And that's where I think all of these relationship fallouts are, because I don't need you to provide money for this. I don't need you to provide a house for that. I don't need that. Like I can essentially do it on my own, right? Like this is what the bulk of women are saying. However, like I do need you to love me. I do need you to be my partner. I do need you to be supportive. Like I need from you different things than you've originally been cut out to be. And I think that's the kind of kicker there. Damn you, buffering. The
Probably
kids
the
must be
greatest
watching
liberation in
TV.
human history, honestly, that women can now choose whether to be with a man or not. More than 2 out of 5 households in the US now, a woman is the main breadwinner. 40% of American women earn more than the average man. These are huge economic changes and all for the good. But it does pose some really sharp questions about what fathers are for. And until we escape the obsolete model of the breadwinner father, then we will continue to see more and more men being left out of family life. And the kicker is that boys in families that don't have a father presence suffer much more than girls. And so then what happens is that male disadvantage can become intergenerational, because if the fathers are struggling and therefore not really involved in their kids' lives, then the boys are the ones who suffer most, who will then go on to struggle themselves in education and the labor market. It's clear by now that marriage and social institutions and a sense of purpose matter to men. And so as we've seen these real challenges faced by men in education, work, and family, you're seeing some really difficult and troubling health consequences. And so the so-called deaths of despair from suicide, overdose, or alcohol, 3 times higher among men than among women. Suicide itself, 3 times higher among men and women, and rising very quickly, especially among middle-aged men and younger men. So we can see these as symptoms, I think, of a broader malaise, which is what's troubling boys and men. And for men in particular, this sense of purpose is very important. I think it's a human universal that we need to be needed. There's a wonderful piece of work by an academic called Fiona Shand who looked at the last words that men had used to describe themselves before committing suicide or attempting suicide. And the top of the list were worthless and useless. I think if we create a society...
That actually kind of breaks my heart a whole lot. Like when a man feels like has no purpose, because I know that is the bulk of being a man. You know, that's the root, the foundation. Like they have to have a purpose in life. They have to have a focal point, something to want to strive for. So like they don't go and get great careers and build their wealth and build their legacy just because they want to sit back and look at it and say, oh, that's pretty. You know, that's what us girls like to do. Like, look what I did. It's so pretty, you know, but I think men have to do it for a purpose. They need somebody to have that purpose for, or something to have that purpose for. And I think that's a really important thing. And so when men are hurting themselves, I'll say it that way, because they don't feel like they have a purpose. They feel worthless, useless, like what am I anymore? And I think this is another piece of where, again, these relationships are failing. Fathers aren't needing to be fathers anymore. So like, why show up? You know, it breaks my heart. But you do have a purpose. You just don't realize. You just have to find a new purpose. Oh, here we go with the buffer again. I should have clicked it. Any of the panelists want to jump backstage now, or within the next couple minutes? You can do that now, because we'll be ready to kick off here in just a few minutes.
In which so many men do feel like they're not needed, then it's no surprise that we see these deaths of despair. We see problems with opioids. Opioids are a much bigger problem for men than they are for women. And one of the great tragedies of opioid deaths is the death rates are higher in part because the users are on their own. And so in some ways, the opioid epidemic is a perfect illustration of a whole series of things we're talking about, which is a loss of role in the family, a loss of status in the labor market, turning to drugs, and being isolated and withdrawn. And so in that example, I think you can see a symptom of this broader male malaise that we just need to take it more seriously. And we have a cultural responsibility as a society, men and women together, to help men and boys to adjust to this new world. Because right now, many of them are really struggling.
All right, maybe that's working now. Okay, it wasn't muted. It just said it disconnected. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. All right, but you can all see me now, right? Like everything's good. Now you can hear me. I just okay. All right. I'm waiting on one more to hit the backstage. Um. Let's see. Let me message. Let's go. All right, and then we can sell off. All right, so to the chat, I'm really excited for this. I hope you are already kind of like primed in terms of the topic and everything that's going on. So I-Fi, what's going to happen? All right, again, we're doing a hot seat tonight. So what that means is the hot seat is I will have one open seat on the panel. And that is a 10-minute rotating. So you can get in line backstage once I do drop it. However, I do already have a select panel to be up here and ready to go. So that's how it's going to kind of work and operate. Yeah, so hopefully we should be good to go. Hold on, I'm just waiting on one more. Where you be? Of course, he has quiet mode turned on. All right. If anybody has Team Fatty's cell phone, he told me he was going to take a nap because he showed up an hour early. But if we can call his butt, tell him to get his butt up here. Let's go. It's time to go. There we go. Got him. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're excited. I'm super excited. This is going to be a super fun night. I have all of my panelists backstage. We're ready to rock and roll. If everybody wants to go ahead and cam up, get yourselves ready because it's about to get fun. All right, here we go.
Release the Kraken!
All right. Oh, see, now my shit's not working again. I hit the background. There we go. All right, now we're on. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First time for everything. We're going to have some trial and errors. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Neve on. Glenn was going to be late. I don't think he was able to do it, so maybe he'll pop on later for the 10 minutes. So Neve thankfully filled in last minute. I also have Rachel's Ghost. I have Neo Starling, and I have Team Fatty. What I'd like to do for you guys, also the hot seat. Actually, Grid, I see you backstage. Do you want to come on for the hot seat now? And you can open it up? Yeah, all right. So we're going to bring Grid on. And you are going to be our starter for the hot seat. And we'll let you stay on longer for the intro and everything. And then after that, we'll start rotating your seat. So, Neve, do you want to give a kickoff, introduce yourself, quick opening thoughts to everything, and we'll go from there?
Yeah, my name is Neve. Drama, commentary. I go on debate sometimes, open panels, and I float in and around the space. My thoughts on this topic specifically is I think that we just kind of generally have a misdiagnosis of the specific issues as they pertain to men. And I actually really liked the video that you showed because I think they gave us some specifics to kind of like sink our teeth into, rather than to just kind of propose like an ideology or some sort of frame of mind of mindsets.
Neve, you're a little low.
Yeah.
Is it okay? I'll see what I can do to fix that. Did you hear anything I said? Or?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I'll fix that. But yeah.
Thank you. Rachel, to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel's Ghost from the vinyl community. What's going on? Well, because it's a lot smaller. I just got my little mini Beatles here. Look at that. Tiny little Beatles. They're just mini little record things. Anyway, I have a degree in sociology. So this topic is in my wheelhouse. I mean, it's an old degree because I'm all old and whatnot. And I'm proudly a trans woman of color. So I bring that unique, what? Neve, you're here. Oh, there goes my thunder. Oh, well, I'll do its best again. But anyway, I'm a Neve fan, by the way. She's great. Got a great channel. I watch Neve too. So Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. We'll have a lot of fun. Hi, Michelle. Great topic you picked for us all tonight.
Great. Neo, to you.
Well, first and foremost, Sara, thanks for hosting this. It's been a while since I've been on any of your panels or any panels for that matter.
I know.
My name is Neil Starling. I talk about stuff on the internet. I just got off of an 11-hour shift, and I'm really happy to be here. I think this is an interesting topic, so to speak. I probably won't align with what people would expect me to align with. I'm going to have a totally different perspective on this, but I look forward to getting into it with everybody.
Fun. Fatty, to you.
My name is Claudio. I'm a YouTuber streaming from Portugal, Lisbon, but my stripper name is Fatty. So you guys can call me that. It's totally fine. And let's have fun. Thank you for having me, Sara. Appreciate it. And for the ladies and the fellows on the panel, I hope you're doing good. Let's have fun.
Thank you, Fatty. And Grid One, since you get to be our special friend of the evening in terms of the hot seat, you get to start it off. Do you want to go ahead and do a quick intro and any thoughts so far on the matter?
Well, I actually don't know what the topic is, so that
Excellent.
I'm good there. And I guess I see it now because I actually just found the stream, so I can maybe put that link out there to some people so that they can come watch. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I'm while I'm somewhat technologically savvy, I am slow and old.
You can never do two things at once.
I try not to
chew bubble gum and walk at the same time.
That I can do. The rest,
I adjusted the audio in here. Is it too loud? Sorry, good. I didn't know.
It's because it's muffled.
Yeah, it is. It kind of sounds like you have something over
the AirPods. The AirPods are kind of hard to get right if that's what you're using for your mic. Just trying to help. Yeah, let's do that.
Holy crap, Michelle.
So I am. I'm old. I'm retired. I spent my entire life playing with race cars for the most part. I never had an adult job. I never wanted one. Most people think I've been in the military, but that's because I went to a military school, and I did pretty well there. I have a degree in psychology. Well, actually, I had a double major in psychology and criminal justice with a minor in philosophy with an emphasis on Asian thought. I'm highly trained to be highly trained, and but not specifically good at anything.
But not multi-purposing.
Yeah, well,
Fair enough. All right, Neve is just jumping off. She's going to restart and she'll come back up.
Sure.
In the meantime, was there anybody who wanted to kickstart it off with something that they feel pretty heavily about?
Now, wait. I'll feed off of everybody else.
Fair enough. Fatty?
I think the professional should go first. Rachel said she's highly qualified. I believe her. So
yeah, well, I have a sociology degree, but it's an old degree. But listening to Dr. Reeves, Richard Reeves, talk about this stuff, so he's not telling us anything that I think our culture, our society is not already aware of. And of course, obviously, he's trained in Oxford, but he lives in Maryland. So he's an American, British American, hyphenated American, I guess. A lot of people have feelings about that as well. Hyphenated Americans, right? I'm in Canada, by the way, folks, by way of my logistics where I'm located. But I will tell you this, that I have a lot of inbuilt bias, so be aware of that. I'm aware of it. That'll help you deal with some of the stuff and where I'm coming from, which is essentially within that Judeo-Christian framework, very traditional in my orientation, despite being a fun-loving trans woman of color. So I'm all in on MAGA. Hang on just a sec. I got it just for publicity. Got an election here. We got to do that. But so when we're looking at this sort of thing, you were making the comment earlier. Hold it. Let's re-elect that. Yes. That's I stand by that. So the whole thing is that when you were talking about women, maybe women are becoming more motivated to enter into the secondary, post-secondary education system for careers in science. We're seeing the shift to jobs. He talked about STEM and HEAL, using those acronyms in order to describe the breakdown or the division of labor by profession. And so within this context, I think one of the things that we have to look at is the nature of our institutions that were previously structured to keep certain people out. Okay, so is that, I mean, first of all, is what I'm saying true? And we're talking about institutionalized racism that would keep people of color out traditionally. Now we've seen that focus change. So one of the things I would argue is it's not just a female initiative and can-do attitude, but I think also for anybody that's into a post-secondary education, you have to make that application. Who are the gatekeepers, and what is the criteria upon who's getting access to the roots of power, which traditionally is through a degree correlation between standards of education, levels of educational achievement, and occupational outcome in terms of bottom line, the dollar, right? Better jobs, better money. Low-paying jobs, low wages. There you go. So I think there's some institutionalism. I think a lot of factors play into this. Civil rights movement, social gospel going back into the early 20th century, having a role in all this. The democratization of information that has come about in our culture through the breakdown of traditional power roles, which were traditionally the idea. They'll leave it the beaver crowd, where you have Ward out doing the job. June stays home, looks after Wally and the beaver. Mom, dad's the breadwinner, and all this is gone in the 60s, and the economics that tie into it that no longer allow for a single earner family. It's very rare that you have a single earner family for the middle class. Because it's just almost impossible. So it's becoming very difficult to raise children. One of the other factors is the advent of the birth control, declining birth rates that happen. So now women are no longer at home. The children aren't there. We also have state-sponsored daycare and this sort of thing. So the children are being looked after by the state. And so the breakdown of the family unit, all these variables connect together to provide a big picture and put us where we are today. So that's my broad brushstroke on the topic to bring us all in.
Perfect.
Okay, what do you think, kids?
Open floor, guys.
That was very well said, Rachel. First and foremost, I hope everybody's doing well. So the way I look at it when it comes to this, a lot of it has to do with inflation and the way the dollar, how far it goes nowadays. It doesn't go very far. So men and women alike are sort of looking towards positions of power and work where they can attain a higher level, a higher echelon, so that they can, succeed and provide for themselves. Because I agree that it's a really good idea to discuss men's issues, which are often kind of like made fun of, and people like laugh at us if we talk about our mental health. But I don't think speaking positively on men is in any way a detriment on women. It doesn't hurt me to have a woman succeed. You know what I mean? We also live in a day and age too, where unfortunately a lot of people that do get married often do get divorced. And as a result, the woman is going to have to provide for herself. You know what I mean? In the event that does happen. And bills are a real thing. If you're not terminally ill on the internet and you exist in the real world, it's really difficult to progress in a traditional sense where you had a single provider that could take care of everything. That just doesn't exist nowadays. I can use myself as an example. I have a girlfriend. I'm not a rich man, you know what I mean? But we both work together and, we chip in to do things together. And that's how we get by, you know what I mean? Unless I decide to win the lottery or, I go viral one day for whatever reason and I become rich, I exist as a mere mortal. And, but on top of that, it is important to discuss these issues. But I also don't think one winning is a detriment on the other, or at the very least it shouldn't be.
So I'm more dumb when it comes to these topics. I think a lot of times, we look at society and we look at what's going on. I think once the woman kind of broke the social contract that they had, because they had those specific roles and men are at those specific roles, and the woman said, we don't want those anymore, or we kind of want those depending on the circumstances, things got a little mixed up. Like, the man roles are very stationary. Every time a man gets out of, or a boy gets out of the pad that usually is lined up for him, usually gets shamed, ridiculed, pushed down, is going to be criticized for actually going left. So when you remove all the powers that men have and all the advantages that men had over women, for example, the fact that a man could literally sustain a household with his own income and let the woman do whatever he does, and now she can compete with him. You suppress religion, so now everybody can do whatever they want and there's no shame involved. You suppress you take a lot of suppressions that actually put us in our place. Is natural that the man not just feel but actually get hurt when it comes to this modern society. It's a zero-sum game for a lot of people. Is either I support man and a woman is going to lose everything, or I support the woman and the man gets nothing. And we are stuck into this phase, I think is a transitioning phase with the internet, where instead of people actually customize everything to the man in front of them and to the woman in front of them, they just do a blanket whatever to everyone. And on the education system, men are going to lose by default, because it's like saying who climbs better, a tree, a fish, or a monkey. And on this situation, I think the man is the fish. He is a great swimmer. If you put him on the correct environment, he might flourish. But with the educational system that we have, a lot of times, I think it's just you telling a kid that wants to do things, want to build things, want to go around, go ahead and climb that tree as a fish, boy. And a lot of us are not being able to actually get to the destination.
So are you saying things are better built, like in terms of the education system and things like that for women? Or are you just saying that boys are just no longer?
I think just the structure of knowing things, just the fact that you have to sit still 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour looking at the I think a lot of men are not even suited to that. Women are great at it, actually. Men, if you notice the progression of women, a lot of times from the moment that they get in kindergarten until the time they get an air conditioner job, is sitting on a desk looking at something, be very precise at getting the things done, taking that and applying it, right? Men, a lot of men, most men that I know, they want to move around. They want to pick something, open it up, see what's inside of it and all that. So if you go through that for 18 years, 15 years and all that, and that's usually not what you feel like doing, it's very natural for the woman to get the advantage. Because if the education system was in a I don't know, let's say a car shop, right? It will be extremely unfair, in my opinion, or in any STEM field. I think it will be kind of unfair to a woman, because we are more of a like gadgets, and actually, and the women are not as they don't excel usually at that. So if it was the opposite, I would give him the same type of acknowledgement. I just think that for 2024, with all the social media, all the internet, all the vehicles and tools that we have, I think we should actually try to see if we can't incorporate the part where men actually do things with their hands, do things with their brain, other than reading something decorated and put it on a paper, so they can catch up to the things that women are doing right now.
Anybody have a response to that? If not, I have a further question.
Oh, do I get the opening statement?
Yeah. It's open floor.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't started your timer yet.
Statements. I'm sorry. Kind of we're going around.
No, so. It's open floor. Everybody did their statements, and now it's open floor.
Okay. Everybody said, we heard from everyone, but Neve, whatever.
Neve.
Yeah.
Neve. Okay, great.
I don't know.
We've heard from everyone, but nobody's actually identified the problem of why modern men are struggling, and that is the crime and evil of feminism. And in a way, it's emasculated men, made them afraid to be alone in a room with single women, because they'll be accused of sexual misconduct. They will get fired from their job. They will lose their entire fucking lives. All of this, the rest of this word salad is meaningless without identifying the proper problem, which is feminism. And when we get rid of that, men can be men again, and women can be women, and we'll all be happy again. And it's pretty much that simple.
Yeah. Neve, I'm sorry. You wanted to say something?
I'm good. Is my mic audio okay?
We can hear you, but
actually it's worse now. This is where you got worse.
Yeah.
I mean, we could still definitely hear you. It just
Yeah, we
sounds,
can hear you, just is muffled. Yes.
I wonder if I take off the adjustment. Now say something.
That is funny.
Hello.
Yeah, no, it's still just still sounds like you have like a mask over your mouth or something.
I think my mic is like crapping out.
It's better now.
Okay, it's better.
Yeah.
Better? Okay.
It's louder.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, that helped a little bit. All right, continue on.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are really quick to make prescriptions regarding the issues, and I think it's really interesting to sort of kind of position some sort of caricature or sort of scarecrow to try and aim all of our frustration and all of our dismay about the way the world is going. The way Grid used feminism there, you can insert a lot of different caricatures, I would say, into that slot for men. But what I think it really boils down to is diagnosing the issues specifically, appropriately. Like doing the video, I think today at the very beginning was a really good way to center the discussion there and talking about the developmental challenges that men have as they grow older and as they carry through life. Because if we focus the discussion on things like that, then we can actually work to addressing inequality in society and making sure that opportunities are equal across the board, right? But if we just throw, for lack of a better word, like tomatoes at, women, if we just make some sort of, if we just villainize something instead of actually addressing the issue, I mean, it sounds nice. I'm sure it makes great content, but, you might as well be pissing on the ground. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, I would have to say, Grid, regarding your statement about feminism, I got to say I'm not the biggest fan in general, but I also would say that is more terminally ill language, like internet ill language, in my opinion, because in the real world, if you go, well, let me explain. If you go outside, if you interact with people in the real world, men are not afraid to talk to women. They're talking to them at the job. They're doing all that stuff. This is something that I noticed is sort of becoming like a social contagion in a way where, yes, there are issues, there are inequalities between both sexes, but to say that this is the biggest problem and if you rewind the clock and go back to the 1950s, everything will be okay. I don't really think that's a solution. I think you just... No, you didn't say that specifically. I'm talking about...
Then please don't make assumptions about what I said. I said that feminism is a problem and we need to eliminate feminism. I didn't say we needed to rewind any clocks. Okay, I certainly don't want to give up my cell phone. I certainly don't want to give up my computer, and I enjoy streaming. So certainly I don't want to give up any of those things. I'm just saying that feminism in and of itself needs to die.
Well, I get it. And you did not say that. And I'm not saying that is your implication. What I'm saying is that when you made the statement about people being afraid to talk to others, like in the workplace and, just men and women sort of interacting with each other in general. I mean, I get it. This is anecdotal on my part, but that's just not something that I see interacting in the real world. This is more like internet talk that I've seen, like whether it has happened. I'm sure
Goldman
it has.
Sachs, have you ever heard of a company called Goldman Sachs?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know that right now that they do not hire as many women as they might normally? They hire literally the bare minimum required by law because they lose men who will quit because they will not work on teams with women because of sexual harassment possibilities.
Sounds like a personal problem.
They will go to other companies, and these are not low quality people. These are the top tier people.
Yeah. And it sounds like another issue of like misdiagnosing the problem. I mean, if you want to,
how do you misdiagnose the problem? If men who are productive in society are afraid to be alone in a room with a woman because there's an exceedingly high risk of them being accused of misconduct and losing their life.
Understand what happens when they can't do anything in society. It's just same old virtue signaling. Let's address the issues.
Well, I'm not virtue signaling.
You are speaking about the 1% in society and the financial,
1%?
like Wall Street people. You identified them as 1% yourself just now, actually. You identified them as the 1% just now, right? And so you're talking about people who work for a very, very exclusive firm like Goldman Sachs, and then you're using them.
I'm giving you that. I don't want to make. Oh, we can.
Men are afraid. I can understand that, but maybe we should contextualize it for society instead of applying it to like the 1%, as you quote, as you said earlier, while laying out your statement. Right. This is again an example of like the virtue signaling and caricaturing the issue, not addressing anything that actually matters, Greg.
But isn't that exactly what you guys did? Because you said one thing and you picked the one thing the men don't want to be in the meeting with it. Feminism is such a broad range in the world. Why not actually talk about the part where it actually affects men and women to the point where once again we look at men as a defective woman, right? Like, for example,
not be scared, right? In theory, these are the power brokers. These are the people that you talk about when you say they. When you say they, you're talking about them, and them are not hiring, or pardon me, I guess they do because they're made to, but they're men that will not work on teams with women, and they will never be alone with women. My personal policies, I am never alone with women, ever. When I owned shops, I owned a bunch of companies. I had a policy that there were no women to ever be in the shop alone, period. Because women are crazy and they sue people and men lose their lives.
So an interesting place to kind of center the discussion.
I know men who have lost everything they've ever tried to have because of simple accusations by a woman who doesn't care.
Okay, so going back to the discussion, right? That was a nice little tangent we had there. But going back to the discussion, I think there are some interesting dynamics with men and women in the workplace. And I think in the workplace, you have to look at workplaces that favor men, right? And so those tend to be trades, labor jobs, things that, require a lot of technical skill. And, we can have the discussion about, a lot of feminism like to talk about equaling the playing field, getting women into trades. But how about making trades more accessible to men? I think they are accessible as is, but there are still things that we can do to make them even more enticing. We can introduce them earlier in school. We can sort of, maybe we can talk about sectioning parts of our curriculum and switching them with technical skills. Like these are all great discussions that, that we can have as far as at least putting money in the pockets of men. Because I think we can talk about like self-esteem issues with men, but I think generally speaking, men with money are generally more confident. And men who probably have like maybe a bit of a foundation or a stability, there are more.
Do you think men out-earn women or not overall? Generic.
I think it's irrelevant to what I'm saying because I think I'm talking about opportunities for men, right?
Money in the pocket of men like they don't make enough money, and
you're talking about your workplace. You're talking about your workplace procedures.
I'm talking about actual interactions.
Which is okay. Well, you're talking about your workplace policies and procedures, which is a discussion that we could talk about in the context of your business. But we're talking about men as a whole, and I think you're doing men as
I'm retired. So I don't have a business anymore.
That's cool. I think you're doing men a disservice right now by derailing the conversation to talk about yourselves.
I don't want to talk about irrelevant things. I'm on a clock.
Yeah, you're doing the conversation a disservice, but we could be talking about actionable things, like where I tried to direct.
I would love to talk about actionable things. Please talk about one.
Okay, cool. So I'm talking about like. Sorry, do you want me to repeat what I just said, or do you not feel like
I would love for you to talk about something that is actionable? Teaching men to do trades? Are you fucking kidding me? Who works on all the houses? Who builds the roads? Please. The entire infrastructure of this country is created by men.
There is still an incredible need. There's an incredible need for trades. And if we look at the developmental issues that we discussed in the video, right? If you actually watch, if you showed up to a panel knowing what the panel was about, right? You would know that, but you don't. So anyways, going back to the discussion, if you do,
I don't need to watch a video to understand the topic.
No, if we address that, I'm saying if we address the disadvantages that men have in classroom situations and we recognize that, then we can maybe work to pull away some of the academic bullshit that they're not going to use and introduce trades opportunities earlier. And if they decide to go the academic route, they do. I'm just saying, if we make it more normalized.
Only women should go to college?
Well, I think let me do a translation for you here, Grid. I think what she's trying to say is we're not trying to necessarily go out and blame everything. What we are trying to say is what we are trying to say is where are the struggles and why and how can we push forward with a solution. If we say let's blame feminism, right, there really isn't a solution that's actually approachable or even deliverable necessarily. Instead, let's recognize what we have now and how we're going to push forward with that and fix those pieces that are wrong or aren't working, or what can we do to boost men back up to being back on the same level in terms of the education and so on and so forth.
Wait, hold on. What do you think the ratio of highly skilled jobs, men versus women, are currently?
I'm sorry. Are you asking
me,
or
the ratio, the number of jobs that highly trained men do versus highly trained women? What do you think the ratio is? Just off the top of your head.
I have no idea what the ratio is, but Chuck in Tennessee comes in with the $25. So I'm going to go with a 25%. Thank you, Chuck, for putting up with the insults. I'm going to go with a 25%. Men have the top 75.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So would that seem to be the problem, or is that just a windmill that we're tilting at because we don't want to address the actual problem?
So we're not even addressing women in this circumstance, right? So you keep wanting to carry the discussion there, I understand, but you're like a McDonald's toy, right? You just press a button and you just keep saying, women bad, women bad. I think that's just...
I didn't say women are bad. Women is men.
Those are the conclusions that we're drawing.
You don't even understand why women got the vote. It's like I'm arguing with it.
We can get through all your talking points. How long till we get into Christian moral ethics? How long, Greg? Tell me.
So are you gonna bring those up?
No, we're not. We're not.
Talking points that we're trying to.
I can literally go all night on that.
So let me. One second before you guys keep. So Neve, let me.
Go ahead, Fatty.
Let me actually acknowledge what you said, Neve, and right, and like what you said, like is, in my opinion, is kind of the problem with society and with feminism actually being the biggest religion in 2024. Feminism is the biggest religion in the planet right now. It affects men and affects women, because women develop this type of expectations and men develop this type of expectations too. That is very hard to adhere. You said, let's make these men go to these jobs because if they make more money, they get more confident, right? And it's fair assessment.
Money is a good foundation.
No, I got you. No, I don't even.
Rachel goes after Fatty, guys.
Let me finish. You can disagree with me if I didn't even give you my opinion.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying.
Hold on. Let's let Fatty finish it, and then Rachel will continue after that.
Yes, I agree with you when it comes to, if a man gets more money, usually his confidence usually goes up. But we keep treating men as defective women. Communication skills. You need to be more open, just like woman. You need to be more emotional. You need to get more money. Usually what the man has to do all the time, every time, is to do something for the end of woman. He's never for the end of himself. He's never go get money so you can do whatever you want to do with your life. He's always go revolve to woman. So
I agree.
I will get what you're saying. I agree with greed, but I'm not as off the pendulum, right? I believe in fixing feminism. I think feminism, applicable exactly how it is something that is good. I believe that a lot of feminism doctrines and like things that are explained to both of the sexes need to be readjusted so you actually can have more fair society, because that was literally the beginnings of feminism. So instead of still looking at men like, I don't know, a working horse, go work here, go work there, get more money, do these, and usually caters down to treat your wife better, to take care of your kids better, to build a better house and all that. I think we actually need to strip him down to the point where men can do the flexible things that women can do. So they finally, when they are 11 or 9, and they say to their mom, you know what? I like cars a lot. Now, the same way that women got the choice of doing all the things that they want, if they want to be an astronaut, they can do it all the thing. That kid actually is funneled to a system where he can potentialize either if he draws well, if he fixes things well. That's actually, I think it should be we doing a blanket statement once again and throwing men that are on YouTube doing videos because they like it to trades or whatever, in my opinion, is the same mistake as we did with the generation before, which is we take women off traditional gender roles and we let them do whatever they want, which means the social contract breaks. And then the men, we just funnel into another thing and they get fixed in that. And now they still have to do the old things they did before, which in my opinion is a lot of times what makes men kind of trail when it comes even to their own mindset. Women, for the most part, live in an abundance mindset, and men are living into whatever I can get mindset, which is, in my opinion, kind of reflects to how men are struggling. When they see women think, I can get another one, and another one, and another one, and this is not good enough, I can get another one, and the man gets one peanut, and he holds to dear life because he thinks he's not going to get a second chance or a third one. Go ahead.
Rachel, to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk to or address Grid's point about feminism. Feminism is, of course, it's born in a historic process, right? It's a reactionary thing, emancipation, the vote. So, yeah, you can say feminism's the problem. But by the same token, I think it's important that we try and find the roots of feminism. Why did it occur? What was the reaction? Was it justified at all? Or was it unjustified, created by people without a moral compass, perhaps? What are the roots of it, so that we don't just say feminism is the problem? But I'm one of those type of people. I go, oh, I see. Okay, feminism is the problem but also to provide some legitimation, if it exists, for why it arose in the first place. Feminism, a reaction to what, right? Good.
I'm sorry, you're asking me a question. I was just I was kind of just listening.
You're you're in a deep meditation working. So what I'm saying is that I think it's too curt a response. It's almost it comes off as flippant. And feminism, you got a problem, you got it all fixed right there. I'm saying, but what caused feminism to arise in the first place, so that we can find the root cause for it and then try and correct accordingly. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's a lot of history, which I don't necessarily think we need to go into. But basically, as far as men are concerned, men have bought in. A lot of men have bought into the idea of feminism, and they do not embrace the patriarchy, which we should. It is the natural order of things, and since every time we fuck with the natural order of things, we get fucked in the ass. It's just the way it is. It's the way it works. So at the end of the day, and I'm being very simplistic because I think I'm on a clock here, so I don't know how much time I have.
I wanted to tell you I'm getting ready to start your clock now. I gave you all of the opening to just enjoy, and yeah.
So with the idea that I don't have all night to go back and forth about this and how I would do it. The reality is that if you're going to if you want to make men again, jobs are the least concern, to be honest. If you want them to be teachers, which I believe men are better teachers than women, I think that they're designed to be so. I'm a teacher. I teach things all the time. However, and I can point to any point in history where that's been true. Throughout history, the entire world. However, I would say that it would be a naturally correcting factor if we simply embraced the patriarchy. Women became women again and did not, be bitches and talk to their men, talk down to their men, treat their men as men. Men needed to act like men as well. I mean, it's not one-sided. Men need to show up and do their job and be the stoic men that they should be. This in touch with your feelings stuff never really worked for me. I don't know anyone that it has worked for. I'd love to meet someone it has worked for, to be honest with you. I've never have.
Ed, you need a hug now, okay?
No, I do not need a
hug. You do. You need a hug. I want to give you a big hug and love you. so much right now.
My wife would have a severe problem with that. Anyway, but at the end of the day, I think that you have to, or I feel like that you have to, and I hate using the word I feel like you have to look at this from the point of view that just saying, well, we're going to raise men's pay, that's fucking irrelevant because men already make more money on the whole than women do. Although that gap is closing in many professions. And in some cases, women make more simply because of specific laws that force companies to pay them more. So that's poor judgment, but whatever.
I just wanted to ask something to raise, like, what is the importance of why something was created, right? Like, I think we should focus in if it's working or not. And it's clearly working for women. But the thing is, like everything, like the Me Too movement or whatever, it's like something that is very positive. And we're like, yeah, go ahead and explore. Like, it gets to a point where the pendulum goes a little bit too far. And we have to be sensible about it. And we have to put it a little, not pull it back to go back to the kitchen. I will smack you and nobody does nothing. But not to the point where I go to social media. Now my picture is like, and now I lose my job and lose everything without even getting judged. So we need to find a balance for it, right? The thing about feminism, and again, I think Reed was right in his initial assessment. I think we just went a little bit too far when it comes to like more like a very like more minority of cases. Like something, for example, like selective feminism, right? Like, for example, we're talking about the man struggling and all that. I know, for example, if my money ends after I pay the bills on the 5th, I don't go nowhere. There's no dinners, there's no movies, there's no nothing. Woman, because they still benefit from chivalry, because chivalry didn't go nowhere. And there's actually sexism is literally positive discrimination. I'm discriminating you with the base on you having a vagina between your legs. They know if their money ends in the 5th of the month, they still will go on dinners. They still will go to the movies. They can watch Deadpool versus Wolverine with all the popcorns and everything nice because a man will be chivalrous and will say, hey, baby, I want to see you. Somebody taught me to be chivalrous, and now I'm going to pay for these things because I feel like that's what I need to do, right? And this is the part about reconstructing society. It's good that women can be president. It's good that women can be astronauts. But why release the shackles of women?
Hey, I'm on a clock, bro. Come on, you're killing me here. Click down.
You owe me $3, Great. $3. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, he asked me the question, right? Fatty asked the question, why is it important to understand?
No. My question is, why release the shackles of woman completely while put other shackles on man, which makes like the man staying on a static position and a woman walking around? Like, why do that? Why not refrain feminism and fix it?
Okay, now hang on, because you.
And I'm sorry, Grid. I apologize. My bad.
Fatty, what you said though, what you've actually said, you can roll back the screen, the show on it, is you said, why is it important to understand the origins of feminism? And the reason it's important, you ask, why is that important? I'm going to tell you why it's important. Because if it's a legitimate reaction to wrongs or offenses being committed, institutionalized and or otherwise, then we can pay lip service and we can invest in it. Even more than we can invest in it. But if there's no basis for legitimacy in it, then we as a society, for the observable problems that have resulted, repudiate it, reject it, and say as a society, as a culture, we don't want it. No, we're not going to give an inch to it.
But that's great to say, but
yes,
half the women ass would choose a bear over a man in a forest. I mean, are we fucking kidding, guys? Come on, stop being
bear.
That is wrong.
Men are prompted to have discussions. The difference between men and women in this circumstance. And
this is the most delusion I've seen in one place in a long time. This is better than whatever.
Well, bear with me, guys. Speaking of delusion, let me calm it down for just a second. We'll get back to Neve. Carl Anderson coming in with the $10 to support the channel and the Tomato Fund. Thank you, Carl. Neve, go ahead to you. Let's get through.
I just wanted to say that if you give women an opportunity to sit in a circle and discuss women's issues, women discuss women's issues. But if you give a man the opportunity to sit on a panel and discuss men's issues, they just discuss women. And so that's the overarching point that I'm trying to make here, is that when you have discussions and they
Men
center
don't
around
talk
men's
about their
issues,
fucking problems. We're not women.
you shouldn't do a disservice. Okay, well, you're doing yourself a disservice, Grid. I'm sorry. You would rather infantilize men and try and make all your opinions.
If anyone's infantilizing men, it's you.
A lot of us are a lot more pragmatic in these circumstances and situations.
You're sitting there trying to overtalk me. I mean, what the fuck? Okay. Shut the fuck up and listen to the man.
I'm sorry. Get that tee up. Get that tee up, okay? Okay, so a lot of other people, like I said, we have to discuss the actual issues. But there's always the tubby
hold on, let her finish through, and then we can move on.
Just sort of caricature the issue.
Come on, give it to me.
Hold on, Grid. A lot of time just
give me all the bullshit
about the things they don't like instead of the things that they should do. So they should be talking about the things they should do.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon.
All right, you guys know when you interrupt, you get the dog. All right, let's calm it down. Neve, please finish your thought. Grid, if you have a response, you can respond when she's done, and then we'll go from there. Give 5 minutes to Grid. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think if the panel is titled, "Why Do We Hate Feminism?" like every single one Grid goes on, I think that's a better premise for having a discussion and centering the conversation around women. But when the panel is called Male Inequality, Why Are the Modern Men Struggling? And you come on to try and shift the entire discussion about women, you're doing men a disservice. And I think there are actually people in this discussion and in the chat that would like to hear people discuss those things, Grid. I think you're just kind of a caricature. And I think you're a bad representative for, maybe some of the more substantive things that you believe.
Are you done?
My mouth stopped moving, Grid. Can you ascertain that yourself, or do you want me to guide you there?
Because you just keep fucking talking.
Yeah, okay.
Again, are you done?
That's how panels work, right?
All right, stop talking. Okay, quick Grid, one, be stoic. I'm always stoic. Or I'm laughing. One of the two. I really only have two facial expressions. So here's the thing. Men don't talk to even other men in rare circumstances about their problems. Not actual men. Now, you get a bunch of soy boys out there, they can talk about their problems, but I talk about my problems very rarely, and I seem to do okay. I think that it's the overarching issue of men being made to feel like they have to talk about the problems and make shit up to satisfy some delusional woman that causes a lot of problems to start with. But I could be wrong about that, and I'll give that one. Yeah, attack the argument.
Again? Okay.
Because you just shut the fuck up.
We're talking about women again. I'm just saying. I just wanted to point that out. I'm not surprised.
Great. Sarah, if you can't control the panel, I'll just sit here and shut the fuck up for 5 minutes.
Hey, we'd all love that.
Can shut the fuck up.
You had like
that's delusional, whatever the hell it is.
Again,
running their damn mouth.
You've been up here for 10 minutes now. You still haven't said anything.
Sarah, I think we need to set
way back in the back orange corner now.
I think
I'm going to have both of you sit and shut up for just a minute and pay attention. Listen, if you keep talking over each other, as much as I love the drama and craziness, I can't hear either of you, and that means neither can the people. So if you could both kindly at least allow the other one to finish, then cue in, and then we'll go from there. Grid, I think you were jumping in on that one. Did you have a thought process?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think men, again, to be honest, I don't think there's that big a problem on men's side except being masculine. There's a root cause behind the lack of masculinity in men, and that's why men would be struggling. The root cause of that is feminism, and men can be feminist. I mean, there's some in the chat right now. Just ask them. They're fucking feminists. And that's fine. They can be that way. I'm not. That's okay. But if you're going to ask, how do you fix, why are modern men struggling? You can't just say, well, get them extra jobs. Get them a little training. That's not how that fucking works. That's not how you fix people. That's a soundbite. That's something that only goes on fucking milk cartons and shit. Nobody gives a shit. Why am I spurging? I was being funny. I'm sorry, man. I'm actually having a lot of fun with this. So you know, but whatever. I was going to have a very boring night of doing video editing, so this is way fucking better.
I think we should set a debate about feminism with both of you guys. Let me just address something that Neve said real quick, just to make sure, right? Because Neve, this is a comparison, right? Even the title says, why are modern men struggling the main inequality? When we talk about LGBT, we usually involve the heterosexual people because there's the base of comparison, for example. When you talk about like everything that you do when it is inequality, there's one side and the other. I think men wouldn't feel inadequate if women weren't around. I think all of what we do on this planet, I think, for example, my colleague that has been here for 12, that said they had a 12-hour shift. I think if women weren't on this planet, he would work 6 hours and go to sleep on his futon, very comfortable, on his with his one PlayStation and one, like, I think a lot of what we do in this planet has to do with what women expect us to do. And in my opinion, and this is why, Rachel, I kind of like, I think we never talk about the fundamental mistake that we do in society. Even men do that when they become fathers, is we raise our daughters to do what's right. And we raise our sons to do what's right for society, what's right for their parents, what's right for their family, what's right for their kids. And we raise women to do what's right for them. So you are instilling a more individualistic, protect yourself, they're out to get you, they want to have sex with you, me. When you come to raising a daughter, even we as parents, as dads do that. But then when you flip it, you are raising your kid to do what's right by society, to be chivalrous, to take the coat out of your back and to give it to sacrifice. And when these two people meet together, after 20 years, 25 years, 30 years of being bombarded with this, it clearly creates an unjust or an imbalanced situation where the man, for the most time, either is going to pursue the woman validation or is going to feel very inadequate because he thinks, I don't have enough money to get her. I don't have enough money to propose to her. I don't have a good job enough to actually do about my life and have kids. So I'm going to delay. And this is, I think, what we're talking about now. We know that making a man takes 15 years. I can't even compete with the man that I was at 25. It took me a lot of time to actually get what I am. And I think we are not being honest to these men. We're not telling them, hey, brother, it takes time. It takes effort. And you might do all that job just to crash and burn because the person in front of you might not be able to do the same work as you did because you are not a woman. You actually have to work forever you got. And on the other side, we have these, and I'm going to close it because I know Creed has 1 minute. when we still see like people with this mentality is what's yours is ours and what's mine is mine. And I think this go back to what I said in the beginning, what's yours is ours and what's mine is mine. I think it's inevitable that we're going to have some problems when it comes to us be the correct size piece of the puzzle to match with each other. I think you always have to talk about women when we are talking about men feeling inadequate, and you always have to talk about men when women feel some type of way about their position in the world, because that's what we are competing with.
Final thoughts, Grid. 20 seconds.
I think you used that time better than Grid would have.
Shut the fuck up, Nev. You can't even stop talking for 5 fucking seconds. Jesus,
buddy.
10 seconds.
You're wasting your time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm done. See ya. You guys have a great night.
Bye, Grid. Thanks for coming on.
Sarah, I think we found another debate. Feminism between Neve and Grid. Here we go.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Good.
I don't even think I brought up any feminist issues. I think that's seemingly all Grid wanted to talk about. It was weird.
Hey, so before Glenn goes on, I want to
Glenn's on, but what's up? Go ahead.
Before he goes on, I want to say something. So going back to the actual issues, or at least, you could boil it down back to its basic nature. When you're a kid, it all starts at the home, right? Who are we raised by? We're raised by men and women, or most of the time women, because the men are out working or the man is not there at all. So sometimes you have single mothers and sometimes you have pulled together families. Now, I grew up in the hood, and a lot of things that I've noticed is that when a lot of these kids are left to their own devices, they start hanging with the wrong crowds. They start doing stupid shit. If you don't really monitor them and keep an eye on what they're doing, keep them in school, keep them engaged, a lot of the times they end up in the wrong path. So what the guy was saying in his video that you originally introduced about more women going to college than men. Well, a good chunk of that reason is because a lot of dudes are doing stupid shit. They're getting into gangs, they're getting into violence, they're getting into things that they don't need to be getting into, and they don't have parents that really like throw that chancleta on their face and they're like, yo, what the hell do you think you're doing? You know what I mean? You got to get your act together. And if you don't have the father at home, it exacerbates the situation and makes it worse, because now you don't have that authority figure that's trying to place and instill good values in their children. And as a result, they end up being, low lives. They end up being the scumbags of society. So a lot of what I believe happens with men is lack of direction. Like when you boil it down to its basic nature, as a kid, when you're growing up, you need foundation. If you don't have foundation, you go into the wayside, you go into oblivion, you know what I mean? And you end up being somebody that you shouldn't be. I keep things very simple, regardless on whether how feminism started or not, or, we have like, we're blaming one specific side of the aisle versus like addressing our own personal issues. I think Neve said something. Well, hold on, Fatty. Neve said something very interesting. Neve said that when women get together, they discuss their own issues, and when men get together, they discuss issues about women. And I think that's actually kind of true to an extent. And I can tell you this from my own circle: when the guys get together, if any of these dudes are single and they don't have anything really going on with their lives, they start getting upset and they start blaming women, and then they start spurging out. And I'm like, dude, just focus on your own shit, man. Go to the gym, get a better job if you have to. Really make yourself your own mental point of origin, so to speak. And then that way you could start actually building a life that's going to have some sort of meaning to it, instead of worrying about somebody else. A woman making $100K a year is in no way, shape, or form going to affect me and what I'm doing. That's all I'm saying.
So I just wanted to correct something real quick, right? When I say family,
bear with me for a second. Glenn, are you with us? All right, I'm going to take him back. Proncest, are you ready to go?
No, it did. Not yet, sir.
Proncess, you're back there. All right, Flo, how about you? Are you ready back there? Yep. All right. We're going to restart your timer. Go ahead.
So what I said was, like, when we hear feminism, we have this knee-jerk reaction of it's about women. No, it's about society. If there was a bigger society that gave me everything, I would take everything. If there was a bigger society that said, Fatty, be okay with your own curves, no matter if you weigh 300 pounds, I will take that. You giving me that to me? Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. So we are talking about what actually we instill in the next generation about societal norms and everything. We're not putting the blame on women, because the same way men will take everything if they could, riches, woman, if they actually add it in front of them, you can blame women for actually taking everything that is given to them. And the second point is, I don't agree with your premise, because the premise of your argument was these parents, they don't have good guidance. These parents are not giving good guidance to these kids, or they are not there, so they go and stray away from the path. These parents are raising the girls too.
Yeah, I agree.
It's literally the same people raising the man. It's the same people raising the woman.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the women. I don't give a shit about the women.
No, sir.
I care about what's actually happening.
You missed the point.
Okay, so
if we're talking about inequality, and you are saying that the men were raised by this type of people, a lot of times this is how we get there, and I agree. That makes a null point, because the women are being raised with the same people. They're being raised by the same people, and they're not straying as far away that the men are. This is my point. Like, they're getting literally the same people raising them. The men are straying away way farther away than women are straying away. The max that the woman usually is, because she becomes a hoe. And even he's like, hey man, it is what it is. When men stray far away, I think it's about catering, like actually personalizing, customizing the style of raising the person in front of you to their strengths and weakness. We do that with elders, how we talk with them. We talk different with toddlers. We talk different with men, with women. But for whatever reason, with men, we don't have that discernment. We just say, man up and do this and go that and work on your purpose and work to the gym. Nobody asks the man, do you like to read? What about drawing? Are you a really good painter? Like, do you like that? You see what I'm saying? It's always these patent factory settings. Go to the gym, do this and do that. Nobody asks, hey, bro, hey.
Fatty, the reason I say the gym, it's because it's a good measurable, you can measurably see effects on your body, right? If you start exercising, you physically change your body. Now, obviously, the negative side effect, if a woman strays from the path, she becomes a hoe or she does something dumb. I get that completely. Just like a guy becomes a gangster or he does some other dumb shit. I completely understand that. What I'm saying is that we all need guidance, every single one of us. At certain points in our lives, we all fell off the path. And we're all here now out of the grace of us picking ourselves up or probably having somebody that was there for us to help guide us. And if a lot of these parents stick screens in front of their kids' faces instead of actually addressing real issues with them. I get it. If a boy is in school and he can't sit still for more than 10 minutes, they want to shove a pill down instead of.
Hold on, is this my timer? This timer's taken from me.
Yeah, sorry.
Man, pipe the fuck down. I didn't know that.
Go ahead, Flo.
I'll give you an extra 3 minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't talk for a while. I went on a rant. My fault.
No, what are you guys talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, we start the timer completely for
okay.
I agree.
But I'm just saying, as a suggestion, collectively, panelists, if we talk like for a few minutes after a guest leaves, then maybe we won't talk over them when they're on. We could do that. I'm just as a suggestion. Sorry, Flo. We started.
Yeah, this is a learning process. So I will.
Okay.
Maybe I should do like a little 2-minute buffer before starting the timer next time.
Exactly. Then we can get our bullshit out, and that way Flo gets a word in before 99 seconds. So
for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Or maybe I'll just
Flo.
leave the seat empty for 2 minutes. That way you guys can argue amongst yourself, and then I'll just throw them in there. Okay.
My bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So I started watching like right before I jumped up. But I guess my thought on the topic is that I heard Grid say, I believe one thing is to blame for this, and that's feminism. And there are male feminists out there, and there's some in the chat. And I would say that the men who and I'm not trying to go straight at Grid, but that mindset that Grid just expressed is a feminist mindset. It attributes too much power to feminism. I've had this conversation before with somebody else, and he was arguing basically Grid's point, and I was arguing the point I just made. And I told him that feminism had not impacted me at all that day, except until I talked to him. And I think that the impact that feminism has on you is largely one that you choose to allow it to have on you.
I agree completely. That's always been my stance, man. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. If you're going to allow feminism to dictate the rest of your life, you might as well never go outside, man. You're not going to live any sort of life of meaning if you're going to constantly focus on things that are not really in your control, because we could have a million of these panels every single day. You're not going to appeal the knife. You're not going to get rid of feminism. You're not going to do any of these things. None of that stuff is happening. We have to adapt and live in the worlds that we actually live in. I'm sorry,
well,
Rachel.
and I think that jumping in and projecting causes or intentions on the things that you don't know about, it's just like black people who see racist behind every action that a cop takes. It's the same exact thing as when men see feminism behind everything they don't like. You're just projecting a boogeyman there.
Yeah, but that's not the same comparison, because like woman at some point, like we literally acknowledge gender inequality. By created feminism, we literally acknowledge that it existed, right? So now that the pendulum went to the other side and the men are acknowledging, hey, there are some things that are going on that we don't understand that give this unfair advantage to women. Why would men support it and we're okay with we acknowledge women inequalities and actually prop them up so they have a balanced playing field? And all of a sudden, when now is 70-30, women going to college and men not, now when the pendulum is on the other side and the men are talking, now you guys want to close the door and says, no more conversation. The conversation is done. Let's move along. Why do that? Well, the conversation needs to keep going.
If the men aren't going to college, whose fault is that?
And is that a bad thing? I have a college degree. Don't use it.
Yeah.
No. You you guys are not addressing what I said.
Okay,
Before women were complaining that men were going to college way more than them. And we said, you know what? We love our sisters. We love our mothers. We love our daughters. So we're going to open the gate so the woman can actually level up. And now that he reversed, nobody from the feminist movement, nobody from the men's society that opened those gates is saying this pendulum is going too far. Let's put measurements so it can be more balanced, because that's what we wanted. This is the point.
Because in the absence of overt actual discrimination, discrepancies in percentages is arbitrary. I don't think it's a problem that one or the other gender has more people in college, unless it's that way because there are restrictive policies.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's what I talked about earlier, where you get the gatekeepers. Who are we admitting into the post-secondary education system? What is the criteria for admittance, right? You got a lot of people trying to get in. Who are we going to choose? You're going to choose trans woman of color, exciting, very handsome, extremely handsome white boy, handsome black kids, lovely lady. Who's going to get in? Who's going to
the more qualified? And this was what feminism fought for.
No. Listen, Ringo. I don't think it's all based on that. I think it's not.
How is it not? It should be on that. It should be based on meritocracy.
Listen, Patty, I don't want.
It's not a make-believe world. There are people with.
No, it's not a make-believe. It should be meritocracy. If Sarah can do the job better than me, she should take it.
Fatty, you're going nuts. Listen, Fatty, I'm trying to reach out to you. Listen, there are gatekeepers that are in place saying, I think we need to shape and create a society like this. Therefore, we're going to allow this kind of person in. We want to hear more of this. We don't want those people. They're bad. We don't want them. But this is the world we're creating. That's what I think is at work. Those vested interests. Now, why they're doing it, that's something for us all to figure out.
Look, I don't want, Fatty, I don't think you should be gaslit in this situation. I just want to say, when you said that you think feminism is a societal issue, I think that's fine. That's a good thing. I think I necessarily disagree, and I think it's okay that you believe that. But I'm still saying, like, so is obesity, right? So we can talk about like societal issues, or we can talk about what we as individuals actually control. And that's the point that I'm trying to make when I say men talk about women's issues and women talk about women's issues. That's the only point that I'm trying to make.
No, but that has nothing to do with it, because I can choose to marry a fat
Everybody
woman.
talks about everybody's issues.
It's my choice.
No, okay.
The same way I can be picked by being a fat man, I can literally choose a fat woman. But
the point is that obesity, the common cold, like you can pick all of these things and you can put them in front of you as a punching bag and beat the shit out of them. At the end of the day, you're going to have to do something for yourself.
No, it's not that, like, Neve. I have a panel on Sunday called Ladies First. At this point, like, I don't want to pull a fresh and fit, but regular woman, not Instagram models, all that, right? A lot of those women, unfortunately, they look at men as defective women. And this is societal. This was not like an evil feminism organization that came to them and say, hey, this man. No, it's reinforcement over and over again, to the point where you have women laughing about these men are not emotionally available. Like,
and Fatty's mindset is exactly what reinforces and gives it power.
I'm acknowledging reality. What
you're acknowledging it and putting up as a big paper tiger and interpreting people's individual actions into the bigger context of feminism.
Because that's how it usually actually works.
Right. That's what I hear you saying. You're agreeing. That's because that's my worldview, is what you're saying. It's not my worldview. I forget about feminism until I click one of these panels. And then I'm reminded that it's everywhere all the time, always watching and always undermining me.
No, but there's I'm a lefty, right? Actually, I'm a lefty. I'm a Bernie bro. They're like, like I treat trans women, like, this, right? And the point is, coming from your side, like, I actually have to acknowledge problems. I actually have to look at what people are doing, not what people are saying, and see if they're actually moving along. You are not going to fix the next. 1 second. You are not going to fix the next generation of men by ignoring these things. Just like if you ignore cancer, that shit is not going to go away. That shit is going to grow, and it's going to actually harm you more than if you actually tackle that shit. So
cancer will actually harm you.
Why is this dismissive? Why is this dismissive attitude? Like, why, Flo?
Because you're and I don't think that the number of women in college, for instance, is a problem. I don't see the world as I don't see the world as a battle between the sexes.
I don't think agree.
I think that worldview is a problem.
God, please listen. If you push something and you deem it as inequality, and the pendulum, instead of stopping in the middle, switches to the other side, I think you have the obligation to correct it and put it back in the middle.
Agree.
It's not that I think that people in college...
What I'm saying is this isn't a real pendulum. This is a wedge issue to me.
How is it not a pendulum?
Because I don't view the world in the male versus female paradigm.
But I don't too. This is a zero-sum game. But if you go from, I'm going to slap you because the Lakers lost, to If me and you disagree, you can go to the social media and put false accusations on me, and I lose my life. That's the pendulum going too far. We have to put the pendulum back in the middle.
Women are winning, men are winning. Right in the middle,
No,
they work together.
Thank you so much. Oh.
Do you want to say goodbye, Flo? You can always get back in line. And open panel at 11:15.
Fatty, by the way, Fatty, if women are emasculating men to sort of get up on them, I said when women emasculate men by saying shit like you said earlier, that's wrong. Just so we're all clear, that is wrong. There's no circumstance that warrants that behavior. I don't want you to feel gaslighted in everything you're saying, because I think there's bits and pieces that I'm like, okay, I don't agree with that, and I can agree with some of it. So, but I think the issue also becomes is where
Australian school making young boys apologize.
I think you believe some of the stuff you're saying.
They never committed.
I think you believe some of the stuff that you're saying. So when I think you believe something you're saying, I want to like sympathize with you and hear you out.
I get it.
I can understand why you feel like gaslit or like agitated.
No, I actually don't need, because this is the regular, right? But I say something that nobody on this place a lot of times said. So very few people. The gender war is man against man. It's not man against woman. It's man against man. The day that man unify is done. It's over. There's nothing to compete. There's nothing to fix. The gender war is men that want to make things right against men that are okay with the status quo. It's the same thing with politics. It's the same thing with religion. I don't look at woman as a punching bag. What I'm saying is that you can be this, I'm a man, I'm going to be a problem solver, I'm going to do all these policies, I'm going to push all these things that are going to empower women. And then when I say, hey, brother, since you did that, can you guys just kind of take a foot off the pedal a little bit so men can actually have a fighting chance? Nah. Go to work, go to the gym, become a better version of yourself. Get the fuck out of here. I am a human being too. I love doing something that I actually like. I'm not a workhorse, and you pushing me to become the best version of yourself, not for me, but so I can take care of a woman and my kids. That shit is kind of fucked up, because that's what we're doing to women. So why all of a sudden you want to do that shit? You see what I'm saying?
No, men against men is a good foundation for a real conversation, Fatty, and I think that's a really interesting characterization that I would like to hear more about in the future.
What's up, Glenn?
Hi, Glenn.
What's up? So, I think we need to realize like what we are calling feminist today is not feminism. It is, I would say, it's more misandrist. And I got some evidence to present here. So, sharing the screen. This was done on 2021 during women's International Women's Month, right? They made a bunch of schoolboys apologize for stuff they didn't do during assembly about sexual assault. They forced all these young boys that never even committed any type of sexual assault crime apologize for all the sexual assault committed by men before them. What we are now, like, that's not holding those accountable for their actions. It's now shaming the young generation that had nothing to do with it, accountable for it. That level of, attack is part of the problem here. We're seeing it's not about equality, it's about control over. Okay. We don't see anybody arguing for equal rights for the same prison sentence for the same crime committed. We don't hear equal rights for equal pay and child support and equal custody, issues. So it's not equality. They only want equality on areas that could benefit them, and they want inequality where it benefits them. So I think we need to realize what we're seeing here is not an equality issue. It is a control issue, and that's the real problem. It's that if feminism is about equality, then it should be about equality and stop at equality, not stop or continue to go for control. And that's what we're starting to see. We're starting to see areas where justice, I mean, even from the beginning, when you hear, congresswomen say we need to believe all women for about accusations, that means women do not lie. Women cannot be liars about false accusations. But when we have come to find out, when we actually have done the studies, we have seen that false accusations are 37% of the time are in family court. And when it comes to claims of SA and rape, that they may be up to 40 to 50% in those accusations as well. So this idea that we have to automatically believe women and make our young boys apologize for things that they never did and give this, allow them to have inequality in areas that benefit them, it kind of makes you wonder, like, how could it not be anything more than misandrous because it's not equal or about equality?
Can I ask, what is your impression? Why do you think they had why do you think the having the kids in the school like do that sort of thing? Because I don't have the news article you're working from, but why do you think they did that?
I don't know why. I don't think there's any justifiable reason that they could do it.
Okay, so my understanding, just based on what you're saying, is I think that they're maybe trying to get boys to sort of sympathize or have some sort of empathy or understanding, right? Do you think that kids could be void of empathy and understanding, like at young ages? Do you think that we have to teach those things? Do you think it's important that we focus on those things?
To teach young people how to be blamed for other people's crimes.
Okay, so I think that you can maybe just convey a degree of sympathy and empathy towards an idea without vilifying people, that it's very obvious to society and everyone around that they have not participated in that behavior, right? Like there's nuance to these sorts of discussions, right? I think that we look at some sort of like
would you ever apologize
for a conversation with nuance?
Would you ever apologize for something you never did? Would you allow someone to hold you guilty and say, hey, because you are this, you have to apologize for me for other people's crimes?
I would all the time.
Well, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I'm just saying in these situations, it's possible that they're attempting to get these boys to sympathize or empathize with an understanding, and they went the wrong way about it. There's a nuance in this case.
It was terribly executed. It's not like it's the fact that you want to create empathy towards other people. Like, for example, I will understand if everybody, for somebody to feel good about it, oh, Jimmy there that has special needs was bullied, let's all apologize to Jimmy. I think we shouldn't do it. I think the teacher shouldn't actually tell the kids to do it. But if it's an empathy tactic so they can create other people that are going to empathize with that situation and not do it or cover it for their friends, they do it and all that, I think it actually should be implemented. I think it was the right kind of thing to do-ish. Like when it comes to empathy and you align with something that happens to a lot of people, I think it was done terribly wrong and the repercussions was actually deserved because that shit was a shit show. Like, it's not the hell is full of good intentions. Is that what they say?
The hell is paved with good intentions.
Yes, that's. I think the intention was good. They just lost themselves into whatever is going on. But on the other end, I think they will never put women on that position.
Yeah, I was gonna say, make all the little girls stand up and apologize for all the false accusations and lies that women have made against men.
And this is what I'm talking. And this is what I think. This is what the Glenn actually is very right. And this is what I'm talking about. Feminism being the biggest religion right now is implemented in men and women. I consider myself.
Now we're all feminists. I mean, we're all have been raised under some form of feminism since the 60s, or if not further than that. And it's in our education system. And I am a feminist. But he's not, because we have been raised under education and we're taught.
But it's not true feminism. Is actually a distorted and corrupted way of feminism, because you never butt the chivalry things out of men. You never tell you should be the provider and the protector. Like, you don't stop saying those things. True feminism is, you know what? You are going to grow up to be whatever you want to be, and you are going to find a person that likes who you are. Yeah, that's what we say to women. You are going to grow up and you are going to do whatever you want to be. If you want to be an astronaut or whatever, you're going to do it, and you're going to find somebody that accepts you for you are.
Hey, but real quick, can I just address one of Glenn's points?
Yes, sir.
So earlier, when first of all, I think that is messed up. I wouldn't apologize for something I didn't do either. Did the parents at any point, was there like a parents?
The parents actually were very, very upset. They didn't.
They were aware about it.
They were not aware about this at all. They were made aware.
Okay, yeah, that was what I wanted to know, because this goes back to what I was saying earlier about parents having more involvement in their kids' lives. Because like I think we need to bring back more things like that, like parent-teacher conferences where you really know what's happening in the schools. Because let's face it, there are going to be times, where they do have good intentions, but a lot of it does come across as like social contagion at time. It's like, we want you to feel a certain way for the actions of others, but we also need to know that it's also not okay to guilt and blame those that didn't commit a crime. You can have the conversation and really sit down with them and tell them, okay, look, this is the difference between right and wrong. What do you think of this? And then get everybody's perspective instead of just making them outright apologize. Now, I could see there would be a situation where you would apologize. Like, for example, if you were at a restaurant with a friend of yours and he acted up and started like throwing, the food all over the place, you're going to apologize to the staff for your idiot friend, then you keep it going. Mm-hmm. But to make a child apologize for something that they don't even really have that great of an understanding, and it's a little disingenuous. I don't think that's something that should have been done at all.
And on top of that, when you would never, we would never accept anything that anybody that said believe all men. We know that men lie and women lie, right? But to have this narrative that we must believe all women when they make claims against men kind of distorts it just kind of leads to people to believe, oh, well, women must be more truthful than men.
Well, it actually just kind of distorts the legal process as it exists, right? Because I think what happens when these situations kind of go on, like in the United States, you're innocent until proven guilty. Like, if we all just recognize that, what we're talking about is reputational harm versus the way the actual system works, right? And so we need to talk about the way the system works instead of focusing on the reputational harm. I understand why we take a lot of that, I understand why we focus a lot of energy there, but we at least need to be genuine with the way we approach the conversation and separate the two, or we're never going to have like a real conversation about it.
Well, what would that look like? Because the way that our media system works now is that it depends on public opinion. It generates and blasts these people's names through the mud and public opinion before even the court hearing, so that the waters are already muddied by the time the trial starts, and
so do you think
it tends to play. They should go back to like keeping it silent,
So you talk about the media, but in my opinion, media has lost the legacy media, the mainstream media, whatever you want to call it, is losing a lot of its impact, a lot of its focus. A lot of people are losing their faith. And I think what we're seeing in England is a situation where people are losing faith. So terms like believe all women, that's like coming from one segment that I never internalized. Anyways, who the fuck believes that? It's a nice little meme or a saying that's come into our culture, but who actually invests that? Oh, believe all women? Are you nuts? Who would actually internalize that, right? I don't think you do, Glenn. Go ahead.
Well, I don't believe anybody. So, I'd say I believe the evidence, but saying to believe all women removes due process.
Yeah,
that's
the problem.
It's designed to.
And that's the problem with feminism.
I think if the court of public opinion is the final arbiter of whether or not somebody receives a conviction, then you could maybe discuss that, but it clearly isn't. Any judge, any sort of police force is going to need grape tests, whatever. They're going to need clothing. They're going to need sometimes witnesses. They need all of these things to exist to even start the criminal proceedings, and then to get a conviction is a whole other story, right? So.
Well, that's not always the case, because there are situations where someone confesses to something that happened maybe 20 years later, and you don't have any kids that are going to scrape DNA.
Everybody,
say
years. Goodbye to Glenn. Glenn, if you want to come back up and stay in line backstage, that's fine. It's it'll be Princess and then Flo and then you again if you want to come back up. We love you, Glenn.
So real quick before you start this timer, I just want to finish this point. I do agree with you, that there are circumstances where a great amount of data has to be gathered before you could even commence judging somebody. But there have been cases where, and these are not even one or two cases. This happens quite frequently. The statute of limitations has been increased towards where it can, you can go years and years, and then later on say somebody did something to you. There's not going to be any real way to prove that. It's really your word against their word at the end of the day. That's how I see that.
But there was the problem with what like Rachel said. I think traditional media losing power. That's just, so we used to consider that the fourth power. They have the fifth one, right? Social media.
Yeah, they have the 5 estates. Yes. One of them, yeah.
And social media is the worst of them all because now it's not controlled by an entity that can at least filter like information. And let's be honest, like when we're growing up, the dumbest people in the room will never raise their finger to talk because they know they were dumb. Now everybody thinks they're smart.
I think one of the great benefits of social media, though, is that I call it a democratization of knowledge and information, so that you have to do a lot of your own research. It's important to do so, but I think that there's a lot of positives to it. I know there's problems with it. I see positives in it.
Yeah, but people don't do it, and there's like, and this is why is the reframing of society. And sorry for like using these two cases, right? But the Jonathan Major situation where he loses probably $100 million for running away from a woman, or the Johnny Depp situation where he almost lost the Pirates of the Caribbean thing, when we we are afraid of this. We as men, and we're talking about men now, it's not that we're afraid of women. We are afraid of this. Once again, we get into these societal constructs where a woman will not lie about something that's serious, and then you get pummeled through the head. We are internalize that we are dogs and our friends are dogs and our friends of our friends are dogs. So when it comes to this type of situations, for us to not want to look as I hate a woman, because that's what they're going to say, you hate a woman, you are an incel, you are that, I'm going to side with the woman next to me because I know the man is not going to judge me, but the woman will. You see what I'm saying? So
there could be some more considerations for reputational damage, I think so, but not at the expense of us just default not believing women whatsoever, 100. Right? So there has to be some middle ground, but I think that we're addressing both angles.
Yes, but let me say something before he goes, right? Do you think as a whole, and this is again as a societal whole, do you think we all could grab our hands and go to the courts and says, you know what, let's pass these 5 laws that men be asking for the last 30 years so everything can be a little bit matched? The DNA fraud, all of that. But I think actually, and shout out to, I don't know, he's a friend from the other side, like a lot of feminists is good on paper, but he says they don't want the equality, they want their leak back. Right? And if
I'm going to hop in because I see time is going. Maybe men should be a little bit more afraid. I think, I'm coming here to preface a little bit. I'm a male feminist, and I've done pretty well with women in the past. I think I have a good frame of reference here. I do agree there are some men's issues out there that should be addressed. That being said, I think all the solutions, I have a lot of problems with the red pill out there. I think a lot of the solutions being sold to them are kind of dog shit and actually are kind of leading to actually worse results in the long run. So that's kind of what I would like to talk about. But anyone wants to pivot or talk about any of that, let me know.
Go for it. No, you get to do that. Yeah.
No, it's your time, brother.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, so what does being in the hot seat really entail? Can you give me a quick pitch, or is it just kind of making my take and then?
You got 10 minutes on panel. Make it the best as you can, and they're gonna probably butt in and do whatever they want. So.
Well, I'm gonna start with a question. What is everyone on the panel? What do you think the biggest issues facing men are right now today?
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say accountability, but as a consequence of misdiagnosis. So I think that the energy and the will and the want for change is there, but just there's a lot of misfiring, a lot of misdiagnosis. And so I don't think that energy is being applied to actual change factors and things that can really make real life change in people's lives.
Rachel, can I hear you next? Oh, sorry. I'm not the moderator.
Oh, no, just to answer your question, I would say probably a lack of purpose and guidance and not necessarily knowing where they fit in today's day and age, because we were always taught of what the model of a man should be, right? But as time has progressed, things have changed. And a lot of the times what happens is that a lot of people don't adapt with the times. And I think a lot of these younger men in particular now are kind of suffering as a consequence of that, being more likely to off themselves, or just being afraid to interact with the world because they're afraid that they're going to get canceled or judged. there's a lack of guidance and there's a lack of integrity that I think a lot of them are lacking nowadays, and they go into these hug boxes, sort of like, like the manosphere and stuff like that, and they get a lot of the wrong information from people that don't necessarily have their best interests at heart because they want to make money. But yeah, just to stop, basically a lack of guidance, in my opinion.
I think we still raising men to be workhorses and to be sacrificial lambs for society overall. And the fact that they don't have a better place to go than the manosphere shows a lot. The fact that the only place that they actually can meet together to exchange notes to become better is the manosphere, and there's not a more positive, more sympathetic, more empathetic type of place where it's actually positive instead of. But the fact that it doesn't exist nowhere, and I can literally point out, hey guys, leave the manosphere, go to this place, because these people actually, the fact that it doesn't exist in men says a lot. We look at men as donkeys, carry this shit, and then when you get there, you eat the carrot, and you might die a little bit on your retirement. You might walk around for 2 or 3 years, but that's the problem. We are indoctrinating men to be sacrificial lambs, and men don't want to do that anymore. So I think that's the biggest problem right now.
And Sarah, I think the one has not added yet.
I was just going to say, talk about, mule following the carrot, all this sort of thing. I think there was always the belief in self-direction and possibilities. So to be the best you can be, to quote a phrase. So you seek higher education, you seek every opportunity in your means to advance and separate yourself from the great unwashed, as it were, so that you excel. So the vision is there. You have great sense of well-worth or self-worth and importance and purpose and vision, and all those things can be there. But I admit that there are institutional obstacles in the way of achieving those ends. But that should be the thing. I would never think of myself in that way, Fatty, because I'm sure you don't think of yourself in that way. Just an animal of burden or whatever.
But then most men do. Most men literally are preparing for the day that they're ready to have in a family, work for 30 years and die. Like Starling, like, why did you work 12 hours? Like, you did a 12-hour shift. Like, why?
I worked a 12-hour shift because I was able to gain one of my extra days back. So I only work 4 days a week instead of 5.
But do you have a family? Like, do you have
I have people that I love and care about, yeah, but I don't have a family of my own.
Short on time, I want to pose a question to Fatty related to what you just said. Because I do agree there's some fear about getting canceled. Do you think that fear is founded? Like, to me, I think that's kind of unfounded fear. I think you're more likely to get struck by lightning than actually get canceled. If you're just doing the standard pickup thing, like going and talking to women at bar. Maybe if you're a celebrity or YouTuber, it might be slightly different. But I think the average person should not be worried about getting canceled by doing standard behavior.
No, it's not about that getting. It's not about getting canceled. It's about the fact that if I like a woman and I say, "Hey, Sara, let's go meet together," and she rejects me, I might be on a WhatsApp group with 30 women there. Like my part, I have a guy on my team that is called Ilkan Ali. He literally, he lives in North Carolina, and they have a 10,000 people group with women. Have you dated this guy? And they put his picture there with 70 comments of women that never met him, talking shit about him, said he does this to women and he's this and this.
You really think that prevalent? That's normal for the average guy, though? I bet that does happen.
No,
I've seen those the same guy groups.
No, sir. My point is, it will be unimaginable. There was 10,000 men putting Sara picture on a YouTube or Facebook group, and that shit lasted 10 days. That shit will be gone immediately. Because we don't move like that anymore. That's actually what changed on the last years.
I do disagree a little bit. There's tons of TikToks and groups where it's just cringy clips of women and they're farming that for views.
No, sir. No. Putting your name, where do you live? Have you dated this man and having 70 women without proof telling?
Are they doxing the person? Because I think that would be against the TOS, depending on what platform they're doing it.
But that's exactly the point. The same way I'm a lefty, and I know that YouTube and Facebook and Instagram are more left-leaning, so they're going to let the left get away with a little more things. They don't leave the right. I am telling you that when it comes to women, it's the same thing. A woman can get away with saying, this is why I hate men on TikTok, and she has 1 million followers. But if a man goes there and does the same thing, his page is not going to be there tomorrow.
Whatever has a huge page on TikTok. Maybe it's a little bit biased, but misogynist content is huge on the internet right now.
Well, no, hold on. Now you're being disingenuous. Like you're telling me.
Look up right now. You want to see some links about?
No, you are literally grabbing ad dominance. Of course, there's going to be people that can get away with it. Of course, that's fine. That's totally fine. What I'm telling you is that men are not afraid of women. Men are afraid
you're making it sound like no one can get away with it.
Why can you don't let me land and like respond? I know you want to go.
Because I have 2 minutes, and you get to stick on here forever. So
yes, and that's the point. That's why I'm here, and and that's why I'm going to stay here.
So if you ramble, I'm going to make you answer the question. Yeah, that's why.
How is that rambling? Did I answer your question?
No, you're not answering my question yet.
Okay, let me get a line of coke so we can be on the same type of frame. Like, are you salty?
You mean slow down so you can understand what you want me to rephrase the question?
No. Let me get the line of coke so we can be both on the.
You don't need coke to understand me. I think you understand me fine if you can just like listen for a second.
I don't think it's about canceling for like the average person. I think it's more social ostracization. You know what I mean? Like just getting ousted from like your own social groups.
Character assassination. Yes.
Yeah. Like because like you're right. The average person is probably not going to get quote unquote canceled if they're not like some sort of internet figure or something of that nature. But the average person can very much be ostracized from their groups that they hang with, and then suddenly they start doom scrolling on the internet and try to figure out why all these things happen to them, and then they end up in really bad online spaces. So that is something that can and has happened. Not to me personally, but I do have a few friends, although anecdotal, that has happened to. So that's what I mean more by canceling. Not necessarily that you're going to get canceled like throughout all of society.
And I won't admit that it never happens. I think that's way more rare than I imagine you're implying. Because I feel like the average person should not be worried about like talking to people in dating apps and like getting posted in Facebook groups. If that is happening, what you got to do is ignore it and just move on. You got to pretend like it's never happening.
Well, but look at the Pop the Balloon show. That's a perfect example. If one of the dudes says something wrong, if he's not completely PC, he's all over the internet the next day. It's already happened with a couple of them, and these were nobodies. These are just guys that went on a dating show.
Yeah, if you say dumb shit on the internet, you'll get clipped. If you say something dumb on the whatever podcast, you get clipped. You say something dumb on the whatever Fresh and Fit, you'll get clipped. Yeah, that happens.
No, I agree. You're definitely going to get clipped, no matter what you say. You could be right or you could be wrong, and you're still going to get clipped. But it is very possible to kind of be excommunicated from a lot of communities based off of one or two things that you said, even if that's not who you are as a whole.
Lose your job, lose the whatever title you have in the community. We have to understand one thing as men here. Our word and our reputation is 50% of literally who we are. If our reputation is damaged, there's probably nothing that we can do so. Like, look at the amount of men, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, men will not be, I'm not going to talk with a woman because I'm going to be Me Too. But you know what men do? Don't talk with kids or be around kids like that, like he used to be before. I used to see everybody playing like grown-ups. Men are afraid of this shit. Men are afraid of a kid comes and sits on your lap, and now somebody takes a picture, or somebody doesn't like you to be with the kid on lap, and now you are now a Edo, or you're now somebody that does harm to kids. This is happening in mass. It's happening a lot. So it's not about the tools that women are using against men. It's not about men. This is about character, reputation. And now I can say 1,000 million things on the internet and probably it's not going to stick. But if a woman does a video crying and saying, oh my God, Ferry did this to me, I might not go to jail. I might not lose my shit, but it's done. If my parents see that shit, it's done. It's over for me. And this is something that we have to tackle if we actually care about men, not dismiss it.
Final quick thought process, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the premise. I just think it's really over-exacerbated. I don't think the average person, unless you're doing something really out of the box, really far above the line, I don't think you need to be worried about getting canceled or ostracized. I'd be curious if you have any examples of people getting ostracized for bad examples, but I think most of the time this happens, it's like for somewhat good reason. I'm sure there's some reasons out there, but I think usually it's for pretty good reason. I think there are some good examples of this being of cancel culture being used against men, like the Amber Heard, but I think that's usually the exception and not the norm. That's my closing thoughts. Thanks for having me. Happy to have discussion. Hey, and just want to plug myself. If you like this shit, look at the Process channel.
Got it. Thanks. If you want to drop the channel backstage, or if any of my mods want to go ahead, just drop it in the chat for me. That'd be great and helpful. Thanks for coming on, Princess. And I want to get to these super chats real quick. And actually, a thought process. I think going forward, we'll have the panel just be the 4 for like the first 30 minutes and let you guys really get in, and then we'll do the open. I think that would work better. So thank you guys for being my trial run on this. Don One comes in with a $4.99. He says, men have always struggled. The issue is now that most don't want to help men, and the help is actually set back. Society will end before the realization. Then he also comes in with a $1.99. Sarah, please interview What If Alt Hist. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look it up. And thank you, Don Juan. We appreciate you. And coming back up by popular demand, Flow State. Here we are.
Oh, snap.
Can I just before Flo goes, can I just press up just one of Patty's points from earlier?
Yep.
Okay, so in regards to the Facebook group, if you're gonna make so I think that if you're talking about reputational harm, if you want to actually address the specifics and have like a stronger leg to stand on, then you have to recognize why those groups exist. A lot of those times those groups exist because women do not trust like the police or the institutions to protect their interests. And so they collectively come together to sort of like work through like Tinder apps and be forthcoming about shitty experiences they've had with people. But if you don't understand that and you defer directly to reputational harm, then when you criticize the group or you see the group you see do something that is unjust, then you don't have a leg to stand on, because it seems like you're just trying to preserve reputations instead of saying, well, this isn't even the stated intention of the group. This is wrong, where most people could agree, right? Doxing versus like, this person might be a serial killer. Here's why, X, Y, and Z. And that's not your burden, that's the group's burden. But if we have that basis of understanding,
fair.
then at
That's
least we
fair.
can hold people accountable. You know what I mean?
So, but that's the thing, Neve. If the group was, this is your sexual offender, this is the guy that is abused, and this is the proof and all that, I could get it. It's literally a group. Have you dated this guy talking about dick sizes, talking about, you see what I'm saying? I would understand it. Again, it starts as a good thing. Maybe a woman got abused or got beat up, so she started a group to protect other women. But as soon as other people that don't know the original story join in, when you look at it, it should be a Megazord, but no, he's a mud monster. Now he's like a swamp, literally. And this is the situations that I am not comfortable with, because I want women to have all the tools to actually put somebody on the Summer Scream Jam without somebody accuse them of wanting to have some money out of it, or they want to trying to is vengeance and all that. I'm okay with that. I just think that once you put those tools out there, those tools have to be highly regulated, because if you allow that to become a monster, now you're not playing with the lives just of the people involved. You are literally contributing for the same things that you try to correct. Oh, these men are deleting each other. Or really? Or really? Like, do you want, like, for example, right? And this was not by a woman, right? It's it was a man. This man doing an EDO campaign against me for a year. You know how lucky I am that my parents don't speak English? Right? Do you know how lucky, like, there's nothing. Do you know how lucky I am that my parents will literally listen to this and this is Chinese for them? Because if he wasn't, then you have to actually look at my mental health, because it will be devastating. And there's nothing you can do, because once again, when we look at social media just accelerated whatever men already had going on. We're already quiet, we're already somber, we're already in pain. Social media just amplified and make sure that you look at the mirror and you know exactly that you're not the man that you're supposed to be.
Daddy, I'm going to start putting a timer on you. My goodness.
Yes, and you guys,
be careful. I
know,
did that one time, and he then came up and paneled up next time, and he spent the whole time not saying a damn word to prove the point.
And this is what I usually do: is I become quiet and I say carry the show, and then you're going to say, "Freddy, so quiet." So go ahead, you got it.
I am teasing, but it is cute.
He probably won't do it to you because you do it with a little bit more finesse than I delivered the.
No, it's just the I will make sure that you miss me policy. Freddy, you're talking too much. Okay, guys. Like, go ahead and have the conversation.
Fair enough.
Okay,
right,
so the whole feminism thing and the men's rights thing is it's a divide and conquer tactic, right? if anybody says all you got to do is say this group X, they have this or they get this, da 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 da, and everybody who's not in that group goes, oh shit, you're right. This is where problems come from. They're doing it with immigrants right now, and the feminist thing is just sticking around. It's all psychological, and it is a real problem only to the extent that it's a bad worldview that is adopted both by feminists and by their counterpart, the men's rights activists, who acknowledge the problem that is really just misattribution.
Hey, Flo, do you believe in objective reality or objective truth that stands outside of our own subjective take on what we're experiencing and the like?
Yeah, I think the fact that we have a word called truth proves its existence, right?
Well, yeah, the truth, yeah, but then it can be like a subjective truth. So it's kind of reality.
Right, yeah, I do.
It's been discussed by philosophers and all this sort of thing over millennia, but I was just curious about your own take because it helps frame and inform your opinion about what you're saying. So then what is the underlying truth behind the objective truth then behind this dichotomy of feminism or war between the sexes or immigration, or whatever the cause may be, this divide and conquer separation?
I think the underlying truth is that a fractured society is easier to manage regardless of who wants to manage it. It's also the fracturing is a strong way to unify people towards whatever end you want to mobilize them to. Not all of them, but the any side will be more unified. I also think that it's a self-sustaining thing. The more you believe it's real, the more it becomes real.
Well, obviously the state's doing stuff where they can impinge on your sense of reality. There's a philosophy of solipsism. Reality is what I make it. But that state will barge in on your self-framed reality and say, you, kid, are going off to jail, or you are having your civil rights suspended right now. Well, I need to see some ID, and you over there doing what I tell you to do for the next 10 minutes so that I have you here before we drive you down the station, right? So that's the objective reality. So no matter what you think about it, it's only power because you gave it power. No, I believe that power is objective power, and it stands outside of ourselves, subject to it.
I agree with that, and that power is there. But the speculation, then a comparable speculation, is to, was it motivated by racism, right? That's why I used that example earlier. I think that a lot of black people tend to assume that all that shit's motivated by racism, and I got arrested, and if I was white, it wouldn't happen. I'm sitting here on the panel. Maybe and that's why you asked me the question. I've been raided 3 times by the cops. I promise you, it's not because they hate black people. That's not why they raided me. I also have been I've been divorced once and been in family court for custody twice, and I've won all of them. So I can also tell you that from that perspective, it's, the courts aren't stacked against men. Men just suck in court.
That's fair, Flo. But would you extend that grace to the men that are complaining about women, saying they probably don't hate women, they're just complaining because that's what it is. They're just talking about. Do we extend that grace to them?
So you're saying that
the same way you are on the situation, not because of you are being white or you're being a man or you're being this, and we extend that grace to you, that things happen to you, not because of who you are, it happened to you because it happened to you. Could you extend that grace to the men that come here and congregate and say, these men don't hate women, these men they are not hurt, these men just exchanging notes with each other? Would you extend that grace?
I don't think I'm not extending that grace. I think that what I'm doing is trying to help orient them towards towards an actual solution to the problem. And I don't believe that letting somebody sit there and spin around in a confused direction is actually helping them at all.
But there's the point with your approach that I don't get, right? For example, when people are talking about slavery or past injustice when it comes to racism, I say acknowledge them. And then when you acknowledge them, strive for greatness. You can acknowledge something that happened with you in the past and then do whatever it takes for you to get better.
Sure.
It sounds like you have more of a dismissive attitude towards the first one. Oh, you got hurt by a woman? Oh, you just go ahead and do this and don't think about it. I might not think about it, but still happen. You see what I'm saying?
That's fair. That is fair. A fair criticism.
I don't think it's so much about being dismissive. We should acknowledge that there are issues that damn both us and men and women into society, but I think where Flo is coming from more is that, yes, let's acknowledge the problem, but we also still have to live our lives at the end of the day.
And let's not misattribute it. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like, again, I said this earlier at the beginning. What a woman succeeding and making $100K a year is in no way, shape, or form hurting me, because I still have the ability to educate myself and decide whether or not that's something that I want to do for myself. Misattributing it constantly and saying that, we need to create new rules to combat some of the old rules. None of it really goes anywhere. You're spinning in a circle, and it's this perpetuating circle that's always going to keep going, and nothing's going to ever get resolved that way. So one of the best ways, I have a very live and let live philosophy. If you're not bothering me, I'm not going to bother you. Do whatever the hell you want. You ultimately do have agency as a human being, as a person. There are certain immutable characteristics, like, okay, maybe you're hideously deformed, or you're so short that nobody pays attention to you. Yes, there are things that can happen that can be a detriment on your life, but it doesn't always have to be that way. You do have some agency.
But you are double talking.
That's how
this is the
want to answer that one.
No, you are, and this is the problem with this conversation. It's like people double talk.
Explain it.
I am a live and let live type of dude. Yeah. Why don't you do that about the manosphere?
I'm sorry?
Why don't you let those men leave and do whatever they want to do? No. You had harsh criticism before. You said these men are going there and they want to take your money and they're being misguided. If you are a let leave type of man, why do you pick and choose which type of person you let them leave? And then when these guys are there, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. That's not
not intolerance of it.
Okay, yeah.
No, that's double talking, because he's not as liberal as he's
Hold on, I can have a criticism of something without completely hating it. I don't hate the manosphere. You know how much manosphere content I've consumed in my life?
You made the blanket statement.
Hold on. The reason I'm on this panel and I know the people that I know here is because of the manosphere. I believe that they have a lot of great points. I'm talking about the extremists, because every side has extreme. Okay.
Why talk about extremists when you talk about majorities?
Okay, you guys can argue that later.
This is your.
I want to respond to somewhere. There was a comment that Ghost made. People should pay attention to the statistics. Fucking false. Absolutely false. You should not pay attention to the statistics. You should pay attention to your own life's experience when deciding the worldview you're going to use to interact with it. The fact of the matter is that most of us, I assume, have good day-to-day interactions with women in our lives. And then we get online and we see a video of some crazy chick and we think it's a big problem and we give it more credit than it's worth. And then you get in these spaces and you've got people, reassuring you because they, saw the same video.
Respectfully, that's terrible, Flo. Just because I never starve in my life and I have a fridge full of food, that doesn't mean that probably I have dozens of neighbors that are going to sleep with nothing on their belly. That's actually very disingenuous, Flo. Just because it doesn't happen personally, does that mean that other people are not going through it?
But look, the consequence of people focusing on statistical reality versus their actual experience is that we have men focused on what happens if they do get married instead of getting ready to be married. Do you understand that? When you have a manosphere talking about sweeping generalizations about the worst possible circumstances and what happens to men when they pick wrong, right? We focus on we don't even focus on what it means to be ready for marriage, how to be a good person in a marriage. Those are the things that are the most substantive things to not having a bad divorce in the first place, right? So
it's funny, you are describing feminism.
Not at all.
Let me actually tell you why.
Everything you don't agree with?
No, you actually describing feminism. Listen to what you said. You said because they are not teaching these men to become the husbands and to actually get tools and all that.
No.
That could be anything you want. It's not about teaching men to change. It's about recognizing that a marriage is a partnership. You should not be competing with your wife, or you shouldn't be married. That's your partner. That's your asset. That person is an asset in your life, not a liability.
Some wives. Just because you strawman what I said. You can insert whatever prescription you want about getting ready for marriage. It doesn't have to be being the perfect partner, supporting the house. You can make that up. All I'm saying is that's what the discussion should be. How to prepare for a marriage in general. Not what happens if you have a shitty one. When
this is why I'm never reading
even qualified to have one.
So now he's going to be back because Sarah is going to open the panel in 10 minutes. So this is the thing, right? And let's be practical about this. First of all, if half of these men are not fucking women, so they are not breaking hearts, They are not taking advantage of them. They are not doing nothing. The incels are literally a part of the equation that shouldn't be even talk about it. They don't have access to women. They're not creating baby mamas. They're not creating all these problems that we have. On the other side, if you actually be honest with it, these men are starving for a woman in their life. They might consume the content, but as soon as they turn around, they actually are searching for this woman. And if you look at what they actually teach, the 3 Ps, procreate, problem solve, I don't know, protect and provide. Protect who? Woman. Provide for who? Woman. Problem solve for who? For woman. Like all of it at the end of the day, it might look bad, but at the end of the tunnel, these men go right back speed to the market to actually more adapt to actually take care of women. You know what feminism doesn't do and I would love them to do? Accountability and self-improvement. Not you are beautiful no matter how good you look. If it doesn't take you on your best, it doesn't deserve you at your worst. If you have character traits that are negative, they don't tell you to fix it. That's actually what we're doing is, remember, Neve, and I know Sarah, my clock. We are raising our... I know. You're raising our men to do what's right, and you're raising our women to do what's right for them. I would be okay for us to raise our men as working horses if our women were raised the same way too. And now we both sacrifice for the next generation and we're good to go.
You think men are being raised to do what's right?
Absolutely. If we didn't flow, we would be in chaos. If 10% of men actually will move in on a reckless, selfish way, we'll be done. There will be way more people without a dad at home. We'll commit more crimes. We'll commit more violence. We'll do more things.
Give me an example of who or where you think men are being raised at, because I look at pop culture and I think that everybody's being taught to do wrong.
Let me give you an example. Get married, guy. Why?
You know who says that more is women hear that more than men do.
No. But if the woman gets married, the woman is going to get more protections, usually. And I'm talking about generalizing. I know there's some situations where the women are going to have the raw end of the deal, but usually the marriage is a security policy, kind of like an insurance policy for the woman.
If you look at it only through a materialistic worldview, right?
Yes,
we can look at, if somebody wanted to say statistics, we can look. Men benefit more from marriage than women do.
I don't want to go there because I know what you
because it's a broader well-being discussion. It's not just a strictly financial one.
Yes, but that's the thing.
Speaking of a broader well-being discussion, Don One comes in with $1.99. He says, "Flow State said to make anecdotal fallacies." Ha 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 ha.
That's
and
why
then
I'm not reading
also
it.
comes in with the $1.99. He says, "Fatty is alluding to the end." Claps. There you go. Back to you.
I'm talking about you doing things that probably are not your best interest, but are in the best interest of society. In the end of the day, those people in Ukraine they don't want to go to war; they want to live too. Why do I have to stay? Like
you don't think a good marriage is in everybody's best interest?
No, it's on the best interest of society. A really good marriage is an average marriage. Absolutely not. Is literally to make sure that society like pillars are in place and the next generation is going to benefit.
And I hate society as much as probably anybody on this panel, but a society and the individual, what benefits one usually benefits the other.
No.
In a loose degree.
I get it, Flo. Let me give you an example. I am 43 years old and I'm married. Probability that I'm going to buy a motorcycle because I like motorcycles is very low. Because I'm doing what's right for my family. I'm not going to get on that motorcycle and then put my actually livelihood in danger or actually have something that might happen to me and all my kids and my family are out there. And we tell these all the time, man. No, but there's flow. But that's how most men are, including myself. We are configured like that. Don't go ahead and commit risks. Be very prudent, be very responsible, because that's what you like to do, because the people that are around you, your family is going to work, your wife is going to work, your kids are going to work.
Your own internal anxieties have driven you to change yourself that much in response to the marriage. That's your own internal problem.
No, that's my job.
Go buy a motorcycle.
But that's the point. Is my job. I'm being selfish, and I'm okay with that shit. I'm okay with Flo. I'm okay with my wife coming to me and said, "What you're doing is very selfish and extremely irresponsible." I think that's how it should be. I think people should actually come to men and say, "Do you are committing like just because you want to have a little bit of fun, you are making something that can put your livelihood at risk. Don't do that." But on the other side, and this is why feminism come in, I want people to go to a woman and to say, "Hey, I know you are not happy right now. but just stick with it and make sure everything is good. I don't want that. Go get it, girl. If you aren't happy, go get a new one. I don't want that for both parties. Isn't that fair? Actually, that is fair.
And this brings me back to the original premise, though. I think it is fair, and I think that's the way the world is for the vast majority of people. The things that you just quoted, or Glenn was talking about with the always believe a woman, that shit is a very small, isolated pocket of discussion. It's not reflective of our real life. So when you let that take up too much worldview, that is feminism.
Yes, but on the West, no. On the West, no. On the West, you are not raising this woman to those rights for society. Absolutely not.
I am.
What'd you say?
I want to make sure nobody wants to hop off panel before we go into full.
No, I want to stay.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'll head.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thanks for having me on, Sarah. I love you to pieces. It's fantastic. And good to see your cast of characters. I know everybody here because of your show. So a really good discussion, really good topic. It's really interesting. Our society is undergoing change, constant change. And when constant is change. So I'm happy to come back any old time, Sarah. You're great. Don't let Rob get you. My buddy Rob, don't let him get you.
Well, tell him how many viewers we had tonight.
Yeah, I will. All right, everybody.
I think we almost hit 100. Thank you so much,
Rachel.
Rachel. I appreciate you. And I believe Nightbot's got yous, got Neo's, got Neve now, got Fatty. So Nightbot's got all of you. So yeah. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for
Rachel.
here. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.
Rachel.
Neo.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off too. Because I've been on a computer for like 13 hours now.
I feel you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thanks for having me, Sarah. I haven't been on in a while. It's good chatting with everybody here, although it can get a little contentious. It's still a really good time, Fatty, I enjoyed talking to you. Neve, Flow State, you know what I mean? I just want to say in closing that we're all on our own like personal hero's journey. At the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to happen to us, some just, some not, and we have to sort of hold ourselves to a higher standard on what we want to do, whether we're pre-programmed, like Fatty said, or we kind of escape that programming and we start doing our own thing. We still have agency and we have choice. You don't have to end up being a cog. You can do better. And when I mean do better, I don't mean men be better. I mean you for yourself, your own personal life, whether you have children or you have a wife or, you have people that you care about and you're taking care of. There is always another way. You don't have to succumb to the darkness all the time. And Sarah, thanks for having me on again. And everybody take care of yourselves, man.
Yes, thank you, Neo. I'm so glad you resurfaced for this one.
This was for you, Sarah. This was for you.
That's love.
Brother Neo's podcast. Check it out if you want. If not, it's all good. Deuces.
Yep, and it has been dropped too as well. Thank you, Neo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Flow State, Fatty, Neve, you've got backstage. We've got Princess, Caucasian, Sasquatch, Grid One Motors, and Glenn Lawrence all back to take it on. Are you all ready?
Let's go.
Are we ready?
And Flo, let me just tell you one thing since we're going to get into the conversation, right? For example, even your sexuality, right? I be called gay multiple times on my show just because I advocate for men actually doing that shit. Like, look at how, for example, a woman becoming a lesbian is so accepted to the point where she can literally go back and become hetero again and then become and nobody says nothing. But if a man does it, everybody goes to shit. He's going to be ridiculed, shamed, and all that, right? Like, this is a very, in my opinion, good metric for what society is about. Like, when men stray, nobody wants stray dogs. Nobody. The government doesn't want stray dogs. Society doesn't want stray dogs. If men go their way, they call them, oh my God, why you guys going their own way? Go ahead and go deal back to woman. Like, men don't have, and it's kind of indoctrination too, but men don't have this type of go ahead and do you, brother. You got this. And even if you believe in that, the amount of times that you have to tell that to a man so we can live this type of mentality is so bad that I literally said to our people, we are one blowjob away from the plantation. And that's reality.
Release the Kraken!
So now he has like women we can look up to as well. Oh, I guess.
Hi. You're back. All right. I think he's talking to somebody else real quick. But yeah. All right. Now it's open floor. No timer. No nothing. Gloves off. Have fun, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
I got a tomato on my face.
Oh,
my point, these men are not helped by having their broad strokes, maybe a little bit true sometimes, prejudiced worldview against women supported and encouraged. It's actually harming them because they're looking at the women that they probably don't get as enemies, even though that's not really what they want. Women are bad. Women are trying to take all your money. Women want to take you to court. Blah 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 blah. Women are going to cheat on you with all your friends.
Hold on. Hey, slow down. I just got back. I wasn't paying any attention. I had the stream muted, so I didn't hear what you said.
Sounds like a personal problem.
There's a lot of things he says that I always say sounds like a personal problem.
Do you normally enter panels without any context or any sort of like audio grounding and what's going on? Is that happen?
Well, I was fucking invited, dumbass, so I showed up.
It was kind of rude of you to have shown up to something and then not even taken the time
to invite me.
The title
Sit
of
back,
the stream.
shut up, hang on your testicles, and we'll
That
take a
is so
ride. How about that?
It is so rude.
So flow state. I'm sorry, man. I didn't hear what you were saying to begin with, so I was trying to kind of get a frame of reference for what you were saying. Can you run me by that again?
Like literally just now, I was saying that I don't think men are helped. Young men who are having issues with women are not helped by having this paradigm enabled in which they're being told that women hate you, marriage is for women, they're going to take you to court, they're going to take you all your money, you're going to lose everything. That narrative and that mindset, is not true. Huh?
Didn't that kind of happen to you though?
No, I mean, I've been divorced and it went well in my favor. I've had all these things happen. They all played out well for me.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I just talked to a lot of people. I have to.
You plan for war in times of peace. I will every time I will tell my sister be careful with men. Absolutely, it's a zero-sum game. If they get sex from you, they won. If you get the wallet from them, you won. I literally tell them that. That's my approach. Be careful of men. One second. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Throughout history, we always put the tools to our woman to protect themselves from men. All the time, every time, we still do it. So why can't we do the same thing on the opposite side? Why can't you say to the fellas, hey, man, if you get a little bit money, just be careful. This might happen. This person might take the shit away from you. Why can't we do that to women?
It becomes a self-inflicted wound at some point.
So me preparing for war in times of peace is me literally practicing war
and thinking that there's ninjas in the trees is a problem. At some point, you're not preparing for war in a realistic way. You're guaranteeing war by setting up your worldview in which that is the enemy when it should not be.
So Flo, which tribe is better prepared for war? The one that lives in bliss, like you are suggesting, and doesn't think about what might happen wrong and all that, or the one that actually makes the necessary preparedments for something that might go down, even though we might never come?
The guy who's coming with confident, not worried about that, is going to have the most success. If you're worried about that, I think you're spelling failure from the beginning.
What the fuck is confidence? Tom Brady tried to fucking get divorced.
I really like this.
I'm coming in with the
Tom Brady confidence? Is he confident enough?
I'm coming in with the confidence and saying Don Juan comes in with $1.99. Patriarchy entered the chat, not with issues. LOL. Thank you, Don Juan. Go ahead.
Princess, do you think Tom Brady doesn't have confidence?
You're not Tom Brady though. We're talking about the average person, and so if you're Tom Brady, you might want to get a prenup. But we're not talking about. That's not the average person. The average person does not need to be worried about that.
That was not the question.
It should be going in.
That's not the question.
I mean, dude, I let you talk, man. I've listened.
Hey, Sarah, where can I get Coke so I can get to speed up the conversation real quick? Is any dealer, anybody on the chat?
Calm down.
You're too slow. It's okay, man.
Keep going, Grid.
Yeah.
Can you say me?
So when 80% of divorces are filed for by women, it's something like 50% of those are because they just aren't into it anymore. There's no real reason given. That seems like maybe men should be a little more cautious about how and why they enter into relationships. and screen their women a little more carefully, and maybe with the amount of SA cases that are filed every year, a lot of them fraudulently against men, it seems like maybe just a little bit of care should be taken. Are you saying that you just want to whip around with your dick out everywhere and just roll with the tide? Is that what we're saying? I mean, I'm not really sure what I'm hearing.
That's what you want to hear because it's easier to argue.
No, I'm literally trying to get to what you're saying, because you're saying, on the one hand, you're saying, hey, just don't fucking worry about it. If you don't worry about it, it won't happen. If you do worry about it, you're fucking scared of shit. And I'm saying, I don't know, man. I mean, the stats seem to bear out that there is a reality there that you should listen to.
So the file for divorce is a fantastic example of where the worldview comes into play. You saw that, and you think men need to be more careful of women. I saw that, and I think this might be a good explanation for why men are losing custody cases, because who files first is at a massive advantage in the divorce.
Always women.
I filed first. I mean, it's not always women. But,
mostly, yeah.
Oh, you filed first? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Cool.
And it's kind of funny that you're bringing again to your personal point of view. A lot of times
that's because I think that's the issue with this paradigm. I think that most of us, I think it's the same for you, Fatty. I bet that in your real life, you have good interactions with 99% of women that you encounter.
No, absolutely, but none of them were my wife.
You're married.
Okay.
I am married.
Wait, hold on. You're married.
I am married.
Are you?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I thought you just said you were.
No. It was probably me being sarcastic. But let's go back to the base level, right, Flo? Because I want to test your. Give me just a second. If it's just one question.
Fatty, that was great.
I just have one question for Flo, right? Flo, are you okay with we as men tell to our sisters, mothers, and daughters, be careful with these men because they want to hustle you out of your panties? Are you okay with it?
This one's for you, Tomato.
So you see what I'm talking about?
But
you are making no, Flo, stop that.
That is the universal reality. Not every woman is trying to trick you out of your bag.
But that's Flo. Did you have?
Yeah, that's the point. It's not the same. That's the point.
No.
Constantly, women are banging broke dudes. Money is not the primary driver.
Flo, respectfully, right? Respectfully, if you are okay with us doing a blanket generalization, right, about these men want to hustle you out of your pennies, I think men have the right to go to other men and to say, hey, brother, I know it might not be whole, but some woman want to get you for foodie dates, someone want to get your wallet, someone kids from you because you look good enough and you're tall enough. I think we are okay with telling them without sounding like a pessimist. Oh my God, you're going to get divorced. Isn't that very healthy?
Fatty, to your point, I've actually told my son since he was 11 never to be alone with little girls ever.
Oh, come on!
Definitely never be alone with two little girls.
Why are you vilifying your kids?
And you know what, Flo? You know what, Flo?
You're vilifying your kids. Why are you doing that?
Where girls lied and tried to get him into trouble, but because he was never alone with them and there were other witnesses, he didn't actually get into trouble. So while I enjoy listening to you talk about how your life is so perfect,
it sounds like you don't trust yourself.
And the statistics show that women overwhelmingly file for divorce first. They overwhelmingly have no reason for that divorce other than that they just don't feel good anymore. And so men should probably protect themselves.
How many men on this panel have had a woman file for divorce against them?
Well, I've only been married once, so.
I had the woman try to put the kid on me. Should I tell other men to be careful with this?
Whether or not this is a big terrifying event that we need to watch out for, even though it's happened to none of us, and those of us who have been divorced, I filed first. And I'm thinking by Glenn's silence that he filed first too.
So Flo, I got the vasectomy because a woman tried to put a kid on me. Should I go to other men and say, hey fellas?
How does she force you to have a kid? I'm curious.
It was a princess. She had the very like a lot of string on her legs. She squeezed me. So now that we got that out of the way, should I go to other men? Sir, respectfully, stop. Should I go to I know you're moving too fast. You need to calm down, sir. No, it's because you're moving. It's because you're moving. It's because you're moving too fast, princess.
You were very fair.
So the question, Flo, is, since I went through it, because that's your logic, I've been through it, so I talk about it, and you guys weren't like you didn't have that experience. Should I go around going on panels and say, man, be very careful because this woman tried to set you up and tried to put kids on you. Be careful with your semen. Should I do that? Should I do that?
I probably agree with what Francis is freaking out about. No, you should.
Princess, we are not
one
here.
One at a time.
No,
like,
yeah, I'm just talking over you, Fatty, because you're not making any sense. I'm trying to make a good point here.
No, you should not snip your balls because you had a bad experience with a woman. No, you should not encourage other men to sniff their balls. I think that was an overreaction on your part, and you're encouraging other men to take similar overreactions.
I never said men to get vasectomies ever.
I'm going to carry the thought into what Grid One is saying by teaching his kids to just never put themselves in a situation with another woman one-on-one. Is it because you don't trust yourself? Like, that situation doesn't make sense. You're prepared for the absolute worst.
Don't trust
Generally speaking, in those situations when people are just kind of, doom casting every single possible situation, you tend to assume some sort of guilt or shame in that person rather than somebody who just conducts themselves. I'll tell you how normal people feel, right? That's what you look like when you say,
I'm put myself in a situation. I'm the most normal. Put myself in another situation.
Okay, Redneck Mario, I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. Redneck Mario, stop talking. Redneck Mario, stop talking. Redneck Mario, stop talking. Just shut up.
The fucking dog. I am the most. I am the most normal person in this entire conversation.
Okay. You walked into a conversation.
Congratulations. That's not saying much.
Everyone is being activated. It's so fucking great.
You're on a YouTube panel, retard. Pipe down. You walked into a men's conversation talking about women, okay? I don't know what to tell you. It's just not a very normal thing.
And you just babble. So stop it.
Okay. Well, I think if you address the things that I'm saying and actually study your topics around the topic, then if you actually did enough research to research the title of the panel, if you research the title of the panel that you're going on to before, people would respect you more. Respect you. Research glasses without glare. You look like a retard with your light flashing into your glasses like that. You can't even see 2 feet in front of you.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Now, listen, the two of you. I play mommy all day long. Don't make me be mean mommy tonight, too.
Mama.
If you can't play along well, I'm just going to start muting the both of you, and I won't give a fuck at that point.
What is
play nice? Play nice by way of at least you can hold up. You're doing it to me now. You can talk all the shit you want. Just don't talk over each other, because all it sounds like is the whole time. Okay? And stand by for just 1 second. I have somebody backstage whom I don't know. So we're just going to put an overlay up. And to this person, who are you?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
He's probably
he's not a porn bomber.
It's Rant.
Rant,
it looks like it says.
Hello?
R-A-N-T. Anybody know Rant?
Yeah, I know Rant. He's not a porn bomber.
Are you sure it's not Princess Balls that he left on his purse before he got to this panel? No.
I'm not. I don't know what that question was asking.
I think it was an insult at me, but you kind of muddled your
words.
No.
I apologize. It's my bad. It was me. It was too much.
You guys know each other? Have you met each other before?
Never.
No.
Sorry. It was the patriarch that made me do it. Go ahead.
Well, Don Juan came with the $1.99. He said, Sarah, Lindsay is getting tea. Frappuccino for me. Yes, I'll take a coffee as well. Thank you. Back to you, panel.
Batty, I'm just curious. Do you have what's your take on the age of consent?
Well, that's quite the turn.
What does that mean? I think you should follow the law.
Someone sent me a clip that was a little suspicious. That's all I'm going to say.
I think you should follow the law. I think if the age of consent on your state is 18, you should do it. I think if it's 16, you should stay there. I think if it's 25, you should say that. Follow the law so you don't get into trouble. Any more questions, sir?
I think that paints a picture for me.
How old is your sister?
And you're not on camera.
I just want to know how old is your sister, by the way.
I have a couple of questions.
I don't have any siblings.
You don't have it? Okay. I just want to make sure.
Parents,
What
cousins.
if I did? Let's say I had a 21-year-old sister. What
What family member do you have that we can fuck? Is what he's asking.
What size of titties? Like, can you give me a bra size?
B cup.
Okay. If she has a fat booty, she's going 22, right? Yes, she's good to go. Any more questions?
That's all it takes. Okay, good enough.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, sir. If you have more, questions, let me know. Okay, Princess. If you have more questions, let me know, Princess. You got this, Princess. Go ahead. If you have more questions, let me know.
No more follow-ups. That paints a picture for me. Follow the law, even if it's below 18. Got it.
I have a
wait, what?
18, your magic number. Only 5 states in the union set 18 is the legal age of consent. Why is that?
So you don't want people to follow the law, sir?
Well, I'm saying the law.
No, I'm talking to you, Grid. I'm talking with Princess. What's the problem with the law, Princess?
I think people should follow the law. That's not where I would say. That's not where I draw my morals from.
If you have a problem with that shit, go to your local constitution, whatever, court, and change that shit. It's not my problem. Follow the law. I didn't make the laws. Go ahead to your local politician and change that shit. Why are you venting to me? Fatty, what's supposed to be the age of consent, Fatty?
Law is 16. You should not follow that law. I'll make myself very clear.
Okay, sir. So you know what? So go talk with your local politician. I have nothing to do with that shit.
They should get rid of the age of consent and only have the age of adulthood. And a minor cannot be able to give consent for anything. They should have their parent have to give consent.
Oh,
okay, Sneeko.
My kid's old enough to have sex now? Come on.
No, I'm not saying that you're no parent's going to give their kids consent. I'm saying the kids.
There are some weird fucking parents out there.
Okay, but I'm just saying kids should not be able to give consent to have sex when they're a minor and they're still dependent upon their parents for their livelihood. I'm sorry, you should not be able to give.
Well, then you have all sorts of 30-somethings out here not allowed to have sex.
Good. There's a lot of 30-somethings that shouldn't have kids.
There are already those out there anyways, though.
The problem with that, Glenn, is you're setting up bad parents to send their kids to R. Kelly because they think they are grown enough. You don't want that. Like the laws are to protect us from the dumbest of us, not the smarter of us.
Whatever the law is, if it's 18 that you're adult, then that's 18 when you could fuck. Okay, you can't fuck when you're younger than 18.
That's fair.
You know, you don't get the I could give consent now. No, you're still under your parents' guardianship. Then no, you have to be.
Now tell us how the Bible is the word of God, but everybody in there violated that.
Legal age.
Because God disagrees with your decision.
If you're not an adult, then you shouldn't be able to give consent to have sex. Simple as that.
I can't bring it back on track. I think we're talking about divorce. I don't know if we want to.
No, you brought that up, sir. You brought that up. Let's stay right here.
I'll do it.
No, let's stay right here.
I will. Let me finish, Fatty. I think we should increase the age of consent because people are getting.
And by the way, why don't you tell the person that sent you that video to pull up on the panel? Why don't you tell the bitch that sent you that video to pull up on the panel? Why are you doing that dirty job? Are you there, bitch?
I just thought it was interesting.
You said somebody send me. You said somebody send me a video. Somebody send me a video. Why are you doing their dirty job? Are you their bitch of the person that sent you? Why don't you tell them to pull up?
I'm somewhat of an investigative journalist. They sent me a clip.
You are an investigative journalist,
and I want to get your opinion on it. Yeah.
Dave, you know what you should do? You should open your ass and investigate that shit. Like I don't know what you.
What am I gonna find in there?
Respectfully, I don't know what you try to get to, but now you talk about this. Let's stay over there.
Got a crush on process.
I mean, you made your answer very clear.
Open your ass.
I'm sure you want to see that, but I'm going to keep that on my OnlyFans page. Maybe subscribe there.
All right, go back to the divorce stuff so that we don't get too far down a bad rabbit hole that ends up getting me canceled completely.
What kind of I have a question for Fatty in the process.
Fuck, iFi's here.
Have you read Aquinas? Maybe that's what you're missing out on, fellas.
Leave that man alone.
Should I know what that is?
Leave that man alone.
Kind of a running inside panel joke, I guess you could say. I'll show you. Let's see. There we go. Flow state. You read Aquinas yet? Don Juan.
I've never read Aquinas, and I already hate Aquinas because of Don Juan.
Well, I kind of like the fact that you've never read Aquinas and don't plan on it because
never will.
Because Don Juan will always ask.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true too.
Yes.
Keep asking, Don. Keep asking.
He asks me all the time too.
Also, Fatty, I sent you a text earlier. Didn't you read it?
Shut up, I find. Nobody cares about your fucking text
Shut
messages.
up, Flo. No
He's
one cares
ignoring
about
you
your...
because you're obnoxious.
I already told you to stop sending me nudes, sir. I'm not gay.
Okay. Well, the answer is weak
Win. That's nothing but
by
fucking win right there.
average
W's in the chat for Fatty. That deserves a win.
Oh, and I kind of found out. And I kind of found out to actually send you the age of consent shit. This was a guy that I literally expelled from my Discord 2 weeks ago. So it was very okay to be on my panel and on my shit. All of a sudden, now he says, "Go ahead and send him the age of consent." Go ahead.
The question is not whether or not you kicked him out, but whether or not you kicked him out because he was right. That's the question.
No, it's because I saw him saying very like racially charged and sensitive things in a predominantly black space.
It's probably Joe Cool.
Racist.
No, it's somebody that works for Chaotic actually. So you kind of understand what he probably
I should
said.
have guessed, man. I should
Wow.
have said that.
Yes.
Flow contradictions. I find read Aquinas as well, please. Thank you, Don Juan, for the $1.99.
Tid 4. I'll get right on that.
Fatty, are you a snowflake by any chance?
No.
No,
a little triggered.
I'm like
externally.
A little triggered.
I'm talking internally. Like, are you a sensitive, like, beta male vagina?
Yes, my 10-inch dick makes me very insecure. Yes. You
Okay,
caught
good.
me. You caught me, sir. Now what?
Humble too.
Yeah,
Very humble.
yeah,
obviously.
That's
Like, I don't know what you guys like. What are you guys trying to
like a
accomplish
mouse
right now?
You know what I'm
I don't-
saying? You're a big dude, but you talk like a mouse. You know what I mean? And you sound like a beta male.
You can't even come up. Hey,
You're
show me
rude,
your
right?
alpha male face. Come up.
You've been up here the whole time, right?
No,
You ain't said
no,
anything
no,
about male inequity.
No talking. I concede to you.
Besides
I am a
Glenn
beta.
and Grid One
Show your
Motorsports,
alpha male jaw
nobody has
right now.
mentioned anything about male inequality because
Sir,
you've had a
cam
bunch of
up so you can show us your
feminized
alpha male jaw.
on the panel.
Nobody can hear you, dude. You
Cam
gotta
up so
talk
you
like
can
a
show
man.
us your alpha male jaw. You
I
talk,
can't hear you over my own voice.
Sir, you are right. My voice is not the more
weak.
masculine.
It's
Like
feminine.
it's
Tap
fine,
in,
right?
bro.
But I need to see your face so we can actually make sure that.
Are you
everything is-
gay?
And Rand, you gotta listen to yourself on
Okay.
playback sometimes. You just
Why do you want to see my face?
Hey, Rand, you know how you sound? You sound like this. Hello, Fatty. You have a very beta male voice. Like, are you
do.
constipated? Like, what's going on?
You
with
got a beta male voice.
And what if I have? What is the problem? Are you trying
I'm
to
just
date me?
saying.
Are you trying to date
but
me?
Rand,
No, right?
you haven't
just
heard
saying.
yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Like, he talks like he's like. What is the
I'm
problem?
just saying, Fatty. I'm just saying.
And what does my voice has to
And
do
you
with whatever
and you
is up
even
and
put
down?
bass in your voice if you tried.
Well,
Why
I
not?
can put, I can hold up. I can put bass in my voice. Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Glenn, watch Voice of Reason defeat Dr. James White.
Why does
Glenn's
Don
not
Juan
even
make suggestions?
Bro, Neve sounds more masculine than you, bro.
And
You
I'm
gonna
just
let him
saying.
say that, Fatty?
I mean,
do you
I
know
mean, I love
that?
talking to a fatty, but you have a higher pitched voice than fatty, so you can't talk.
I'm back.
I still don't understand. Like, are you guys attracted to me, but my voice throws you off? Like,
I was
what's
just
going on?
roasting you.
Like, what is this fixation with my voice? If my voice was more masculine, would
I'm
you
just
like?
saying. You sound
want
like a feminist, snowflake, beta male cuck, and that's the problem
Okay.
with the
So
world
now
today.
do you want to sit on my lap? Is that what you want?
Oh my.
I'll beat
Grid,
you up.
were you
I'm not
starting
gonna
to say
sit on
something a
your
minute
lap.
ago before everything
you
devolved
beat me
into
up.
this
Wait.
bullshit?
Will.
You know what's
I
funny?
don't fucking remember. I
Why,
laughed
why
too
does
hard.
these masculine
Well, if
males?
you remember it, I'd probably rather hear it than watch this cycle and spin for ever and ever and ever, which it will, unless we start talking through it.
entertaining, but it's
I'd
losing
rather
its
hear about
power.
I just wanted to make sure that how is
It's like
how am
salt.
I?
Anyway,
A little
I'm
bit
done with
is
you,
good,
Fatty. I have a
but
question
too
for
much of
another
it, like a
panel.
No. How am I the
You've had
beta
enough
male?
time to speak, and you've said nothing
All
of
I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right,
Well-
listen, let's shut the fuck up. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say it again. I'm just going to start putting you in the backstage if we keep talking over each other. I love the roasting, but we still need to do it one at a time. Be mindful, because all the people can hear you like that. That's what you all sound like right now. So be mindful when you're talking over each other to not. Thank you.
I'd like to propose a question to some panelists, if that's okay.
Yes, thank God.
I'm just curious. I don't know where I'm curious about, like, where we're kind of coming from. So if anyone just want, like, if anyone wants to give, like, kind of experience with maybe dating or the red pill, or like what kind of, is anyone just coming here from like their most personal anecdotes, or is anyone pulling some research? I'm just like wondering, where's everyone kind of coming from? Does anyone want to address that first? Flow State.
I am coming primarily from anecdotal experience, but also having been around the panels for a long time, I've recognized a pattern, which is that men who pull too much data and who walk around with all the statistics about what women do in their heads, they're the problem. I have far more issues with those dudes than I do with women at all, ever. I pass.
Grid, were you waving your hand, or were you like making a motion?
Yes. I was just saying that I have something to say. And then the Caucasian Sasquatch over there was waving his hands. So I figured we'd wave at each other. If we're going to act like a bunch of fucking idiots, I'm going to act like a bunch of fucking idiots. I mean, come on.
Let's do it.
That's right, Ingrid.
Sasquatch to you, and then Grid.
Seriously.
Or Grid, whichever.
First?
We haven't heard from Sasquatch a whole lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, the princess, whatever. I have to.
You can call me Prawn for short if you want.
Prawn, or whatever.
Big
but here's the thing. I've been married a long time. Been married 19 years, coming up on 20. 2 kids. Coached a lot of men, young men through life, in business, in various activities, that sort of thing. Watched men have train wrecks. I can't tell you the number of men I fired because their women literally got them fired. And
were they the men that you coach on women?
I try not to coach men on women too much because women are weird, and everybody has a different type. And I couldn't call a woman for you. Like I couldn't say, oh yeah, Flo, that's going to be the.
I like skinny blonde psychos.
Why would you fire somebody on the wife out of curiosity? Why would push you to fire someone like that?
I'm sorry, that was muffled. Who said that?
So why would you fire one of your employees over their wives?
I didn't say why.
Turn down the gain on your mic a little bit. You're clipping out.
Anyways, great.
Okay.
The reason that they would get fired is because, and I have this whole theory about dating, which we don't need to get into, but these women would call. Well, all right, so it's an interesting thing that men have a work ethic for the most part, and they will do work, and they will go to work, and they will stay. And I would come out, and I'd say, hey, man, I need 3 guys to work 3 or 4 hours over tonight. You're going to get paid, time and a half, or a lot of times I'd pay double time. And I just need you to be here. I need you to get the job done. They'd say, yep, got it. No problem. I would literally watch them call or text their girlfriend or whoever at the time, whatever they're dating. And without fail, at least one of them would get an angry phone call about how dare they not come home, not leave them alone all by themselves, all this kind of shit, when this guy's just trying to take care of his bills. This guy, this is hard currency that we're paying here. We're not,
maybe he has a commitment already.
Huh?
I mean, it is foreseeable that he agreed to work, but actually should not have.
Maybe they have plans or whatever, but that's not, again, I would put that.
Is the wife working?
I'm sorry. If you want,
that doesn't matter though. Ignore the question because it's irrelevant.
Go ahead. I'll ask later.
So anyway, by about the 3rd or 4th phone call in an hour, and it's distracting him from work, I'd have to let him. I'd give him a warning, and the next time it happened, they had to go because we're there to do work. I'm not there to watch a guy fight with his girlfriend on the phone.
The man is the problem, though. If he's gonna let his relationship be run like that,
phone off is what he should do. He should have the balls just turn the phone off.
Right, exactly. So this is the man's problem. This is not a women are bad problem.
Well, the women have bad behavior. The man is just allowing that behavior to continue.
that's why the woman has
You
that
can't
behavior.
blame the man.
That's why it could affect you at all.
blame the man for the man's
All of
behavior,
this is
and
true.
I
Y'all
did
are
because
not
I didn't
disagree.
fire her. I fired him.
Wait, can I ask a clarifying question? In your scenario, is the guy, is this unpaid extra work the guy's doing, or is he like getting overtime for doing this extra
Yeah,
work?
he just said it's overtime. He just said it's overtime. Sometimes
I just
double.
want to clarify.
No,
Sorry.
it was already clarified.
Yeah,
The
I would
man's
pay
typically
them
is
time and a
funny.
half or double time. I mean, I was a pretty good employer. I was very hard to work for, but I paid you well. So,
Well, sounds like it. You feel you fire men for their ladies' shit, which is really weird. But I think that men's duty to their family exceeds the amount of money they bring home for bills. I think it actually includes their actual presence and being there. Wouldn't you agree?
It depends.
Some situations, yes.
no.
The
A
man
woman that
has
has
not
no
had
money.
any
Okay, sorry. So do you think that we have a issue in society with men being absent of the home, like single parent households and men not being around? Do you think
We're
that
not
could be
talking
more
about
from
being
them being
absent every day of the week. We're talking about him
No, but
working extra time.
You're contributing to that
bills
issue.
to
You're contributing to that
benefit
issue.
his girlfriend, and
You're
his
contributing to that
girlfriend getting
issue.
pissed off about it. I don't even know if half these dudes even lived with the girls that were giving them shit. My problem
Okay.
wasn't with the girl. I don't give a shit about her activities.
It
I only
was when you
cared about
brought it
the
up, yeah.
dude who would
It sounds
answer
like we need
the
to know more about
phone
the situation.
on time.
Yeah.
And I
Your
would
point of
literally
bringing this up is to
fire
sort of
men
vilify some sort of
Well, I mean, this is
caricature of a
perfectly
woman
illustrates my example.
dare
The
ask this
feminism
man to,
thing
like,
is
come home and take care of his family.
it's a misattribution. Your problem is with dudes who can't figure out who's going to make the decisions in their life. It's
Right.
not females' fault. This doesn't.
Those are most relationships. Most relationships.
Yeah,
are
I mean,
dependent
I
on
didn't
woman
say
money.
that I had anything against. I said women are crazy. We agreed on that point. And then I said the problem is that they would
So are
call.
men.
Yeah, well,
Wait,
some
can I-
are.
can I-
You have to you have to talk with
I wanna
both.
get-
You have to talk,
Is
with
it-
the
wait.
man and say you have to talk with the man and say, hey, you should do what's best for your family, and you should talk with the woman and says, hey, stop being selfish and do what's best for your family.
Well,
too.
again, I would
This
give
is
them
this
one
is a-
warning.
Yeah.
I would
Like,
give them one warning. Hey, dude, I just noticed that for the last hour, you've been on the phone 3 or 4 times arguing with your woman on shop time. We're not even supposed to. So I should have just fucking fired him because the rule is that
Let me ask you
no
a question.
phones while
Yeah,
you're
I feel
on
like
the
that's the
phone.
issue. It should be a no phone thing. Maybe they're pussies for answering their girlfriends.
Phones on the floor. But this
So
was
I just understand this.
Let's throw
This
something
is
in detail of fact. Let's say this guy had a child that had been born with some type of malformity or something, and you know that he's stressed out. He agreed to work, but something's going on. Are you going to fire him because he's, having some personal troubles, or are we talking about a crackheaded Susie from down the street? I mean,
if we want to dig into there were multiple examples, but typically what I would have is I would have a dude in his mid-20s dating a girl, not married, sometimes not even living together.
okay, I get you. I hear you. All right.
And he would literally just, every time the phone would ring, he'd pick it up. And if he didn't pick it up, she'd call 5 times, and then he'd pick it up. And then he's like, hey, I can't, I got to work. And he's getting yelled at. And I'm like, dude, you got to put the phone down. We got shit to do. This is, I don't want to be here till 9 o'clock tonight. Right. And I give him one warning.
How many men just had happen? Like, what percentage of men was this issue with?
That happens with men all the time. If they work,
I'm asking Greg because this is personal experience. I'm asking.
Yeah, over the 15 years, I probably fired 2 guys a year doing it.
Every man on this panel had the girl saying that you either work too much or you work you need to work more.
Okay, actually, I want to ask that because I want to see. I agree. You should not be answering your phone during work hours. That's bad. Some of these people sound like they're a little bit of pussies.
And let me give you a little bit more context. This was.
Can I ask one quick question? It's a quick yes or no. Do you think it's unreasonable for? I'm gonna put it in a marriage. Let's say you're in a more serious partnership, not a casual one. Let's say you're in a marriage. Do you think it's reasonable for the woman to be upset that the woman is working if she doesn't want him to? Like, is that a reasonable expectation to have with a partner?
I'm
sorry. Your question confused me. Because
it's way too broad. There's a bazillion different scenarios in which it is or isn't. That's a dumb question. Next.
Well, I disagree with full sake because it sounds like the most panel says that is unreasonable. And I'm saying there's no reason. They're just like, I really want to spend time with you, babe. I thought we are gonna have a date night tonight. I really don't want to work overtime. Can you not do that? Would that be unreasonable? I would think no. That's reasonable.
That's reasonable, but that's the problem. Men are conditioned to do what the woman wants because they don't want to lose the woman. That's the point. You have to reframe the woman and put her in a position where she understands you're not going to get what you want sometimes. But it's reasonable for her to ask the husband, I thought you were going to have a date. I want to spend more time with you. Please, like, can you not take so many hours? But the problem is a lot of women divorce men because they don't work enough and they don't bring enough money. So now you're on a catch.
Actually, I want to talk about this because most women divorce because a lot of men work and women work also, and then men don't help out the house, and women end up doing housework and homework, and men don't do any homework. That's a huge reason for why divorces are happening.
God!
You disagree with that? No,
I disagree with that. Yeah,
I disagree with that too.
You think most men are doing housework at home after they're finished work?
I think any man that has raised himself to an adult period in his life has had to do his own housework, or he's not a man.
That fucking dude right there. Exactly.
That's
Elite Daily.
Was this supposed to be brought up, Glenn?
This was about the divorce. Why? This is like the current...
Elite Daily. What kind of gay publication is this?
It doesn't matter. This is what they want to publish.
This is propaganda.
This is what they're promoting.
This is why I said the men's rights and feminists are the same fucking thing. Only those two groups would think that this is a legitimate publication.
It does.
This is very unserious.
It's funny you guys just easily dismiss the fact that they are writing this.
Glenn, this is what's underpinning your opinion. Sorry for not taking it seriously. It's so unserious.
So a woman writing this article.
Let me pull up a BuzzFeed article and then let's discuss it. Like what?
Comment, it's serious. But it's like, which one? What are you determining what is serious and what's not serious?
How you underpin your opinions, the way you actually convey your information.
I just pointed out an article. I just pointed out an article. You didn't even let me point out what
I said earlier. You can roll one extreme example into a crowd and say that group is doing this, and somebody like Glenn will take it and run with it.
It's like, look, there's an article, right, where some woman is promoting to using marriage like it's a job.
Proves nothing.
It proves that they have that's the mindset that this individual has, that they decide to share with the world, that they decide to publish.
It proves that you found a crazy person with a nutty ass belief somewhere on the internet, and now you're adopting it into your.
Did I adopt
it? Flow State, and now you're contradicting your point.
Yeah, you are. That's why you're bringing it up.
I bring it up.
Flo, you were legally defending anecdotal evidence a couple of minutes ago, and now you are against anecdotal evidence.
Here's an article of some woman bragging about that she would use her marriage as the first marriage for money. So it has nothing.
So what does it prove? You say it proves that it's part of the narrative. I'm saying
it proves that there are women out there that you tell guys that they shouldn't worry about.
There are crazy fucking people everywhere
out there that guys should worry about.
I've been stabbed twice.
But Flo, how can you be for anecdotal evidence saying me, I've been through that and all that, and now Glenn pulls anecdotal evidence about somebody else and you are against it?
That's not my issue with this. That's not anecdotal evidence. That's my issue is that he's extrapolating a world reality out of one fucking crazy person.
Isn't that what you did with the divorce? I didn't ran through when I got divorced.
Just adding nuance to the discussion.
What I'm doing is that I'm saying, hey, I've been to the promised land and you're wrong about it.
Yes, but you did the same thing you said. It didn't happen to me. So you guys...
He steel-manned the red pill position and said that he is an exception of that, but he steel-manned the position.
No. He didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. So obviously he's acknowledging the nuance so we can proceed with an actual conversation. I don't know why this is so lost on you fucking retards. Like,
no.
It has to stay lost and it has to be their talking point to work.
Yes, because if he doesn't add the nuance to the discussion, you just feel like you're being gaslit. He's shutting the discussion down. That's a non-starter point.
No, because
feminism is bad. Women are bad.
No,
if you don't apply some nuance to those points when you're stating it, then you guys just shut down and flail.
No, but Neve, there's not nuance. There's literally the exception. You don't have discussions arguing the exception. I'm happy that Flow State got this result, but if I put 100, but there's the point.
It's not the exception. I asked who on this panel has had a woman.
Is not the exception.
Who on this panel has had the woman file for divorce again?
That's subjective to your beliefs.
So you,
if you use the people present as your sample size.
Flo, just the fact that you oh my god,
that mic is bad news.
Who is that?
Right? Flo,
that was Rant.
Just the fact that you filed for divorce, you are the exception. You are literally the minority already. Out without knowing nothing about you, you're already the minority.
Right. And so what is the cause?
We can pick that back up in a second. I want to answer this. What if I asked an employee to stay and the employee said, I would rather be with my girl, I don't need the money, would he still be fired? Fuck no. Anybody can turn down overtime. I don't give a shit. I had 10 employees. But if you said, yeah, I'm going to be there, I expect you to fucking show up and do work. How hard is that? Is that not a reasonable ask?
It's reasonable. I just think you're blaming the wrong party in that dynamic. But
I didn't blame the right party. I blamed the dude. But the girl was the root cause of the issue because the dude couldn't control his woman.
No, the root cause of the issue is there's always going to be people, everybody, man or woman, want to take as much authority over situations as they're allowed. Right?
Speaking of doing the hard work, Don One comes in with $1.99. He says, Glenn fell for this like he fell for Trollo. Damn. Thank you, Don Juan.
Why can't we just say both are bad? The woman's bad for bucking the boyfriend, and the boyfriend's bad for taking calls during work.
Where are you? Yeah, I don't have a dog in this fight.
Here's my point on all this. The second
no one does because we're discussing his workplace.
The second that guy realized the chick was going to be a problem at work, he should have turned off his phone or muted her ringer.
Agreed.
Not interacted with her again until the job was done or he's able to go home, because he's made the decision before he showed up that the work is more important right at this moment. If she can't handle that, they might need to work out their relationship in a different way.
What do you think is going to happen when he gets home?
Oh, it'll
still be a pussy.
No. Because I want Flow State to actually understand. Like, I agree. This is the right thing to do. The priorities work. I'm going to turn off the phone. And what happens when I get home to my wife, Caucasian Sasquatch? What happens?
You are going to have a conversation about whether or not she wants.
No. What happens? Yes, like, what is the reaction? I know my dog is going to be happy to see me. Is my wife going to be? I'm happy to be with. Like, what happens when I get home? No, what happens when I get home?
We are either making money or we are making family. If we're making money,
Fatty's honestly terrified of women. He's afraid this hypothetical woman is going to come home to.
Hey, princess.
So what you do is, the woman's going to be unhappy when you come home. But you deal with the situation.
No, that's not the point. Listen carefully, princess. Right? We are talking about human beings.
The condescension. Come on.
And what is going to happen?
You set yourself up.
Like I don't know if any of you actually.
Yeah, but he's doing it on purpose. Come on.
No, it's fine, princess. So
I've been married for 20 years.
I know you're not so dumb you can't read.
One at a time, please.
The worst thing you can do to a woman is ignore and turn off the phone. All the women on the panel might go, I'm going to say that. Communicate with me and says, I'll talk with you later.
And there are lots of them that will get over it.
Now, 1 second, Flo. So the question is, I'm going to get home, and now I have a massive fight literally waiting to happen because I know there's how women work. It is what it is, right? No, stop there.
It's opening up a boundary. It's not that hard to do.
I know it's about boundaries, sir. We know. Now I get home.
They seem pretty foreign to you. I don't know.
Can I finish?
It seems to be a you problem.
Can I finish? No, can I finish?
Can you ever though?
Yes, can I?
That's the way you're true. And right now it looks like you can't. So
no, I get home and my wife is pissed at me. Is it my fault, Flow State, that I actually prioritize my work over talking to her and cuddling her to her feelings? Is that my fault?
It's your fault that you coddled such a relationship where your wife
I'm talking about.
Unreasonable.
Didn't establish boundaries.
Point. This is the point proven. This is what I'm talking about.
No man, home and I get a blowjob.
The woman can be extremely unreasonable, and it's always my fault because I should have known better. I should have done better.
Or you can concede that feminism runs the world and you're a victim to everything and it's never your fault.
How is that being a victim? I literally turn off the phone to work.
You just got it. You just said it. You should have done better. Yes, that is accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you're coming to the hypothetical that she's going to come that you obviously you come into this where you've built no boundary beforehand. If you
can you talk slower a little bit? I'm not even joking.
I stopped interrupting you. Why don't you stop interrupting for 1 minute? Okay.
Talk a little bit slower. Just one.
Can everyone understand me? Neve, do you have any problem understanding me? Yeah,
I can understand what you're saying, Princess.
English is not my first language. I'm sorry.
You're taking this too personally.
One.
You need to take a breath. You're taking this too seriously. Just let him go.
I'm actually very.
I think Fratty's mindset is pretty clear because he's coming to the hypothetical that he hasn't established any boundaries with his partner. She's going to come in and freak out with them. If you are good at like having relationships, that would not ever come up, and it would not be the case. So there you go.
Most men and most women are going to have exactly the same reaction. This is regular. This is human beings. If I'm talking with you,
okay, there we go. It's human beings. Human beings don't like being ignored. Human beings don't like being bossed around.
You know
well, if she keeps calling, then break up with her. LOL, says Don Juan with $1.99. And that's not a bad point. If she hasn't set her, or if you've set boundaries and she continues to break them, be done with it. Then that's, it is what it is.
That being said,
it's not that easy when an emergency. That's
different. We're not.
Emergencies are different.
The house is on fire. The kids are lost. I can't find. I'm talking about like she wants some tampons when you finally do get home from work. That's not a reason to keep calling every 37 seconds.
But it's not feminism's fault that some dudes don't know how to manage relationships. That's not a feminism thing.
And when a man treats us like he's Flintstone, right? Like he's the whatever Fred Flintstone, he treats us like he's a motherfucking Neanderthal. You guys get mad because this is not the 60s anymore.
No, they love it.
Yeah, I'm a feminist.
Neanderthal, fuck over them. They don't like it, but they do.
No, the fuck the part is your little like you. The fuck the part is if a man listen to what you guys saying, what he's going to say is, oh, I need to go back to what we used before. I say, shut the fuck up and go back to the kitchen, and you do it because a real man puts his foot down, and the real man.
No, you should not do that.
Sir, relationships are not like that anymore. Your woman has 50% of the responsibility.
It's Patty and 9 straw men on this panel.
How is that a straw man?
Don't include me in that.
That's crazy. So you guys don't think that? So you guys don't think if as soon as I turn off my phone, I'm going to have a conversation?
This might paint a picture.
Fatty, I ask a question.
It's a hypothetical situation, and no, I don't think it should be that way. I don't think it is that way.
So you think my woman is going to be happy to see me? Is going to welcome me?
If you are in that sort of relationship with that sort of bitch who runs your life, she's going to be pissed. If you're not in that sort of relationship with a woman who doesn't expect that out of you,
you guys are not
in that situation in the first place.
That's crazy.
All right, we answered your question. Fatty, how many people have you dated? How much personal experience do you have?
Your mom, 2.
That's not that much experience. So
your sister and your mom, so that's 2. Want more?
Well, he won't answer it, so it's probably low.
We're Eskimo brothers.
Why would you ask me? Why would you ask me that shit? You try to be the third person. What the fuck?
It's very clear. You're coming here with no experience, and you're coming here with anecdotal evidence, and you have none to pull from. So
the example was from greed, and he's married for I don't know how many years. He wasn't even me. He was literally greed.
We just talk about yourself. If you came home,
he was greed example.
Fatty doesn't talk slow, but his words melt together like word salad.
It was not my example. It was greed example.
We just talked hypothetical about yourself for the past 5 minutes. Have you not been listening? We talking about if you came home.
I'm not married. Now I'm talking about me.
Biggity buggada bing.
Okay, then if you're not married, how are you talking about this scenario at all? Where you think you know better?
The same way I can talk about them without being an astronaut.
I've been married. Grid's been married.
Can I explain you what the moon is without going to the moon and being an astronaut?
Okay.
Can I do explode states?
You can do it.
Can I talk about the moon and say it's a rocky satellite around the Earth?
But if I've been on the moon and I'm telling you, hey, no, bro, maybe a part of the moon's like that, but the moon's not like that, and you're like, no, all of the moon is like this, then you're wrong.
And you're using anecdotal evidence, so you can't do that.
So greed and anecdotal evidence is not okay, but flow is okay, but mine is not okay.
If I've not been in the mood, I can't use anecdotal evidence about my life. No,
that is right. That is right. Because why the fuck are we positioning Grid One's unique weirdo fucking work policies as some sort of debate? Talk about. We've been screaming about it for the last 10 minutes, and I've been trying to get this back on track. But I mean, it's funny. I mean, so
Neve, go ahead. I'm ready.
I mean, he had a point though. Grid one had a serious point, and it's that society will believe anything the woman says, and the man is guilty by fucking masculinity.
I don't know. Doesn't even have a neck. How could you have an opinion? I want to hear the Undertaker talk.
Nev, can you tell me your experience of male inequality?
Your mic got cut out.
Can you tell me your experience of male inequality?
Well, let me talk to you about male inequality, okay? I think it's a really, really important topic. And when you dilute the topic with really bullshit red herring talking points about how terrible women is, we start talking about fucking...
No, I mean, in your personal experience, have you experienced male inequality?
I'm experiencing it right now.
How?
How? Well, I think that we're trying to act and posture like all of our opinions are worth the same, but they're clearly not. And I'm trying to demonstrate that in this conversation.
Well, the problem with feminism is that it starts off with a false premise that men and women are equal, which is not true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So going back to the root of the discussion, right? And if you've been listening from the beginning, you've been on this panel for too long.
I have? You've been on here the whole time and haven't said one valuable thing.
Okay, cool. You've been on this panel for too long to sort of prod a discussion about feminism with me.
I'm sorry you're angry.
Wait, feminists agree that men and women are not equal. That's the whole point of feminism.
I said you've been on this panel for too long to try and prod a discussion with me about feminism when I've been directing the conversation on men's issues this entire time.
You directing
Please allow me to clear this up. Please allow me to clear this up because this was the topic. It was based around men and trying to find solutions from the get-go of all of the things that we're finding to now be a problem due to the concept of like feminism allowing women, like basically liberating women, but feminism is not necessarily the actual talking point. It's focusing on the male portion of it.
It's almost like there's a basis to what I'm saying, Grid and Rant, whoever the fuck you are.
No, it isn't. It is not what you're saying. You keep wanting to blame
sort of objective to retacking the conversation.
Even admitting there are other fucking problems. You just
blaming.
All right.
Way back in the Babylon's corner now. Hurry, up! Come on! Get out of there!
The point is still lost on you, Greg. You're playing the blame game.
Nobody wants to hear you talk.
Listen, Neve.
I want to hear Neve talk. Go off, Neve.
But you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down. Yeah.
Settle down.
Crying right now. You can see the water welling in his eyes. You can see the water welling in his eyes.
Nobody wants to hear you talk.
No one wants to see you be emotional. Please wipe your tears. Wipe your tears and then come back to the panel, okay? Wipe your tears and then come back to the panel, okay? Good. Why are you spurging? Good, stop spurging. Good, take a breath. Stop spurging. Good, stop spurging. Good, stop spurging. Good, stop spurging. Stop spurging. Why are you spurging?
I'm not spurging. Shut the fuck up.
You're screaming right now.
Shut the fuck up.
You're screaming, Greg. Take a breath, okay?
Stop talking.
Look, if this is making you emotional, you can take a breath. That's the beautiful thing about the internet. You can just turn off. You can just turn off your camera. Okay, then leave. Then leave. I was invited. Good. I'm one of the 4 people invited to the panel. You shut up after. You leave, retard.
Stop talking.
Okay, good. It's not that serious. It's not that serious, okay? It's really not that serious. Okay, listen, just because I don't want to debate your fucking your interpersonal work bullshit, look, we want an actual conversation here.
Yeah, stop talking. Nobody, you just keep talking. Why are you talking?
Great, nothing you say is interesting.
Shut the fuck up.
Degenerate retard.
All you have to do is stop running damn mouth.
God, why are you screaming right now? You're screaming. Why are you screaming? You're spurging. I think you're taking this way too seriously, Greg. You're taking this way too seriously. Way too seriously. It's so weird. This guy makes such a drama. Dude, you're sweating. You're actually sweating. You're sweating. You're sweating. Your eyes are watering. Look, you're gonna cry. You look like you're gonna cry, Greg. It's not that serious.
What the fuck?
It's not that serious. Look at your eyes. Look at your fucking eyes. You're welling.
Look at my eyes. Look, there's no tears.
He's actually welling.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I think I'll keep talking. I think I'll keep talking, actually. I like talking. I think it's fun.
I think you do like talking too much.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so let's go back to the discussion. I'd like to center a discussion around actually solving the issues instead of framing the issue around how terrible women are. All the time, right? Interesting foundation for a conversation, Grid. Yeah, nobody can hear what you're saying. You're being drowned out. Okay, your soy boy voice is getting drowned out by mine. That probably hurts your feelings. That's okay. I mean, you seem pretty emotional right now, a little tested.
I'm not emotional at all.
Going back to the conversation, why don't we center the conversation around the people who stand to benefit from the topic being discussed? It's almost like discussing women in this context is completely irrelevant. Oh my God. Can you wrap your head around that? Is that maybe just too big of an idea for you to understand?
The stream.
Okay, then leave. Sarah, the one-on-one is a little dead when Redneck Mario doesn't want to engage. So
we can throw everybody back on if we don't want to continue the conversation.
Yeah, the Redneck Mario doesn't want to engage. He's soyed out. Redneck Mario soyed out.
I don't have anything to say to that dude.
You do have things to say. You do things have to say. You just want to talk about how cheating women are instead of debating in the conversation, right?
Grid 1 gets murderized.
Yeah, he just got murked, but that's okay. He'll go back to his.
You are still talking. This dude is not stop fucking talking.
Oh, that's awesome. Let me center the conversation because we don't want to talk about your workplace practices, right?
This dude is not stop talking the whole time.
What actionable? Let me talk to the reasonable elements of the panel, not this retard. Okay. So what actionable steps can we take from a societal perspective, or even actually from yourself, from an individual perspective? What can you do to improve your situation, to promote equality in your own circumstance? What can you do?
Single-sex schools, single-gender schools. Would that work?
Really?
That doesn't help. That doesn't help at all.
Maybe. Tell me why.
The most sheltered kids usually are the ones that lash out way more than the kids that be.
We're talking solutions right here, right?
I'm telling you that
we should be.
And that's what I'm telling you, that if you put,
I hear what you're telling me.
If you put kids during puberty in only male school and women during puberty in only female school, I guarantee you when you release them into college, they're going to be fucking way more and doing some way more risky shit than people that already had that experience with each other.
Well, I think society has already fucked our generations of children by the agenda they're pushing in all their false realities. So I don't think the school separation is going to do anything. Honestly, they can't fuck it up any more than it's already been fucked up.
I can't argue with that.
Someone called the governor of Ohio. We got another derail coming.
Wow, that was it. I guess we could shut the whole thing down then, huh?
Yeah.
We found peace. We found the answer.
These guys don't really want to discuss male issues, so I understand.
They want to discuss female issues. Females are the issue.
Yeah.
Females are an issue for me. Females are an asset for me. So y'all keep letting them be the issue, and I'll keep making them my asset.
Lindsay was your asset on the last months, right? You don't have those problems with women.
You know what? That's not a problem. At no point was
don't
that
try to ruin your life and your marriage, right, Flo?
Tell me what problem has that created in my life?
She literally tried to expose you. You are lucky because your woman is understanding. Because if you're not, you would be gone. You are literally dealing with the things that we're talking about. A woman saying, "Oh, Flo tried to do this to me, and he has a wife."
I'm not with crazy women. It's the same issue all around.
Flo, I don't have no problem with you. I actually have a very positive idea about you, but don't come here pretending that you don't have woman problems. Because Lindsay literally tried to.
What I'm saying is they're not problems. She had a problem. She never made it my problem. I never lied to anybody.
Flo, she tried to put you on YouTube jail. What the hell are you talking about?
Yo, you want to do a one-on-one Zoom call about it, bro? Who gives a fuck?
I have a quick question because Flo, I think you brought up a good question. I think we all can agree there are some men's issues. Who do you think who has more of the burden to address those issues, men or women? I would think it'd be more on the men's job to address men's issues.
Probably their
issue,
probably
right?
Men.
Does anyone disagree?
What do you think, Grid? Men or women? Oh, he's mute now. Okay.
What was the question?
Will you answer it if I ask it, Grid?
What was the question?
Who has more of a burden to address men's issues, men or women? I think men.
Both.
Well, that's you.
If
Which
there's
is
anyone
more?
in the waiting room,
One has more than
because,
one.
because when
Okay,
we were
we-
trying to address woman
maybe have somebody who
issues,
wants to talk in the
everybody
conversation.
demanded that it was both. Right?
So the equal amounts is what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, women put in a tremendous amount of pressure on men to deal with their problems.
Question.
So if both actually handle that, I think it should be both that should actually try to help men get shit done. Yes, absolutely.
Would you say the same for women's issues?
No. What'd you say?
Would you use the same logic for women's issues? That is it both?
Yes,
it's both
yes,
equally.
it should be both as society. Yes, it shouldn't be just men saying we want DNA tests at birth. It shouldn't be only men that says we want equal custody. It shouldn't be only men. It should be both. Yes.
Ray, do you mind answering that question? Do you think one has more of a burden than the other, men or women, to address these issues?
Both. We are as society.
I'm asking Grid. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I guess Grid's ignoring us. Okay.
Grid ignoring
Yeah. Grid's having a little tension with me. I mean, at the end of it, both of us shutting up. He shut up, so I guess I won, eh? WWW.
True. He ran away. I think he gave up first.
Whoever has the actual problem is tasked with the addressing it, right? It's not an issue for me if Lindsay gets mad, right? That's not an issue for me.
So if women are afraid of being arrested and catcalled and all that, should be other women addressing the problem, or should be men stepping up and say, "Hey, brother, don't do that to that woman"?
If women are afraid of being catcalled, who should address
catcall
that?
and arrest and all that, like the little games that men do when they want attention from women. Should women address
Both
their
of them.
problem, or should both?
Both. One, like
Come
women, if it's an unreasonable fear, right, then that should be addressed with the woman. And also though, catcalling never worked for anybody ever.
Flow, but that's not the issue that you're doing double standards again. You want the problem that is about women, because men are not afraid of catcalled, for us to be empathetic and to say, you know what, let's solve it because they deserve to feel secure. And then on the other side, men should
You've
take
never
care
been
of it.
catcalled, but I bet if you were in a prison yard and you got catcalled, you'd be fucking terrified of it.
But there's a different setting. We're talking about
Sorry.
free society.
Sorry, we're talking about the shortcomings of men, the shortcomings of women.
Yes.
Okay. So if a man is acting in a predatory way towards a woman, it takes both people, of course. But we're talking about the shortcomings of each individual gender, not the dynamics between them. So it doesn't make sense to be talking about both.
No, that's
it
fair.
makes sense to be talking to the stakeholder, the most important one, the men.
So,
Right? So
that's fair. That's fair.
again, fundamental here.
So let me actually, and this is why I think.
Yeah, there's a reason it's called mental and not womental.
So let me give you an example, Neve, right? There's in my country, like we have paternity laws and maternity laws. The babies you can have a baby for free. You have a right to like 3 months at home, all that, right? So because of that, employers discriminate a lot of times against women because they don't do extra hours, because they don't work night shifts, and especially because they can get pregnant and they're out of commission for 3 months. You think is a woman problem and women should go ahead and try to fight for a more fair society? No, I think men should get off their horse and says, you know what, brother, this woman has the right to raise a kid. She probably only going to have 2 kids per on her life. So there's 6 months of her life, and we should strive to do better for our sisters, daughters, and mothers. And I think women should do the same. That's the point. Just because I'm not getting pregnant, just because it's something that is not going to affect me, I think I should go out of our way to make sure she gets protected. So why not do the same on the opposite?
Okay, so I think that maybe if I took this approach that both genders should address the shortcomings of each gender, I think women try, and I think in the process of doing so, have maybe infantilized or emasculated men in the process. So now most women are kind of like, hands off, fine. You guys don't want to deal with your emotions. How do we support you? That's where the discussion is right now. What do we do, Fatty?
I actually don't think he's there.
What do we do? Hello?
So you know what you do? So you know what you do? You prove like you act in good faith.
You didn't like the women's input.
No. I actually
women don't like the input that men have to give. So it's almost like the people, the stakeholders involved in each situation, the primary stakeholders, it's almost like they should solve their own issues.
No, because for example, Roe v. Wade, there's half of the male population that is fighting for you guys to have your rights. Like this says, hey, I know I'm not pregnant, but it's your body, it's your voice. You go ahead, girl, you got it. Men are literally going out of their way to actually make sure that women are. So, but
I think we have a man's issue right here.
You know why? Because sometimes men will actually be selfless. They'll say, this is not good for me, but I'm going to do it anyway because I have a sister, I have a daughter, I have a wife, and I want her to be treated like a first-class citizen. When it comes to the part of the woman, Neve, like, let me give you an example, right?
No.
If tomorrow we came up with a poll, I don't know, a sondage, I don't know how you say it in English, but it's when you kind of do a survey on the national-wide to see if there's a good idea or a bad idea for fracturing.
I know what
right?
you're saying.
And you say, all women, right? And you come to all women, you says, hey, we want to have default DNA tests. We want to punish false allegations. We want to make sure that all these men are protected by this. Do you think most women are going to vote in favor? Do you think most women are going to say, yes, let's pass that through?
I don't.
You're not even giving me a specific answer.
No, I'm asking, do you
you.
think that most women are going to support that goes against their own, like it goes against them? Now they're going to be penalized.
Most men and most women are going to vote in their individual benefits. Just like right now, you should be focused on what you can do as an individual to improve your situation and circumstance instead of creating a boogeyman and air fucking fighting it in the shower.
That's fucked up. That's so fucked up.
I'm gonna read this out loud. I'm gonna
gonna
read this out loud since Glenn is talking in the back chat, but he's not jumping in vocally. I think we need to stop teaching men that women are the prize. I think we should start teaching men that a good woman and a good man are both a worthy prize, and that they should have high standards that a woman must meet if he is going to high standards that a woman must meet if he is going to invest the commitment of marriage. And then he says a bunch of other stuff. You'll have to come on and say the rest out loud. I'm not going to read all of that, but
Glenn, come back here.
Come back.
I do agree with Neve a little bit, and I want to extend an olive branch to Fatty, where I do agree a little bit where it's not totally it should be handled just by one party, and that's why I think feminism, especially second wave, which is where I came from, or what I more identify, does address men's issues. I think feminism has addressed men's issues, and where I feel a lot of the less fluidity, I feel it coming more from the men's space, where like the Andrew Tate world where they're like, you had to be this very certain figure or you're not a true man, where I see a lot more fluidity being preached on the left side, where you don't have to be this super rigid rule set to be a man.
That's because they're delusional.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're you think they're wrong?
Not in touch with reality.
They're wrong. Reality's not that fluid, Francis.
No, you don't have to be an Andrew Tate, like you don't have to go chop the wood and be super muscular to be a man. I'm not the most ripped guy. I think I'm pretty manly.
Yeah, we can see.
You're not, man.
You're not manly at all.
Nonsense.
You guys you guys can't handle it. Get over it.
What do you look like Mark Zuckerberg?
Sarah, can I get your opinion? What do you think? What do you rate me?
Oh, hang on.
You don't want me to rate you right now.
I'm too young for Sarah.
Not publicly.
Hi, I'm Dave.
All right, Dave.
I was waiting for a gap there.
That was a fucking devastating hit.
Yeah, I had to wait. But no, you don't look like you're scrawny by any manner. Like you probably take care of yourself, to be honest.
And by the way, no creepier way than to introduce yourself the same way every single time.
Hey.
Congrats, you found the best way.
You're welcome.
Bro, he copied it
Neve,
from the show, Dave.
I copied it. No.
Bro, he has a song. Hi, I'm Dave.
He stole it from me. I said it.
cares?
I'm gonna guess no one agrees with me that feminism does try to address some of these men's issues.
No.
No.
You might feel that way as a
as
gay
much
man.
as I wanted to come up on here and kind of give you a little backup, that one I'm not going to really agree with whatsoever. But
which isn't disarming.
I do think one of the issues that do arise with this is a lot of times, rather than just focusing on what we can address ourselves, sometimes we like to blame society a little too much. And as men, like, we blame society and the way things are going, and we kind of become what we accuse women of doing, of just like whining rather than taking action.
It's a very receptive position, isn't it? To feel like you're just accepting of whatever society does to you.
And it's very nice to have empathy for dogs.
Fuck empathy.
Even dogs, even animals. We have all the empathy, and we tell man we should do something about it and all that shit. But when it comes to other men, oh, you should do something about it.
You poor fatty.
Yeah. No, it's funny, like, cause that's why I said that what Neve said was fucked up.
The world is so mean.
Because when women were behind, there was millions of men that try actually to help women get where they are. And now that women are where they are, hey brother, you go ahead and do your thing.
I just figured something out. You ever like feel sometimes like there's arguing like before that shit even begins ever? Like that's what this shit feels like to me.
Yeah, that's
because
your
analysis is boring.
You added a lot to the conversation, sir. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys needed to figure out your life, right, and you needed a job, would you ask someone that's unemployed how to get a job?
Oh my god.
It's a serious question.
I would ask somebody that had a failed restaurant how to advice about managing a restaurant. I would
look, if you're gonna look, I think there's so many people competing for the mic right now. Instead of trying to set up dunks, can you just say what you mean? It's super annoying. Just get to the point, please.
Well, it's got a point to it, and I'm sorry that you can't handle one fucking sentence. But
well, it's just annoying, right? Setting up a clip for someone to walk off. Just say what you mean, retard. Please,
my point is that most of these people on the panel are having a problem. They're struggling men. But they're not seeking advice from men who have their shit together.
No, he has a good point. No. I actually agree a lot with what Rant's saying.
Put names on it, Brand. Put names on it.
Like, all right,
everybody's
struggling as a man, obviously.
Stop. Let me read these, and then you guys can get back to the insults. Rude Mud Crab comes with the $5. He says, weak men give bad people power. You got one hiding in the back chat.
You got two hiding on panel right now. One's protesting, one's hiding in the back chat.
And then Tom Walker's with $1.90. The princess feminism makes the issues worse. And then Lauren's utilizing her membership skills. Look what I can do. Cartwheel. Thank you. Back to the insults.
You could think Princess is soy, but he's sitting here engaging the entire time, addressing the conversations and going back and forth. Like Glenn Lawrence is pouting in the back, and Grid Run's been pouting for the last 10 minutes. So you can say what you want about Princess, but he's engaging in the
one has been pouting like bro.
Grid pouting in the back chat. He's pouting in the back chat.
All you want to hear is nonsense.
Okay,
Glenn's in the back because he has real shit to say, and he's probably got some fucking man advice for men.
I actually
you guys should go on speed final. Hey, Rant, you, Glenn, and Grid, go start your own.
Do you know?
No, I'm talking. Little boy, I'm talking.
Should I speak about trans inequality as a man?
I don't
understand.
I would love for you to do that. I would love for you to do that. I don't even think that you seen. Oh, let's be real.
You exist in tech class. What do you know about inequality?
No, don't be disingenuous. Be honest.
Use your brain.
Don't be disingenuous.
All right, buzzwords.
Be honest. You don't see me as a woman. You see me as a man, which means I'm perfectly qualified to be in this conversation. My voice is deeper than yours. You contribute into this conversation. Nothing. All right, back to the discussion.
You don't know what it is to be unequal. You don't know what it is to be unequal.
Back to the discussion, man, because you're clearly not equipped to have this conversation with me.
I can't get hired on a DEI hire.
Look, you're back to the boogeyman. Back to the boogeyman.
If I fight you, I'm going to charge you with a hate crime.
Not addressing something, creating meta-analysis and conversations, already making it more convoluted than it is.
And you're not obviously a man.
Say what you mean. Just say what you mean, man.
I'm telling you what I mean. You are not a man, and you can't speak for men.
I'm a trans woman, and I can speak on the issue.
How would you know? How would you know?
Patty says
you don't know what it is to actually be a woman or actually be a man.
Because there are people who identify as men. There are people on camera who identify as men.
Because I'll take advice on how to pretend. You have a lot of experience on that.
There are men who agree with what I'm saying. Hello?
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with anything you say or do.
That's fine. You're like the third source person on the fucking panel.
Why would I take advice from you? You're delusional. You don't even realize what you are.
Okay, we know this.
Do you even know where you are? Do you know where you are right now? Hello?
this discussion. Like, you don't increase this. You don't think I'm a woman. You think I'm a man, which makes me qualified for the male inequality conversation. Retard.
You know what crazy means? Crazy.
Crazy means sometimes saying things that other people don't want you to say. Like, right, Rand?
I think it's really dumb when people make it seem really obvious, like everyone should know what a man is. Just based on research, people have been discussing this since like the ancient Greece, as far as like what is manhood and what is the virtues associated with that. So it doesn't surprise me that this.
No, your daddy's not even a fucking man.
You don't know what a man is. I can tell you're projecting very hard. You're very insecure.
That's why you got the bitch.
That's why I won't turn the camera on and you're okay with ad sounds.
Yeah, you're just taking a swing stage. Your mic's not even working. I don't know why you even bother.
Just basking in the ambience. Just basking in the ambience.
Be mindful, like a little ad hom's fine here and there, but once you start throwing out angry rants, like it just starts getting a little stupid. So chill out.
I agree with you. I just feel like you only shut up everyone except Neve.
Girls
it's like
always
Neve
have
will just say whatever Neve wants over everybody for hours, and it's fine.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think you should vilify the panel host because you're too silly to get your own words out.
You feel like
we can just do that.
Yeah, I don't think you need to vilify Sarah because you can't
being victimized by the world around him. Leave him alone.
How is this manly man asking for protection from a woman? It's like, please, woman, help me, please.
Red, get a better mic, and then you'll be able to contribute in a way to the conversation, so you're not getting steamrolled by everyone in the room. Okay? Don't blame Sarah for that. That's your own fault.
Damn. Fight back, Rants.
Yeah, mute up. That's a lot better. I think we'd all appreciate that. Thanks.
Maybe we can take this in a more positive direction. What positive things can we do to help men? I do read there's a lot of bad advice out there. Maybe what's some good advice that we can all maybe agree upon? Can we find that?
I'm down with giving good advice.
I think
some good advice is just focus on yourself instead of trying to make these mass conspiracy theories as to why things are going bad. Just focus on what you can do to help yourself, each individual person. Honestly, selfishness is fine.
Do what I'm told mentality. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you're gone, or is that all you had to say?
I do agree with you. A lot of people are freaking about the realities of the world, and you can't really change.
Sarah, I saw what you said about Andrew being in the back chat. I'm going to drop down, and you can. I'll come back.
That wasn't that Andrew. It was a different Andrew.
A different Andrew. Well, no, fuck it then. I'll just go back to mute.
Yeah.
Andrew. I want to
response grid.
Can you hear me, Tomato?
Richard told.
Lindsay over
I
here.
hear you, Lindsay.
Hey, does anyone want to talk about the topic and not, do the ad hoc attacks or anything? Because I actually want to talk about the topic.
Lindsay.
I was hoping so, Lindsay. I was hoping so, yeah.
Well, before we actually go into the topic, Don Juan comes in with $1.99. He says, "Princess Rita Aquinas." All right, let's play a little game. We're gonna go around the panel one by one since nobody can seem to shut the fuck up. The topic at hand is male inequality. Why are the modern males? I can't even fucking talk. Struggling. Okay. Brief concept of what you as a panelist think the number one problem is. It can be a one word or one sentence, but make it quick and then we'll go from there. If everybody could not interrupt whoever the person is, that would be great. Thank you very kindly.
Mine is.
Yeah, go ahead, Browns boy.
They've bought the fuck into lies. Period.
All right. Neve to you. Well, wait, who's they? Society or?
You just said, what's the problem with the mass? Everybody. No?
Male inequality. I'm assuming when you say they, you mean like men, or do you mean society as a whole?
I don't know now. Never mind. Just skip me. Pass.
All right. Neve to you.
Yeah, to be honest, I think I've spent a lot of this panel really trying to dispel the sort of, like I said, caricature building, the fighting the boogeyman. But I'm not naive. enough to believe that I could prescribe something to men and have them take me seriously, right? I'm not naive enough to believe that. That doesn't mean I shouldn't form an opinion or that my opinion should be disregarded. I still think I can have an opinion. But in the purpose of being in this panel, if I have any purpose, I think it is to ground it in this discussion and to allow the men who are on this panel who want to discuss the topic and actually make prescriptions that are, pertinent to the discussion instead of fighting the idea of like the big boogeyman feminism. So I think Rand was maybe alluding to the idea that why should I take anything seriously that you say or whatever? Why should I take any prescriptions? Well, let's just be very clear. I haven't made any, right? If anything, I'm taking a very neutral stance in this discussion. And I think in doing so, I've contributed more than, people who out to just kind of, like I said, create those boogeymans for the topic in the discussion. How do we address male inequality? I would like to find out. We have a lot of, really opinionated men on this on this panel, but unfortunately, some of them only want to talk about women. So.
Fair enough. All right. Before you go, Fatty, Don Juan comes up with $1.99. He says the issues is helping men is frowned upon. And then Tom Bombadil comes up with the $5. Best advice to men is to tune out from this online bullshit.
Yeah.
Agreed. All
Push
right,
fast.
Fatty, what do you think the crux of it all is?
You should change the law so men have a more positive outlook when it comes to dealing with women, so they don't feel like they are they are not walking into a burning building. That's the first one. Like, just take the fire out, and maybe men might walk on the building just because they want to. And the second part, the people around you should have more empathy and they should be more happy for you than your dog. Don't surround yourself with assholes that everything they tell to you is man up, stop crying, you should do this and you should do that, because a lot of times they're just using you to look better in front of women
Lean on
than
me.
they actually are, including flow state. So go ahead and get actually people that have empathy for you and for your problems, because the people online, including the manosphere detractors, all that, they don't care about you. They just care about saying that person is wrong, I am right. So just go ahead and get some friends and some people that actually care for you.
All right, to you, Rant.
The reality of this whole situation is that we're experiencing the effects of an agenda perpetrated against society with the intentions of destroying the nuclear family to cause the collapse of the country. It is not only with gender and race, it's also immigration. There's many levels to this, okay? But what you need to understand is that we're living in a matrix, and if you bought into it, you're not thinking. If you want advice on how to fix the problem, you have to figure out which men actually know what they're doing and have their shit together, and ask them what they did to get there. Not ask a bunch of men who are failing what the problem is. We know the fucking problem. That's all I gotta say.
All right, thank you. Lindsay, to you.
Okay, I'm going to try to be brief. With some forced diversity and increased issues of equity where there is inequity, yet a lack of a change in dynamics, including roles between men and women. We're going through a really uncomfortable change, and we're in the middle of it, and change is never comfortable for anyone. And in the midst of it, we're all kind of struggling to create these new identities and have these newly defined realities. And it's just a big struggle, and especially it is for men, simply because women have made more changes progressively, different occupations, choices to have kids or not, choices to have a nuclear family or be single and make a career your most important issue, etc. And men are wondering, where do I belong now? Where do I fit in? You want me to act like the man of the 1950s, but you're going to go over and make your own money and don't want to get married, etc. So that's as brief as I could be.
Thank you. All right, and we'll go to Flo. Sorry.
Let's see. First of all, I want to say that people who have empathy can also give that in the form of not enabling your whiny, excuses. and people who don't have empathy who are looking to manipulate you can also pretend that they have empathy. So, not that Fatty's doing that, but his little comment was nonsense.
No, it's fine, Flo. I just a little jet, but it's fine.
Yes.
What? Also, why are men struggling? There's a lot of reasons. Primarily because they don't know how to interact with women. Because they don't do it. They're on devices all day, getting no social skills, and women are treated as this other fucking thing, when really they're not. And so then giving kids who are under socialized this narrative like that group of things is bad, it's not helping them. It's feeding into the fear. Teaching your kids that they shouldn't be alone in a room with a girl ever, that's just not helping anything. Could something go wrong if you're alone with a girl? Sure. But something could go bad no matter where you are or who you're with. I pass.
All right, to you, Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave. Okay, so anyway, I want to double back on what Tom Bombadil said. I think that was really good advice. Get offline. Take time away from the internet. Literally, I've been away from the internet for the past month and a half.
We didn't notice.
It's been fantastic for my life. I've lost a bunch of weight. I feel great. I've gotten more in touch with people that I haven't talked to in a while. Getting offline can do a ton for you because everything we do online is just a distraction for the most part. And stop listening to everybody else and just figure out what you need to do to make you better. Because if you just go from guru to guru to guru and listen to 18 different people tell you how to make your life better, that might be what works for them, but it's not necessarily what's going to work for you. So figure out what works for you.
Francis, did I skip you?
You did.
Okay. Somebody jumped off, and I think
he was originally after Grid, and then he slid up to the top.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and go Francis, then to you, Grid, then to you, Hormaxer.
I do like the get off the internet. That's definitely a good idea. Touch some grass. But I think the biggest issue is kind of this myth of the real man. I think there's so many rigid rules and mindsets being put on men, and they're kind of being forced to be put in this box. I think that's one of the biggest consequences. I think it's leading to a lot of emotional repression, mental health issues, and this might trigger some people. I think it's causing some toxic masculinity. And I actually think this is where feminism can help, believe it or not. Feminism do advocate for more diverse expressions of masculinity, and I'm all for that. So I'll just close out with that.
All right, to you,
Bully
Grid.
him, Grid.
Grid, are you with us? Grid.
You guys broke him.
I broke his brain.
He's still not over it.
Grid.
Good, we're sorry. Please come back to us.
Grid, are you with us?
It's your turn.
I've had everything muted because we have a person that talks over everybody. So I didn't nonsense.
We've all been going one by one, giving what our prescription is.
Oh, cool. For what?
The topic, why are modern men struggling?
For male inequality, the question is, why are the modern men struggling? And I'm asking everybody to give kind of their one main crux that they believe is the point of why they are.
2 words: destroy feminism. Done. Easy. Make it happen.
All right.
What was it? It's too fast.
He said
feminism.
It's me and Mario. I think that's what he said.
It's 2 words.
Well, that's really an external locus of control you got there.
Good. I get the idea that you're short in real life, but you can position your camera so you don't look like you're not even sitting in your chair. You look like a toddler in a chair.
Hormaxer, to you. Tonight we're talking about male inequality, and the question is, why are the modern men struggling? Do you have maybe an idea of what you think the one main thing would be why men are struggling?
And you're muted, by the way.
You are muted.
No one if he's talking on stream.
There you are.
Okay. Am I on?
Yep, you are on.
the question was, what can men do today? Swing clubs, nightlife, procuring porn for themselves, like I'm doing. I'm building up a whole workout. Yeah, draining balls. I don't have problems to talk about. I don't have time to issue about complaining about feminism and that. These are men are actually bitches that sit there and complain. I don't really have time. But what I was interested in, Sarah, if I may ask you, thank you for having me on. I do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
You're a rising star. I saw a woman, a life-affirming woman, a ball drainer called Yasmin Jafar. And I was wondering how she got on your show, and exactly, do you have a way to contact her that maybe I don't know about?
Is that why you came here?
Yes.
And somehow that's still more.
I'm here for you, buddy. I'm here for you, buddy.
I love you, Alexis.
He just made most of the panel look terrible.
I will seek out my target, and I will search her like a Mossad agent. She's
next.
That connection was through another fellow content creator.
That'd be Alex playing with fire. We have eyes and ears all over the place, Sarah.
This guy's like Quagmire on steroids.
Yeah, the naked weird guy is teaching lessons in real time on how to.
There. This ain't your time.
He's not worried about why men are struggling. He's getting his balls drained, folks.
You guys, this is a real man.
Can I ask a question? Ormaxer, has feminism ever hurt you?
And a trans woman, I get down with that too. Like make contact. I love playing with a big juicy cock too. I mean, we're open about it. I'm good with it.
At least open-minded, huh?
Trans content, and I'm looking.
Oh,
for
scared Neve away.
Life denying. Well, yeah, but Sarah does decide to be life denying. She wants to be a vanilla streamer, and that's fine. She can do what her wants, and I'm respectful of that. I have my leopard skin on, Sarah. Would you like to take a look at those? I have a leopard.
No, wait,
nice.
we've got one of you. Hold
back like he can smell something.
Hold on, Hormaxer. This is just for you.
Yeah.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
Yo, listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other folks.
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr.
So I made all of this just for you, Hormaxer.
Very
Do you
nice.
like it?
Yeah, I
it's
do.
one of my outro videos whenever we
hear
shut
that you and your friend Ashley got into a fight. Is that true? I did not know that.
It's not the topic of the evening, but does it really matter?
Somebody said that.
I like
your topic though. I want to segue back into your women, how to help men in there. Well, sitting on the internet complaining about feminism definitely ain't going to help you. First of all, second of all, be proactive. Get a pump. Get on some CRT, get on some tests, and
okay, maybe not that, but
yeah, well, of course not, because a man like yourself wouldn't believe in TRT or tests or anabolic steroids. They haven't a clue what they're talking about. You don't even know you're alive.
I don't need to.
Well, some of us have enough naturally that we don't need to add
definitely
on
need
and
it.
stuff.
You definitely need it.
I'm not that scrawny.
Not everybody needs test. Some of us aren't low T.
Good, mate.
Somewhere in between the low T advocates and this guy is a good balance, I think.
We almost made it through.
So aside from draining balls, Hormaxer, do you think aside from that, like there's something else that would be why men are struggling?
Well, they're not getting balls drained is the problem. You got half the men in the country that are incels, so that's an irrelevant term at this point. Because I think you got about 50% of men, whether they say it or not, are not getting their balls drained. And the government won't look at the issue and say, well, we'll open up, like, say, a strip club like they have in Mexico and let those be, like, so-called legalized brothels and help them out. I don't see that happening anytime soon. So, they're going to have to be individualistic and or they're going to have to rope. So either which way, because I don't see any help to their problems, no matter what anybody wants to tell you or fluff it up, coming anytime soon.
What about Frances's suggestion, which was maybe if we just water down what it means to be a man and include everything so that the word is meaningless. Then
That's not what I fucking said. Come on,
it
this
basically is.
I want to piggyback on Hormax's suggestion.
Saying I want to broaden it a little bit is not the same as saying I want to fucking open the floodgates.
With the legalized brothels, can we also get some kind of government assistance for incels to where the government will buy them sex so they can stop being incels?
A stipend from it? I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, then nobody can be an incel. The government is taking care of it for you.
Yeah, but they have right now they have more of a thing to keep you in that if you're in a rat race, supposedly speak, to go out like Sarah. She's entitled to the fancy. She thinks she's entitled to fancy dinners. She wants this. She wants you to pigeon dance for her boys. Okay, to get into besides the scenes, she's really a dirty bitch. Don't let her fool you for a second. But the thing is that, these women want to watch you squirm. They want to watch you dance for the sugar walls. And there's no need to go for it. Because it's always been androcentric to buy the tuchus, from get-go. And that's always been the natural way. That's why you have dating that's unnatural and you have the situation that you're in. See, what I talk is very natural, okay? Nietzsche was a warmonger, too.
I'd rather be an incel than a faggot.
Good. I mean...
Whoa. TOS, my friend. Be mindful where you are, what you're doing. We have things to protect here.
He knows fully well.
I didn't do that, Sarah, and I'm being respectful, but I would like to know the person that said that.
It was Rant.
It's you.
He's emboldened because he doesn't have his camera on.
You don't have to worry about getting your balls drained anytime soon, buddy. Because
they get drained every night.
Dude, you have no future. I can look at you and size you up just right now.
Okay. Well, I can tell you what, your soul has no future.
Good. Well, I'm not a religious person, and obviously,
what an insult!
I don't think you are. I know exactly what you are.
Oh, tell me about myself. Thank you.
You're just a piece of shit.
That was a
and you're flaunting your shittiness all over the internet. Thank you for letting us know what kind of a piece of shit creep fuck
you're
you are.
You're another jealous, envious prick. You're a dime a dozen.
Settle down, gentlemen, before it gets too much. Don Juan coming in with $1.99. He says taxes for inkwells. Dave, LOL.
Nope.
Yeah, you taught Sarah. Know what they need? They need I have life affirming things. For instance, Sarah, as you know, in my pants. And what Sarah won't tell you, but behind the scenes, she would love to have a little rip on that puppy.
Can we unpack that?
No.
Keep that back.
I don't think.
No, not unpack his pants. Unpack that phrase. No, God damn it!
I'm against it. I vote against it.
No, I do not want.
My bad. I did.
On my screen, Hormaxer, put it away.
Why would you word it that way?
Put it away.
I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it. That was my bad.
The worst possible wording.
Oh, that's terrible. Stop that, Flo.
No, get him away from me.
You know who the Hormaxer is.
I've only interacted with him once or twice a long ass time ago. I didn't realize that he was going to respond that way. I should have known.
The tasty trap like it. I got something for you too. I don't discriminate.
No, Hormaxer,
a
clean it
bottle
up.
of grease, maybe. Hormaxer, no disrespect.
Look at you. Is that you co-host for the Tharp? You're already done. This guy, this poor bastard up there, is co-hosting for the Tharps. Could you imagine what predicament has hit this poor bastard's life?
How much do you got to drink, and how much coke do you got to snort to be okay with your life?
Look, Rant,
I know you're very young. You can't get drunk, can you? I give you a suplex. I'll break your back, fuck your ass, and humble you.
Well, I'm not even going to play around. I'll just
maybe we should
cap in your fucking dome.
Can we enjoy how long?
All right, listen. I'm just gonna do this real quick right here, right now. Just who else is on? Sorry, or actually, Lindsay, you can stay. You've been quiet. Listen, folks, be mindful of where you are. These are channels that we have to protect them at all costs. We can lose them, and like this is income for some people. This is a life for some people. You don't just come on and saying whatever dumb fucking stupid shit you want. You have to be mindful of where you are. You may not have a channel that you have to protect, but I do, and so does a lot of other of these other panelists. All right, you're talking a lot of stupid stuff, pushing boundaries into places where I can get in trouble for it. And if I get in trouble for it, I'm going to make sure you go down with me. So let's not do this. Let's not play these stupid fucking games.
One more time and you're out. I hope that's understood. And then nobody comes back. Okay. Now, I don't mind a little roasting. I don't mind, to have some fun, but we're not going to sit here and like.
I don't recall, Sarah, myself calling somebody an F slur out of nowhere. Okay.
I agree with you there. That's why I have a problem.
That's what this was addressing, basically.
It's going to happen again if you leave these two here.
Do it again for the snowflake.
Just kick Rants. He's the
Rant off.
Now you're just gone.
Yeah, there we go. We're good. I mean,
it's kind of the most masculine man on the panel.
You look bad compared to
Rant knew what he was doing when he did that.
Did you ever ask Sarah Jasmine Jafar's analytics on her OnlyFans?
No, I did not. But based on the conversation, she does very well.
Very interested.
She definitely does very well for herself.
Can we talk about how long Grid One's been pouting for?
Well, I'm not pouting. I'm just being very quiet.
Because what initiated the quietness?
Yeah, what happened?
I'm just not going to yell over people.
Aren't you? So it's not
I
pouting?
honestly don't do that on my channel. To be honest with you, I don't have more than 4 people on a panel at a time just because I don't like the yelling bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Your channel's boring, Grid.
Weren't you yelling over Neve for like 5 minutes?
In all fairness, this is kind of the whole context of Moderator Monday. They always get crazy. Now, we haven't had one really for a while, and I think the last one we did have kind of on a whim actually was really smooth and easy. But it was only because Andrew, Logan, you keep hopping backstage, but you're not camming up for me. I'm just going to keep kicking you. So it is kind of like the method of the madness to moderator. Ooh, method of the madness to Moderator Monday. I like that. That's cheeky. So I do ask that we understand that is kind of the concept. It does get a little wild, but that's what it's here for. Now, every other night it can be a lot more smoother. We don't get quite as heated. There's not as much tension. Also, I've blared the music to push the tensions on this, and other factors are in place, in terms of who I've invited and people that are showing up. So that is all there kind of on purpose, because that's what Moderator Monday is.
There for men, then what is your idea then? If it's not swing clubs, whoremongering, and buying the tuchus out there, then what's your thing? What are you advocating? Here's what you
buying the tuchus. I like that.
I think if men were more focused on themselves, because there are a lot of great men out there who do very well, incredibly well. They get wonderful brides. They have an amazing life. They have their children.
Advocating for marriage.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are men out there who are doing well. They're happy. They're not complaining. There's no woman bringing them down. There's no this isn't equal, or there's feminism got in the way, or I didn't have a fair chance at this, or like there's none of that out there for some men. Why? Because they go out, they focus on themselves, they get their shit done, and they don't blame anybody else. They're accountable to who they are.
Who do you know who's like that?
Myself. Now that's good.
Who do I know that's like that? Who actually has their shit together?
Well, no, not that part.
Who?
Where they don't blame women and they're selfish. Come on, I've set myself up.
They're not online. That's the thing.
Yeah, they're not online.
Not, yeah.
And
they're all doing real life shit.
Part, right? What if one day, Flow State, is your time to blame woman? You're not going to blame woman anyway?
I hope I don't see that happening. I've been through a lot of bullshit already with a lot of women, and
so if like anybody cheated on you or
I've been through a lot of shit with a lot of women. I've also been through a lot of shit with a lot of dudes. It's a human thing.
No, it's fine. But this just to make sure, like when a woman cheated on you, did you blame her or did you blame yourself and man?
I mean, that would be her fault.
So
if she right.
So why?
But I would never say, men, you should not get in a relationship with women because they will cheat on you, for instance. That would be an overreaction.
Yeah, but why do these blanket statements we're not going to blame women? Sometimes we have to blame women, and sometimes we have to blame men. Overall,
blame a woman. To extrapolate one person's actions into an entire gender's guilt.
We do that with everyone. One politician fucked up, we get mad at all the politicians. Like one country fucks up, we get mad at the whole country.
Well, the
But
job of being a politician is to be a snake, so you can
no, but
extrapolate.
that's the point. We never isolate that shit. We talk about everybody. I guarantee you, there's very good people working for TikTok.
So really, what you're doing is you're defending broad stroke prejudice.
No, what I'm saying is that we do generalizations when it's convenient, and then when it's not, we reverse to let's just pinpoint.
I would say that we do them.
Generalities.
So
Yes.
a generality it's the bigger the group, the less accurate it gets, right? One instance is going to apply better to a smaller category of people.
No, it's about percentage.
For instance, we can say that cops are violent people, right? That's going to be more true than if you say men are violent people. Smaller group, more truth there.
Well, I'm a violent people, and Don Juan comes up with $1.99 saying, "I'd like to thank the red pillars for making game easier."
Good transition.
You like that? I always try to
That's the guy
Swing
that's
it in there.
arguing. The black guy. Why don't you just buy some ass? Why don't you buy some ass? Do you have a problem paying for ass? Because you buy ass one way or the other. You ever take a woman out on a date?
No.
No, you don't, do you? And you won't open.
He said he's
your
only
wallet
dated
either.
2 people, so
No,
Yeah,
please
no,
help
yeah.
me, naked man with airy back. Please.
Please what?
Please help me, naked
Hormax
man
feel
with
like
airy
that
back. Please
position.
help
He's
me
got-
get pussy.
Got a tomato sitting on his face right now.
Please help me get some pussy, please.
Yeah,
You could just buy it.
Get in shape.
Can you send me the funds to buy it? Like $50? My cash app is Team Family.
Hell no, I'm trying to raise funds for my porn.
I thought you tried to help me.
Oh, you ain't taking any of my shekels. Let me tell you something right now.
Damn, do you have a credit card?
Speaking of shekels, OG Dude Dirty comes in with a $2
Perfect.
salute. My twos
ahead.
and do's. Thank you, OG.
Francis, tell us more about how maybe men should be women.
that's not my take. I don't know why you think that.
Men should be women.
masculine and like be a feminist also. It's just
What are you
right
talking
now,
about?
like if you look at the
What are you talking
internet,
about,
it's a
roles?
very rigid. There's a very rigid version of a man being sold to you, and I think that's the problem. Look, can we widen it a little bit? I don't
Right,
know.
you would like to be able to be a man and wear high heels. I get it.
You trans
I think he was talking about roles. He was talking about roles.
Oh,
in
he would like
society, I
he would
feel.
like to be receiving and be a man still. Okay, that works too.
I understand what you're saying, but you just gotta fight back.
Yeah, I know it's a stupid straw, man. Yeah, it's dumb. I
If
know.
the guy
I
above
knew what
wants
you were
to get
saying.
laid, get the visceral fat off your body, first of all, boy. Get a hold of yourself. Get in
I
the
don't
gym.
date men, sir. I have a fat wallet.
Huh? You have a fat, now you don't get
Then
Then why were you asking him for money?
Which one is it? Which one
He
is
was
it?
the one that was
You
trying
have
to help
money or
me.
you don't. If you don't have
You
money,
were the one that said go buy pussy. I said give me the
I'm
money.
tired of you people.
I will literally show you. Give me the money.
You're a complainer. You're complaining, and you'll probably pigeon dance and complain then too. Please, there's no help.
Back to the actual topic, though. I do agree with what Flo we were saying earlier. I think what we were trying to say is a lot of men focus way too much on the women's side of it, and they should be focusing more on themselves. I do agree with that.
Oh,
I think you're trying to say like,
androcentrism,
they should
boy.
focus a little bit
Hey,
on both.
boy.
But yeah,
You got nerve to talk about what men want. You seem to lighten the loafers yourself, and I'll tell you, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I got to tell you
Hormax,
something.
I've seen you before you
I
did the
don't need to
TRT.
hear
You can't
about
fucking talk.
masculinity
You're
from a
not,
doughy-
none of your madness
You're
is
doughy,
natural.
but
You're
you're
fucking
doughy-looking. Listen, I'm not trying to
roided
be rude
up.
to you.
Before
You
that,
are
you were a
not
scrawny
getting
fucking
the
loser,
fuck.
and you're still on the
You have a
inside.
nomad. You co-host for the Thorns, buddy.
This is natural, dude.
A fucking shitter.
Doing a 1v1. Let's go. Yeah, let's talk about who's a real man. You think you're a real man?
No.
What makes you a man, Hormaxer? Let's hear it.
Projecting. Well, it's nothing that you are projecting at the current moment.
I haven't said
okay?
anything about you, so I
You're
haven't projected at
co-host
all. I'm asking you a
for-
question.
Host for the Thorpes, right? So you're
Ignore
even
my
lower than
question.
them. Those are people that are dead broke with a clogged shitter. So think about your predicament. You're not thinking about yourself.
So now you're not even talking about what the topic. You're gonna talk about the Thorpes now. Cool. Okay, let's talk about
I'm
that.
just saying where you come from. You talk about masculinity. You get a pump. Let's start there. You get a pump.
I did not work out today, so I do not have a pump.
And you think men should become more feminine?
Hey, I think it's actually great. I'm sorry you got kicked out. I'm sorry you can't like hang out with the Thorpes anymore, like because you got to.
No.
I left. It's been great for me. I got $100 donut the other day. Sure, you left. You left according. Yeah, you left on your own accord. Sure.
You're that's where you are.
Cope.
Your stream is to walk around as a Thorpe slave. That is your future. Do you understand that?
If you call this slavery, this is fun, dude. It's fun to talk to losers like you online. I do this for fun. It's just enjoyment.
It's just your enjoyment. Well, good. Well, you can have some fun with me right now, okay? But when's the last time you had
enjoy my conversation? That would have been.
Obviously, you're in the closet, and that's okay because I'm bisexual in some ways. I like trans.
You can ignore my answer now. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said 2 weeks ago. Is that too long ago for you?
Is that from a woman?
Believe it or not, yeah.
That's what I'm hard to believe. Do you have any proof of that, sir?
I think I'm more straight than you. You apparently love the traps and whatever queens,
yes,
but I typically go.
Yes, I do, but I'm very comfortable.
I mean, I do.
You're so
hey, I don't kink shame, but it's not really my thing.
Your closet with your behavior too, your fruity behavior. That you open your mouth, a bone probably falls out of your mouth.
These are really great insults coming from a shirtless guy in like what looks like a gay nightclub. So yeah, really
coming. You ever have in your life.
I bet you love going out to the gay club and having all the men look at your muscles and like really like grabbing your ass. I'm sure you're really into that.
We oil each other down because I have a good time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I know what you do. You like the fetch. You like the fetch about women on the internet.
What do you think I do for fun?
Women. You should be fetching about men on the internet first of all.
You honestly have not very attention. I'm a feminist.
All right.
I
thought we were actually going to have a conversation, but all you guys did
conversation.
All you guys did was bitch like a couple girls. My goodness.
Have a conversation.
I thought it was
Thankfully,
fun.
Grid is. Hold up for a second. Thankfully. Shut up for a fucking minute. Thankfully, Grid is sitting low enough. Actually, this actually works out in my favor because now the tomato's not covering anybody's face. So thank you, Grid. Angelica comes in with the $4.99. Men, please raise your hand if you've had cat in your face within the last 3 months. Otherwise, you hush and sign up to BetterHelp. BetterHelp respectfully.
I get it all the time. So. I thought that was going a different way with the sign up.
And Resla comes in with the $2. Yo, shout out to the panel. Light it up, folks. Light up the chat with tomatoes, please. Let's just get some tomatoes in the house. Everybody hit that little tomato emoji. If you're a member, you got other options over there, but light it up, please. I need something to make me feel better about all this cringe. All right, back to the panel.
I just got to say, if you want to have an actual discussion, you can't include Street Maxer. I don't think it's going to work out.
Well, what was his discussion? What is his point of? What's your point of contention? What do you think? This guy's going to rectify the problems for men? He's not. He's not. Neither are any of you. Okay, it's really not going to happen. Go out and make it happen for yourself and do what you can because no one there is there to save you and nobody's going to be there for you. Okay, I'm a 47-year-old man. I am making the porn art come true, Sarah, and that is true. And I've done it before, and you know that's true also. And there's going to be 20 more. Okay, you can sit here and fetch.
5 years away from wearing diapers.
Yeah, and you could go.
I agree with part of the beginning.
And you can relegate to being the Thorpe slave. Okay, I have no intention to be there to make content with. Your vision is very lax. It's very mundane. And it's very boring.
Yes, your content is obviously the cornucopia. The cornucopia.
Sir.
On what?
I'm talking with the gay guy. What is your views on pegging?
Is it what?
That's the question, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, the man with the airy back, with like all the.
Oh.
I mean, with the T levels, with the high test. With pegging, I don't care if the woman's into it. I take them.
No. Okay, when you take tests, it doesn't mean you have high T levels.
Would you like to compare?
They're artificial, buddy. Yeah. Get off tests for a month and we'll compare.
I don't even talk to you.
So if a woman likes you, you are willing to be pegged by her, right?
The subhumanity.
He's a sorry that you need something to boost
I will agree. Let me say something real quick. I will agree with Sheet Maxer. This is what I mean when, hey, we need some more diversity in what being a real man is. And, I like how he's being open-minded about this.
Do you think the fact that he's okay with being pegged?
Well, why would that not make you a man? Why wouldn't that make you a man? Obviously you have problems with having your anus touched, right? So
you're
obviously
never more of a man than when another man's
you have
inside.
problems.
Can you let him talk a little bit more? I want to know more about these.
Like a
what you
Muslim
say,
religion.
sir?
We're a part of the Muslim religion. You look like just the type that look the exploding kind too. These are
How is this possible?
Use caution.
Use
Use caution before you proceed, Hormaxer.
And he still is more masculine seeming than Pronsis. How's that work out?
Yeah,
When
that's
a
what I was
woman
thinking
pecks
too.
you,
I was over here
do you
puzzled by
get
that.
bent? Like, do you get on fours? Like, do you raise
You
your
seem very
legs like a
interested.
Lamborghini? Like, how do you do it?
You have to address that for yourself. Your sexuality and your fat body is your problem at this point in time right now. Nobody is responsible for your fatness and your visceral fat and your subcutaneous fat and the goy slop that you shove down your mouth every day and out. And you can complain about women all the day you want, and that's where you're going to be next year too,
I'm going to start to do cocaine to lose weight, sir.
The same bitching. I've seen the bitch fest, buddy. I had a red pill channel with 30,000 subs. So don't tell me what I'm talking about, what I don't know what I'm talking about.
Red
Keep your eyes up. Yeah.
That's quite the flex.
Look at you, sir. I'm very proud of you, gay man.
Keep your mouth shut, your ears open. Maybe you learn.
I'm very proud of you, sir. I'm glad that you. Were you reviewing dildos on that channel you had?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah,
and leaking them in front of your crowd.
Yeah, absolutely.
We
know where you're going. We know what your future is.
Grid one's up there reassessing his life. Like, what? Where did I go wrong?
I think let's go find that content. Watch later.
Oh.
Well, why don't you give us some topic?
I mean, I don't know what
do you want to talk about?
Hello, Grit, what do you have to offer? What are you going to sit there? What are you a MGTOW? What do you decide? Like, women care? Like, you find it boring, but you care? Like, if women think they're not
I'm
looking
sorry. Are you
right?
still talking?
Well, I don't know what your opinion is. You got a big mouth on you, but you got no opinion.
Big mouth, no neck.
You wouldn't know because you just got here, bro.
You've been pouting the whole time.
Well, I'm not really pouting. I'm just bored as
fuck.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to call it?
What I want to what?
What do you want to call what you're doing since it's not pouting?
Here's the problem, Sarah. See these men, most of them
hanging out in tomato corner.
You are the problem. You are the problem. Men are the problem. The weakness over here is the problem. That's the problem.
See, the truth is that Grid got mogged so hard by me earlier. He knows as soon as he leaves, everyone's gonna say he ran and got wrecked. So he's trying to stick it out as long as possible and hope that we forget, so that he can leave in peace and go to bed tonight.
You've been saying for the past 3 fucking hours.
Well, it's funny because you work in Tomato Corner. You work really well because you don't have a neck, so you don't actually interfere with the logo.
Let's do this. Grid one.
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts on the topic. I know we went down the feminism lane.
I've already. I mean, I really don't have any other thoughts on the topic. We keep going around the circle about blaming women, blaming men. We've literally just been rehashing it for the last 3 hours. It's fucking boring now. Find another topic. Move on. I mean, what's the deal? How hard is it?
Well, that is the topic of the evening, and it's snowballed into other directions, and that's what we're gonna do because it's my show, and that's what the topic it is that I want to do. And I will say, if you are bored, like, you don't have to sit on the panel for the rest of the night. That's not going to hurt anybody, right? If it's bothering you to be here, we don't have to stay here. Nobody has an issue if you got to go, if you got things to do or whatnot. That's not a problem. But I wanted to give you some one-on-one time so you can kind of put your thoughts out there and nobody's going to interrupt you.
I was just hoping there would be at least some different topic besides. It kind of got a little promising, but whatever that guy's name was, the guy with just a symbol that ended up dropping a bunch of slurs and being all weird. He started having some decent topics, but he went too far. So
yeah, he went too far, and then he had to go.
That's fucking weird.
Well, see, the whole concept was that there was several subtopics within the actual topic. I know you didn't watch the beginning and the video and everything.
It's interesting because I was here exactly when you told me to be here.
The show started. I did a whole intro video when the show started. As far as jumping on panel, nobody was coming on panel until 9:15.
But that's okay. Yeah. That's all right. If you weren't here for it, you weren't here for it. But we went down the angle of, women taking through education and the pendulum kind of swang in a lot of different ways. So it's swaying to where now women are actually doing better, and the percentages are changing, and men or I'll say boys actually are getting left behind because developmentally they're further behind. That was kind of one piece of it. And then we also went into the idea that occupations are swaying the other way as well, where it's like the healthcare education system, even like psychology, things of that nature. All of these areas are being taken over by women because men are choosing not to go in those fields. They're choosing STEM or maybe trades, so on and so forth. So now you have all of these educators leading the way that are now female and not any males teaching. And one of the concepts that the man in the video that we were talking about was saying was that if these young boys don't have men to look up to in these other roles, like that also shows another issue. Let's see what else was in that video. Then it went into not having fathers in the homes. I think it was like 1 out of every 4 is a fatherless home. Then you also have another example of divorced parents where the father may not be in the home, but he is still part of the kid's life, and this causing issues as well. And boys are the ones who cause a lot of problems. So you see, we had a lot of subtopics, and that's just only 3 little portions of it. A lot of subtopics were built in of different routes we can go down and talk about. But the main crux of the question is, why are men struggling? And these were a lot of the examples we were discussing early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to give you something to kind of think about in terms of
been talked about. It's literally been a 3 hours of flow state saying that blame it on the men, some other dude saying blame it on the women, some other dude saying, Fatty's saying that blame it, or equal blame or whatever. And it's cool. I mean, I was hoping to hear something different, but and you let Neve just talk over everybody. I don't know what the deal is there. I mean, maybe she's your best friend, or he, I guess, is your best friend. I don't know what the fuck, but that was really weird.
Well, actually, I have a staple here on this channel because we're in a very male-dominated arena of YouTube. There's not a lot of female streamers. It's actually really difficult to put together a ladies' nights because of it, because there's just not that many. So I do allow the women here to have more voice. I do that on purpose because when we shut that. You asked a question, I'm going to give you an answer because you were saying that earlier, right? When we go to other places, like, we just get dominated a lot. It's just a thing. It's part of the deal. It's part of the package. We accept it. But if a female's running the stream, I can do whatever the fuck I want. But 2, she has priority. 3, she shows up when I ask her. She's never late. And I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, as a person, she always shows up. I've asked her several times, hey, can you help me with this? Can you pop on that? Do you have any opinions on this? She sat and she did like 3 or 4 hours with me, learning a whole nother system, like all of these great things. So yeah, I'm going to give it to her. I'm going to let her have the voice. I think she's deserved it. She's a very good friend to me. So yeah, it's well earned.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. But not only that, like, she knows what the whole concept of the topic was about. Like, she's trying to offer actual thought processes and go through the information. But, like, that's just part of the package, but she's been here since the very beginning. I'm not saying you weren't there backstage, but what I'm saying is, like, she showed up when I asked her last minute to show up because somebody else had to be late and not be able to show up. So stuff like that happens. So when people turn up for you, you turn it back up for them. All right. I feel like you've had a good 5 minutes of talking.
God damn, that was embarrassing, Grid.
Why do you feel the need?
One attention so that you wouldn't pout anymore, and you go home feeling like a fucking winner. You got a party favor.
Isn't it your stream? Why do you feel the need, Sarah, to explain to that old? Listen. No woman wants that. Nobody wants that flabby with his patriarchy. He's saying he's the patriarchy, buddy. Listen, I don't know what your thing is. If you're one of these MGTOW guys, no, I can tell you.
We get married.
What the fuck are you doing then?
Don't choke. Don't choke.
Holy fuck! You're the dumbest motherfucker on the panel. Holy shit!
How's your marriage going? You're on a red pill stream. Let's talk about your award-winning marriage right now. I bet you that's just wonderful. Why don't you bring that out into the open, Sarah? Can you imagine these two fatties rolling around in the morning hating each other? That's why you already failed, boy. You just don't see it, and I do. Way smarter than you.
Yeah, my life sucks, bro. You know what?
I'm actually so hard he almost choked.
Early my fucking airplane in the morning. You go take some more drugs, bro. That's your best bet.
I can see right through you. You're a miserable son of a bitch.
You can't see shit for all the testing.
You're miserable. You're a miserable person. You're in the life denying.
Have
you ever seen our
going back to the 50s? I love that shit.
You want to go to the 50s?
You got a leather jacket too? You wear white t-shirts?
No, like I said, I look good.
You listen to Billy Joel, right?
And I'm probably a lot older than you too, which is amazing. You know, I could body slam.
You're not older than me, bro.
Yeah,
probably older. Are you good? On the fucking panel right now.
Yeah, I'm 47.
Oh, good kid.
Yeah, how old are you? You
said you're older. Bro.
You said
I am older than you.
Well, how old are you?
53, bro.
Good. You look every day of it.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah, you probably do.
But you know what?
Y'all some fussy.
But you know what? I don't need drugs to have lead in my pencil, dumbass.
So you think that taking TRT is like a cheat code, is what you're saying?
Motherfucker, I have ever seen in my life coming on here.
I wouldn't believe if I told him right now.
It's a fucking Hormaster, everybody. Look
Nobody's
at it.
buying that laugh.
Shit. Even more.
Look at that greasy motherfucker. God damn it. Holy shit. MGTOW.
Are you okay?
What's your body count? 3?
Better than your marriage.
If you need to go take your inhaler, if you need to go take your inhaler, I think you should go do it. We don't want you to die coping next time.
Fake laugh.
Holy shit.
What I would tell men is see him. Don't become the doughy, pudgy guy saying that the patriarchy is here on the internet. You don't want to be that guy, okay? Stay well away from this, contamination.
I think Redneck Mario's got a stick. I really like that for you, Grid. I think you really fit that one really well.
I got called a powder dusty the other day.
What is a powder dusty?
She said, Flow State's not like other white guys. He's a powder dusty. So I'm a dusty, but I'm white. And then she called me a powder bandit.
Speaking of being a bandit, Angelica comes in and asks, with the $1.99, can I pay to drop Grid 1? He's being a grumpy butt. He's not being a grumpy butt. I think he's just not used to this.
He's
kind
a
of
grumpy
panel.
butt.
I'm curious, Sarah, to know why the man up there with the, I don't know what I can't see his hat he's wearing, the guy I was talking to, would find that anabolics, especially tests, which is the key male hormone, which declines 1% every year.
Well, I bet you're on that other shit too. Are you on trend? You doing trend, bro?
Relax there.
Doing on trend? Are you on trend?
Relax.
Yes,
I said, well, why he would feel that those are drugs? Why would he feel that's not a benefit to a man in the modern age? You're in an unnatural world, and for an unnatural world,
the name brand was.
Unnatural means. Now he's a dysgenic. You see him sitting there. You have no problem with him sitting on sucking a cigarette because he's a dysgenic slob, and he doesn't care about his body. If he did, he wouldn't put cigarettes like that.
Are you talking about me? Or
I'm talking to you now.
Okay.
What? Why is Flo catching strays here? What the fuck?
No shit. Why am I catching strays?
Hey, he's
fucking weird.
Get him, Hormaxer.
You don't care about your body. You put shit in your asshole and take all sorts of things. You don't care about your body. You care about the looks of your body. You want somebody to find you attractive enough.
Show me the cemetery.
If he stopped taking that test for like a month,
I'm
fucking done.
After I get done talking to you,
you know, once you start taking artificial tests, you can never stop. That's
true. I mean that's true.
Why did you start taking it, Hormaxer? Were you limp?
Pecker wasn't working. What are you talking about? That's why I took it.
I don't know. I'm not that old yet, or maybe assuming it's an age thing.
Well, it depends when you want to go on. My levels weren't low, but I didn't want them to actually decline.
Why would I want to have to keep taking? Why would I want a physical addiction?
Well, you have a physical addiction. It's the most.
I do have. Why would I want another one? Why would I go on TV?
That's not an addiction, though. Let's talk about your cigarette habits, because obviously you don't.
No, it is an addiction. If you're physically dependent on it.
No, it doesn't match
up. An addiction is a dependency.
That's right.
You're suggesting doing something that creates a dependency.
Well, it may have a depend because you have to take it once you start it for a long period.
Why don't you make any? That's what I'm asking you.
Definition of a dependency.
Why don't you make testosterone?
I don't get the raws myself. I order them from other sources.
You don't make enough of it?
I don't make from the raw compounds myself.
He means your body physically, buddy.
Hold on a second.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on just a second. Princess, are you backstage twice?
He might the one that's
so I
on
was
might
trying
be connected. Oh.
Are you switching over?
Are you transitioning?
Stop.
No, I was just trying to type in private chat without messing with that stream.
Why don't you ask if they were honestly,
James H.
about
Big
trans, why don't you ask your panelists how many of them actually watch trans porn, and maybe they don't want to talk about it because they're afraid of their own sexuality. Now, I put it to you, the numbers are very high because if
How
I brought
the fuck did we get here?
Well,
I have no idea.
He's got to deflect away from the fact that he's destroyed his body.
You want me to go back to listen?
We want to go back to figuring out why you had to start taking testosterone in the first place.
Tell you, genius.
Oh yeah. He's deflecting from that. Thanks, Flo.
No,
Sorry,
I'm telling you right now. When I was 43 years age, I had a 750 nanogram per deciliter throughout my whole life. Well, that's on the higher end, and I always carried 1,000 nanograms per deciliter.
So what happened to you? Why are you less of a man after that?
Well, I didn't say that's less. I said I look for things that advance life. I look for the things that promote life, like steroids and anabolics and TRT.
What made you think to even get your testosterone?
You are in a form of life denialism yourself. But
what was the catalyst that made you think I need to get my testosterone levels checked? Was it your boobs? Were you growing boobs? Did your dick not work?
No, I have no problem in that regard.
So why did you get checked for it?
Because, I wanted enhancement. It's called it's also an evolutionary process. I don't think you even understand it. You're too much behind you. You're too caught up in your own mindset.
I will never be behind you.
Yeah, you are behind the times. Because if you weren't, you would respect your body.
Safer than in front of him. He's already admitted
enough to ruin it by creating a testosterone dependency to drugs and dancing around.
How much you drink? Let's talk about your drugs.
It looks pretty in shape.
I don't drink. I drink very rarely when I'm at Christmas or something with my parents. I'll have a drink.
Your cigarettes are fine because the government told you.
The government puts warnings on it, you dumb fuck, just like on alcohol.
Okay, good. So you
just like on steroids.
Okay, good. And why were steroids why were they put to be illegal? Because of dangers? Let me ask you a question since you're such a genius.
Because they create dependencies when you jack up your testosterone.
No, that is not the reason.
Because it shrinks your nuts, makes it fall off.
We were talking about, maybe you would shut up and learn something. It was done from the early 1988 Olympics due to Olympic runners, not weightlifters, not bodybuilders, and not juicers. Yeah,
get to the end.
Where the legal act came from. Yes, it was your puritanical society that wants purity in sports.
So you think that
purity?
You're telling me that that they're good for you. Steroids are good for you.
Test by itself in a regulated amount is very healthy. Yes.
And I think that's what my biology provides for me. I don't know why yours doesn't provide it, and I still haven't gotten a straight answer on that.
Your argument doesn't work out that way because if your biology, if you got a bad infection, you could run the risk of running that infection out and maybe beating it, or you could go take an antibiotic, which is not natural and produced by man.
So exactly. So what was the infection that made you think you need to go get checked?
But you're a sophist.
I don't know what that is.
Of course you don't.
Are you going to tell me?
Were you just drinking a lot? Were you drinking so much that your test was low, or what was up?
No, I told you if you were.
And besides, why did you ask me about drinking? You're drinking right now.
Well, I have a beer.
I know.
Yeah,
that's drinking. That's alcohol.
What do you think is more deadly? What do you think is more deadly?
Oh yeah, Joe coming through in a clutch.
Yeah, beer does lure.
I think more people die of alcohol than cigarettes.
Honest high flow state. What is more deadly, the cigarette you are puffing on, or my one Modelo beer?
Your one. Let's see.
I think there are more alcohol deaths, right?
I think it's ironic that you started off the question with "Let's be honest" and then lied about how many beers you had.
I think you are full of shit. I don't think you have an idea of what you're talking about. I think you sit there and you smoke on cigarettes while saying which one is more deadly or not, but you have everything to talk about. TRT.
Alcohol is more deadly. Alcohol is actually the worst drug.
If testosterone is so deadly, then we're all the deaths from
We were talking about
TRT.
alcohol and cigarettes. Alcohol is more deadly. Alcohol is the most dangerous drug. It's worse than all the illegal ones.
I'm looking to help, man. You're not. You see, in the honesty,
You're not a help, man. You're vain. You're vain is what you are. You're not a help.
Can I ask a question? Is your recommendation that everyone do tests, every man? Like,
you should probably take his advice, Francis, and get some tests.
Naturally optimal testosterone. Should you take it?
Okay, your answer.
Actually, I've been tested. I'm in the optimal range, so they actually won't give it to me.
They're just saying that to make you feel better.
I'm actually curious. James, did you have any thoughts on any of the 10,000 topics we've gone through this evening?
Yeah. Well, I had two. I wrote a note here. The first was, I guess,
I'm sorry.
Well, let him talk.
There was a little bit of a question about like whether or not alcohol was good or not, and then somebody mentioned like ruining your body. And my first thought was, is it not masculine to like, or is it not masculine to like overly care about your health? For example, like I can imagine Vikings getting drunk and not thinking twice about whether or not they're ruining their livers. So is that not masculine? Is it more masculine to care about protecting your body than it is to do things like
it's? Are you trying to say it's a weird flex to say that I'm healthier than you are? You smoke cigarettes? Yes, it's a weird flex.
Yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind. And the second thing that came to mind was about testosterone, because I don't know too much about what testosterone does. But my first thought is, if I was pumping testosterone for whatever reason, my question would be, to what end? Like, what would I be doing it for?
Well, let me answer your question, at least on the test. Your end would be for your own physicality, especially as you age, okay? You can decide because you're in an unnatural world. Now, whether you want to believe in microplastics and how much that's affecting you and all the chemicals that you put into your body, if you're in an unnatural world, then you take unnatural means that's in your time and your era. Today, there's things like TRT and anabolics. Now, if you want to talk about men's health, let's talk about men's health. Men's health starts with a hormonal level as well as women's. In this country, you got women lauded to take estrogen, but you get demonized for taking TRT or anabolics. And as you see, most men are bitches here, which they are because they're against that. They can remain weak and they can get in their sarcopenia and have their muscle wasting and enjoy the aging process. I intend not to do that as long as possible.
I guess my question is, to what end? Would it just be to be able to?
So then he can dance around in a thong on YouTube.
Would it be to throw punches? Because like I'm just thinking, is it to defend yourself?
Everything. Well, it's everything. I mean, you have a self-confidence. Well, you have a self-confidence issue.
Well, Hormaxer, you could be creepy even if you were fat and out of shape, as long as you're dancing around in a thong on YouTube. You don't need all this shit to.
I'm answering his questions. You should go have another puff boy and enjoy it. Now, your question is on physicality.
I gotta ask why you just didn't work out harder and make your own test. I mean, that seems to be the safer route.
Did you see him doing jazzercise and shit?
40, well, after 40, you could work out as hard as you'd like. You go hit the gym 5 hours a day, and it's not going to boost your. You don't know the difference between natural levels, and then you're not going to produce. Obviously, you're not producing any muscle. Okay,
and it's definitely not true.
And you don't have natural levels anymore, so
not fucking true, dude.
It doesn't matter. You have a thing of natural.
Where are you getting this science that you're trying to use here?
Did you ever take an aspirin? Because that's not natural. Did you ever take an Excedrin pill for a headache?
Look, I don't give a shit about that.
Those are temporary things. You're replacing testosterone production of your body with
the rest of your life.
True, bro.
A true what?
But it is true that by taking testosterone, or through any kind of supplement, it destroys your body's ability to make its own testosterone. So you can never stop.
Okay, so your problem. Okay, so your problem is that you become dependent on taking exogenous testosterone. Yeah. Okay.
Not my problem. Well, your problem.
Well, obviously, looking at you will never be your problem. But second of all, I said so. There are guys who have been juicing for 20 years. There are men that not only been juicing, but just take TRT for the past 20 years. The sad thing about you is, you won't do anything proactive that would make your body feel good because you're in the mindset. Listen, if the government tells me that cigarettes are okay for me to smoke,
what are you talking about?
Your mindset. Your mindset.
Make sense. My mindset is I work out, I feel good.
The government says the opposite.
you don't like. You take off your shirt and give a flex.
No, I'm taking off my shirt and give a flex.
Don't do it. It's a trap for gay man.
Yeah, I don't.
Listen, if anybody's going to be taking off their shirt, and it's going to be me, and I don't do that, so it's never going to happen on here. So Don Juan comes in with $1.99. He says, actually, Vikings were not heavy drinkers. Just saying.
I wish we could set
specific.
Flo, did you read Aquinas?
I wish we could set a super chat floor for Don Juan, so it's like $10 so we can get all of his stupidity out. Fewer comments.
I like how he does it though. He does the smaller ones.
I would like it too if I were you. I know you like how he does it.
Shave your arms, bro. Shave your arms.
Hey, Flo,
you shave
let
your
me
arms?
ask you a question. With big bookworm brain. Let me ask you something. With Thomas and everything, you think the ancient Greeks, if they had use of anabolic steroids, they wouldn't have been taking them in mass?
I don't have any fucking clue. You want me to speculate about how much the ancient Greeks would take steroids? Probably not. I just think that they would respond the same way that we do today, which is to say that if I have
the body.
Let me answer the question. I would assume that they would respond the same way we are today, which is to say, if I don't have a problem, why would I create one, which is a dependence on this? What happens if supply chain shut down? You're going to turn into a bitch immediately.
Longevity clinics. Well, obviously, but it's odd because are you religious? Are you a Christian by?
I'm not.
Yes, you're not. But you're leading Christian texts like Thomas Aquinas and things like that. Waste of time. It's all a waste of time. It's all nonsense.
I know. I think Thomas Aquinas is stupid. Don Juan knows that.
Can I ask a question? I'm just confused. I'm trying to clarify this.
Hormaxer is trying to figure out who said what things because he's confused now.
Yeah.
No, not confused.
This one's for you, Flo.
I don't know why he started with Flo in the first place. That was crazy.
You like sugar rolls, and I like going out there and having a good time. You don't.
I'm the confused one. So let me ask: can we all assume that there's a general homeostasis that our body would reach if we weren't lifting, or if we weren't, lifting in excess of what you would do in your day-to-day life? Can we all agree on that, right? So, sure. What is so natural about me going to a gym and spending extra time moving metal in an unnatural way in order to acquire muscle? How is that more natural than
it's an offset for unnatural lifestyles, which are sluggish.
Physically, right now, you look like a twink. You look like you could gain 20 pounds of fucking muscle, honestly.
I'm defending
you.
He's sexualizing
the only person in here who fucks men.
About what moves women. Obviously, you have no cat. It's called physicality. Natural law reigns supreme, no matter what you think, I think, or
maybe not the only one.
I'm defending your standpoint.
The body he doesn't worship. I don't see Christians. They keep telling me the body.
Why are you hiding your face so low behind your name? What are you doing down there?
Wait, can I say something? I think I'm going to tie this back to our original topic. Because there's a lot of bad things with steroids, but I think one thing you're missing, one reason why you really should not be recommending young men do steroids, like it cuts you off from all sports and activities where you want to do competitive sports, which is a great way to meet people, which is something that I think the youth really need today. So you should not do steroids. It's going to cut you off from all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of other reasons, but that's a real practical reason.
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, but you got another problem. Your professional athletes are juiced. Boxers, MMA fighters.
I'm talking like your community, soccer team, where
you're not a professional athlete.
Destroy everyone.
No, I never said right, but they are.
I know, but
they roid. No. What you say doesn't make a difference. MMA roids. What were all the? Why did you feel? See, it's people like you to feel the need to go to a congressional thing for steroids in baseball. Now, those guys aren't bodybuilders, but they're using them in baseball, correct?
They're peak performance athletes. You're not. That example does not apply to you.
Let's talk to sports. He said sports. Do you know basketball players?
Right. He's talking about social. He was talking about social interaction.
They all use steroids. So do all.
He was talking about social interaction. So you don't end up being a 50-year-old dude who has to pay for his hormones and his sex.
Yeah. Never had anything. You have no concept of anything, do you?
Okay.
You really don't.
No, not nothing. I'm like Helen Keller over here.
You look pretty built, Flow State.
Huh?
You look pretty built, I gotta say.
All right, everybody.
All that without ever having used.
Shut up, Flo. Because you never do this. A Grid One comes in with a $50. He says $50 for the fun. Been up and down. This last bit has been fun. I'm glad. I'm thankful that you were able to join tonight, Grid. This has been certainly a conversation that probably will go down in the history books as I don't know whether to laugh, cry, throw up, or just turn it off completely. This was a really great. What's that? No big panels for Grid.
I just can't. I'm being funny. I'm sorry. That was me.
No big panels for Grid. Only well, we do want to do an interview, right? And there's no panel involved there, so we'll do an interview with you, and that'll be just me and you. But outside of that, the Mod Mondays, they were always fun when we had them going. They got crazy, and I was so sad that I couldn't do them for a while. So I'm really thankful that tonight turned out to be what it was. Absolute shit show, clown show, everything that Mod Monday represents in the channel spirit. Yeah. So this has been joyous, but thank you, Grid. We appreciate the super chat.
Yeah, my internet's starting to flake out. So if I drop it, or
do you want to shut up, Flo? Do you want to say anything before you go? Are you planning to leave or?
No, I'll hang out.
Okay.
You guys are freezing on me, so I'm like, fuck, I better if I'm going to do something, I better do it now. So.
Oh, well, thank you. And then Don Juan follows that up with his $4.99. He's upping it up, Flo, for you. The leading Western philosopher who used to levitate, who has yet to be touched by arguments from Bacon to
who used to levitate.
Called out by a moron and addict.
Who used to levitate. That's where you lose all your credibility. That fucking phrase right there just crushed you.
Well, thank you, Don Juan. All of the levitation.
Thank you, Don Juan.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to
head around why.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
That Grid.
Oh, bye, Dave. See you, buddy.
Later.
Bye, Dave. See you later.
Bye, Dave. What is
still trying to get my head around the testosterone replacement thing, man.
Did you ever have a vagina?
Me? No.
No, not you. Testosterone. Whoremaster.
I bet you my cock.
I'm trying to think of all the reasons you would have to need that.
Loves to stream. I have a bigger cock than you, and I can prove it.
Did you buy it though? Did you get it from a doctor, or were you born with it?
An 8-inch pure Jewish.
How much did it cost? I'm just kidding.
Does it look real? Can you tell?
No, it's very real. I can assure you. It's guys like you that tell guys, if you're not a man for buying ass, but you have no problem with guy taking a woman out to a.
Why do you think?
Yeah,
I've literally never said anything like that.
Yeah, you did. You said buying ass.
Oh, I did talk shit on you for that. Yeah. No, because most of the time, most of my ass would come for free. I have bought a hand job one time when I was in Vegas, but that's about it.
Yeah, but we'll see how well you do as you get older. And how old are you? 37. Good. We'll see when you're 47 if it's still rolling in the way it was. I can assure you it won't be.
Well, you hope it won't, so that you can. That was probably your experience. That's why you're hiding your little baby pointy jaw and your
TRT,
taking all your testosterone.
Anabolics, working out, smoking cigarettes. Yeah, you'll look like garbage. You're going to be the typical American schmuck. Yes.
Hey, who's slow state?
He doesn't levitate, but neither does no real people do. So
will you go down in history books slow state?
The only people who go down in history are ones that are useful as mascots to the people living presently. So
yeah, what philosophers, since you mentioned what philosopher do you follow or do you read?
Testosteronius is my favorite philosopher. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he used to go to the what's the Greek building with the columns, right? And he'd preach naked, and his huge schlong would roll down the steps of the Colosseum.
Well, the Greeks worshipped the body, especially the ancient Greeks.
I think they actually had gods. They had gods.
Yeah, and what did they look like? They were extremely muscular.
Oh my God, they look like you. Well, you're turning yourself into a Greek god, aren't you?
Well, I'll go for that. Yeah, it's straight up for the chiseled.
The narcissism is off the chain.
Well, no, it's not. Because wanting your body to look nice.
Dude, you look like shit, but you're desperate to look good. There's no amount of chemicals that can fix that. You got to just come to terms with yourself.
Just talking to you and seeing you in your true intellect and your true state of mind. It's like constipation. You have constipation.
You know what? I changed my answer. You know why modern men are struggling?
Because y'all bitch too much at each other for what you look like. You bitch too much about the TRTs or who's getting laid or who's got something better than the other. Just fucking do you.
Yeah, that will never change. No, sorry, Sarah. Sorry to bust your bubble, honey bunch. But let me tell you something. He wouldn't know.
Like a Greek god.
Yeah, the human being.
We're trying to make content for you.
Something yet. You know,
can we not talk about Star Wars anymore? I'm done with that topic.
Species, Sarah. And,
can we get back to Grid 1 pouting? Because that was much more interesting.
I was just listening to music. I was like, I'm just going to listen to music.
Hey, Flow State, what's the state of the human being? What type of primate is it?
What kind of primate are you? I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out. It's the hair.
No, I'm asking him because he wanted to come across as
the hair does look, for somebody with such high levels of testosterone, I'm surprised you have that much thick hair right there.
I have a full set.
Isn't testosterone what causes a male powder bald?
You have to have genetic.
On your head. That's on your head, though. I was going to ask.
Testosterone. That's all we see is the top of his head.
It could be a rug
because he's hiding the rest of that shit.
Well, he's probably on those drugs also.
No,
yeah,
I'm
probably.
Not.
Okay. Did you get your hair from the same place you got your penis from?
So you if you'd like to put
on
your
this whole conversation has gone completely degenerative.
I think you have
I'm trying to change the subject. I'm off the
Sarah. I think it's a very good representation of the American super simp, what he is. He may not portray himself as one, but that's exactly what he is.
How do you know?
Because weak males like yourself will put down guys.
You're the simp. You're the one that's saying we should pay for sex.
Shut up.
You are the definition of the super simp, bro.
How is that?
Because you come on to random forums bragging about sex you don't have.
I've talked to her.
Asking to get hooked up with porn stars and stuff.
You came here begging for Jasmine Jafar's.
Yeah, you literally.
That's right.
Why don't you join her?
Hey, dick.
Hit her up on Snap. I bet her Snap is public.
She's got an Insta.
Well, she has an OnlyFans. No, I will interview.
Why don't you communicate that way?
Well, I did. I sent an Instagram.
Doesn't really work the same way.
He's spending all his money on hair plugs and cocks, so he can't afford an OnlyFans membership.
Flo, if you keep this shit up, I'm gonna like you.
I know, it's weird. People end up liking me when they didn't think they would. Not him, probably.
I can assure you. Listen, you never had life affirming sex. You never had a beautiful.
What is life affirming? Hold on, let's back it up and unpack that phrase.
Life affirming sex can come in.
I have, and I've got 2 prizes to show for it.
Yeah, I can get. You probably won't want to come in here and talk to you, but I can life in the other room.
I don't know what that is, but my tax dollars aren't going
to
it.
From my penis.
As a matter of fact, my oldest is bigger than you. And I put my 14-year-old against you, bro. My 14-year-old.
For the record, I wouldn't put any minor anywhere near
at this point. But he would.
I don't appreciate that type of a sentiment, Sarah, honestly, because that seems a little duplicitous. And I think
have you looked at yourself? Would you give a kid to you?
Please tell me the story. Please tell me.
Well, how about would I give it? Where does that even come from? I think you're a pedophile then. How about that? Does that work? How's that?
Why? What? We can go there. What about this interaction has given you that opinion? I can tell you the things about you that have given me that opinion.
You're a pedophile. Do you know this man was investigated under Section 7?
You're just repeating the claim. I want to know what support
he was investigated.
You go and then I'll go.
You know that? See how well I made that up? See how stupid you people are?
I've been laughing for a while.
Morons. I don't spend time with.
I didn't even go there, but I could make a strong case for why you.
Be mindful. Be mindful. Be mindful.
Sarah, being that you were disrespectful to me now, we can.
No, I'm talking about somebody who talks about sex clubs, prostitutes, all of that fun stuff. I wouldn't I wouldn't put any minor anywhere near you because that's a poor influence. You took it the PDF way.
What is life affirming though? What's life affirming sex to Hormaxer? Did he run away? That little scaredy bitch. Get back here.
Oh my God.
Did you kick him? Did you kick him?
I didn't. I was gonna file my nails. I swear. I swear.
That is the most shameless man on earth. I swear to God.
The most shameless man on earth ran away.
Can I play devil's advocate here?
Apparently, he was ashamed about his hair plugs and his fake penis and his creepy PDF ways.
All right,
I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think it's gonna be more productive now.
What was that, Grid? I want to hear what you're deeply.
I'm deeply disappointed that he ran away.
I know.
In his defense,
he lost connection. His stream is blacked out. What?
I don't. He may be dual streaming. He didn't have the restream set up, but I think he does. I think he might have had it.
Maybe his testosterone was starting to wear off, and he was afraid he'd start crying.
I don't know, but I mean, he's welcome back. But it was conveniently timed. Never so conveniently.
In his defense, having sex with prostitutes and also having freaky sex does not mean that you're a pedophile. Just a heads up for anybody.
I didn't say it. I was just saying there was more influence. I wouldn't put any minor around him.
And my shade wasn't at having sex with prostitutes, as if celibacy is preferable. It was that having sex for free is preferable, if possible. But
all right. It got weird real fast. Robot Glock, $10.
Yeah, it got
Don't care about the D size. I want to find out who has the tightest, juiciest booty. Drop them, turn around, and goats.
$10 is not enough for that.
Jesus.
I don't know why I'm being advocate here, but I also wanted to make a point. I think there's something to be said about the idea of life-affirming sex. Yeah, I do think that there's some people who don't know how to be comfortable with themselves, so they don't know how to have sex that feels life-affirming. So I will say, I don't know what the fuck he seems like he's into some shit that I wouldn't recommend for most people, but I do think there's something to said because I know I'm just going to be vulnerable out here, put myself out there, but I know I had a lot of sex when I was younger, and I didn't give myself license to do how I wanted to do it. So
how did you want to do it?
Life-affirming sex. So
hold on.
Well, let's see.
What does that mean?
He's not all bad if you're looking at him.
Hold on now. Okay. Read Don Juan's stupid interruption.
I love it when Don Juan interrupts, and I feel the need to interrupt because I usually sometimes take my time with Don Juan's comments. Sometimes. Don Juan comes in with the $4.99. I'd like to correct slow state. Jesus was against the system, yet he's written about more than almost anyone. You're welcome. By the way, you don't need to thank me. Thank you, Don Juan.
He's trying to drag our excellent shit show down into a theological discussion. It's stupid.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Okay, James, what would somebody mean by saying life-affirming sex? Because I don't think we all
feel alive, where you feel like you're actually engaging, not just doing some rote fucking activity. Like there's things that you might want to have. There's ways you might want to be.
I can actually answer that.
Some Benjamin Button sex. Go ahead.
So
what
makes you younger? You're younger when you're done.
For me, I can't speak for anyone
that
else.
pussy took 2 weeks off my life. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, I can't answer for anybody else, but I had quite a career before I met my wife. I got married. It is the most amazing sex ever. I have had no issues. Married 19 years. I compare all other women to her, and they all fall short. And that's it, man. I'm telling you, there's no.
Is she in the room with you?
No, she's in New York right now. Actually, I'm safe.
Is she watching? Hi, Mrs. Grid One. He talks about how much he loves you all the time.
Which might be. I believe him.
Wink twice. Wink twice.
Correction to you, Flo. Don Juan says it's historical, not theological.
Yeah, like the levitating Aquinas is historical.
No, Ben Thorpe.
I had to look at the definition.
All other women fall short in comparison to my wife. That means that none hold anything for me. They're just whatever.
But wouldn't you have to compare them to make that assertion?
Who was the chick that played Harley Quinn?
I just read a book by its cover.
Margot Robbie.
Oh yeah, not even Margot Robbie. Grid.
Oh no, yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, she's watching. Everybody act cool.
no, dude, I don't like Margot Robbie.
I think I got an answer to your question, Sarah. I'm doing late. The question was, what is causing young men to struggle or whatever?
Yeah.
The quality of the questions we ask in order to determine which other guys we respect. I think we're asking shitty questions. And I think if we ask better questions about what it is that makes us to come to respect or not respect another man, I think we'd all be better off. So, because the dude tells me that
what's an example of a good question?
And it's weird. I'm not gonna lose respect for him. I don't know that he might have some whole other shit that makes him an exceptional human being. That's not enough for me. I think we ask better questions around that. I think we'd all be better off.
It sounds like you're talking about role models, kind of. But you also loaded this with like asking somebody a question, like what are we ascertaining here? Like what do men need to ascertain better? Like what do you? I don't know if I understand.
Like they had better guidelines for role models, maybe.
Well, I don't know what.
Like questions when someone starts ragging on somebody for something, right? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Dude says he comes on here says that he has sex with whores and it's completely consensual and it's a fair value market price. So whatever other things, and everyone starts ragging on him. What's the implied question? What is the criteria for respect there, or what are the questions not being asked? I feel like those are the things that need to be examined. I'm just throwing it out there.
We're trying to examine them. What are they?
I don't know. I just know some of them don't make any sense. Like one thing, for example, is so. My first thought is so. Let's keep working through this. Like when I hear the testosterone thing, right? My first thought is so. What are we saying? All right, to what end? What is the end that you're using testosterone for? Like I need to hear that before I start criticizing you. Well, he didn't really elaborate. He thought I was trying to attack him because
he's obviously compensating for some sort of either insecurity or deficit. And everything about him is a compensation.
Yeah.
I got to go with Flo on that one. I think that's accurate.
Speaking of compensation, Dawan comes in with $1.99 saying yes because others saw him levitating.
And it's real,
wow.
Must be true.
Mm-hmm. I read about it. They wouldn't lie in a book.
Well, Facebook told me.
Ben Thorpe could be so gross as to talk about my wife being with him in New York City. So,
that's why I don't even acknowledge his existence in the chat. I acknowledge Grace, but not him.
Ben said he had an idea earlier, and then if you told me what it was, I missed it. Ben, so if you missed your idea, I missed it.
I do. We do have an apartment in. We don't actually have an apartment in New York City. We have an apartment in New Jersey across the river. So, but she has an office in New York City. So she's up there doing stuff for work, which is really boring. But I have to go up there and be very bored as well. That's okay. I'll be bored with her, which is awesome. But it's really boring stuff. Nobody wants to do it.
James, I think one also part of the debate you kind of missed is we're trying to give like some positive advice maybe for men. You did touch on like maybe the questions things, but do you have any other maybe positive advice you would give to modern men to maybe address the issues that are
any thoughts that could be useful?
Have a really high standard for who you allow to insult you and you care.
What'd you do? Did you just do this so I can't teabag grid one?
Do you want to teabag grid one?
No.
Dude.
How?
Dude.
I know him.
Osfaron, how are you?
Can I get an ET phone home?
I'm gonna put you backstage again. You doing all right?
That looks like an overlay.
I get what you're saying with that, James. Like you shouldn't allow people to. Obviously, you should detach your emotions from the internet completely. But in your real life, I think that if there is somebody criticizing you that you hold in high regard, then maybe that is more of a time for you to sort of analyze whatever it is that's going on or your actual behavior. But for the most part, yeah.
Can I make a nuanced distinction in that, though? It's not just who, if you hold someone in regard, it's what they're criticizing you on. They may be completely knowledgeable and respectable and someone you admire in a whole bunch of dimensions, but they may be criticizing you on something that they can possibly have enough information to make
okay,
it.
That's a good point. Francis,
so why are you going to react to that? Like, how could you possibly?
Francis, what were you thinking when you named yourself?
I told the story before, but it's kind of funny. I was trying to like make a bunch of names. I was like using a website where you can check all the social media things. My first 50 ideas were taken. The process was not, but also it's kind of a joke. I am a little bit a diva, and I like shrimp. So,
you were playing on the princess.
Being a diva, Don Juan's making Flo a diva again with another distraction. With the $1.99, he says, just like Padre Pio's picture of his stigmata.
I'm out of stickers. Hold on. Whatever that means, Don Juan.
He's out of stickers.
All right. Bear with me a second. Osron, I saw you typing. Can you talk?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm just making sure. All right. And I've got Hurricane Pero up to Hurricane Pero. How are you?
I'm here. How are you doing, Sarah?
I'm doing well. All right. Welcome to the panel, gentlemen.
Yeah. Do you guys think I'm sorry, not Chris. Do you guys think Hormax's penis is natural or store bought?
Oh Lord.
I didn't think about it at all.
Not here to defend himself.
I have no words.
Picking it up, that'd be great.
He should be here defending himself, though. That's the fucking point.
That's true.
He rage quit. At least Grid 1 pouted on panel. Hormax ran away.
We think. Angelica, this is a good question. I actually want to know the same thing. Why the fuck is James holding a diary? Sir, is everything all right? Blink twice, sir, if you need help.
Lots of it. Send a Calvary, and it's a fan. It's just a very stylish.
Do you keep your notes? Like, when you're paneling, do you keep notes and stuff?
Yeah, because I tend to think fast and forget fast, so I need something else.
It's really smart.
Yeah, fair enough.
Recognition. Mm-hmm.
Most people just pretend they understand.
Yeah. Osron, did you have any thoughts on any of the millions of topics we've had tonight?
Yeah, regarding why men are struggling, my analysis might sound a bit weird and out of the box, but this is what I think actually. Nature itself has weaponized lust and greed amongst the human race so that we don't procreate, because it's given that if every human being on the planet wants to live like the average American, we'll need 4 to 5 Earths. So I think this is just part of the plan that nature has for the human race. Next, there'll be wars, famines, epidemics. It will use some kind of a drastic measure to cut the human race down. That's what I feel, actually. That's why, like, there are a lot of singles nowadays and people don't want to get married, or the relationships are actually failing. It's nature that's doing it to us so that we lose the incentive to.
Are you saying
I would
that,
agree that there's tons of local singles in your area, for sure.
Are you treating nature as if it's a singular conscious entity, or are you acknowledging that damaging behavior has destructive outcomes?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
I mean, one is sort of self-evident and the other is sort of fantastical.
But both are actually true. So I guess the way you act will ultimately, if it's detrimental to the well-being of everything, then somehow or the other that system will do whatever it has to correct the flaws in it. One way or the other, even if it's draconian by nature.
James, are these the right questions?
They sound like pretty good ones to me.
It's interesting. It's an interesting take.
So it's not actually, is it actually a problem then?
Yeah, I mean, like right now we've become the problem because the pollution now is pretty high all over the world. So let's say everyone.
This the solution?
No, but let's say there was no problem as far as domestic happiness was concerned. Everyone had families. Then they'll require at least 3 to 4 cars. They'll need more electricity, need more water, need more meat, need more vegetables. They'll need more conveyances. Where will you get it from? And the amount of pollution that's being created, it's too much.
Where do you live?
In India.
Okay, so that's I think the most crowded country in the world, maybe.
Yeah.
The rest of the world isn't really running out of space. Like, I live in the middle of the U.S. I live in Kansas. You can drive for hours without seeing anybody. There's lots of room out here. I don't know that I agree that we have a shortage of resources and an abundance of people.
Flow State, how close is your town?
I mean, I'm in a Kansas City suburb, so.
Oh, okay. Never mind then, because I know
But it's abysmal. You know what I'm saying? The drive through this state is terrible and empty.
Nebraska's worse. Like
the only time I ever went to Nebraska, we flew.
Yeah, fuck, it's like 6 hours and nothing. Probably worse than Texas.
Well,
somebody's alarming.
I think that if we could just spread out the people in India a little bit and a few other pockets of the world, that really there's not a shortage of resources.
No, that will create more problems, because if you bring people who are diverse and people who belong to different races and you try to group them together, it's always shown diversity harms everyone.
I'm not trying to group people together. I'm trying to spread people further away from each other.
Yeah, but then they'll have to again go to a place that's filled with people who have their own beliefs, who are part of their own race. So that will lead to conflicts and clashes, because each race and like people who belong to that particular religion, they'll want to have access to their resources. Now you come in over there, they'll have to share it too, right?
If
That's
people
why
are
wars
problem,
take place.
If people are the problem, then the solution is to get rid of people. So the conflicts aren't the problem. Like
that's what nature is doing, right? So we're not doing it. Nature is doing it. There are many ways to kill human beings.
Nature is deciding who gets to procreate. So me, Grid 1, Sarah, we're the ones nature selected. Neve is way out of the question at this point. Dude, how do you feel, Neve, to know that nature chose not you?
You know, I think I look back and I see all of the parents that I meet online, and I think maybe it's just for the best, you know?
That's what nature thinks too, so you guys are in agreement.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually wonder if those people that don't procreate or choose not to procreate, like, are they the lucky ones in that aspect? Like,
I think they'll regret the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I originally didn't want to ever have kids.
Right. And it wasn't something that I was looking forward to either, but luckily nature chose for me not to have that decision. It just sort of happened as a byproduct of wanting to get my dick wet. And I'm glad it did.
Yeah. My kids are awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, but they're scared of women now, Grid.
Yeah, I definitely.
They're scared of them, they just understand them.
Well, they understand that they're scary.
It does seem like modern couples are not having kids like they used to, for sure. Those stats are definitely.
Maybe we should expand the definition of what it means to be a man.
I think liberal policies would address this, but it's more so with where it's not hard to have a family these days.
Well, what is
Sorry, I didn't hear anything you said.
This room just got super abstract. Can I go there too? Am I allowed?
Yeah, it did get abstracted.
Go for it.
We can keep up, I think.
All right. Well, I did have this idea. I was thinking about it recently. I think that, and it goes to what Flo State was talking about, the idea of a man. Well, I would say having multiple versions that are acceptable, but it feels like we're in a bit of a Tower of Babel kind of situation with regard to socially assigned standards of what you ought to be and what good is. So before things like social media, there were pockets that had their own standards. So you could look one way and dress a certain way and talk a certain way and be the man in that context. And then in another context, those same exact traits and those same exact, let's say the way I dress, say the way I talk, say my complexion. In place A, that's desirable. That's what the man looks like. In place B, that's the exact opposite. You walk in there looking, talking, dressed like, they can be like, oh, you go straight to the bottom. It was sort of
your speed that only works when you talk about like clothing or something. It doesn't jive when you talk about behaviors. What's masculine in one culture is almost universally masculine in another culture.
No, masculine is manifested in multiple ways, and I can say I can speak directly.
You and Francis, the new generation of men, right here.
I can speak almost directly.
I don't think you completely disagree with us. So, like
in New York City,
I know you don't. You agree with it.
New York, which is
you had to be like, okay,
Flo,
what's your definition of a man? Since you seem to disagree.
I don't have a definition for a man, but I can tell you when
you
something
seem to disagree with mine, which is I'm curious.
I do, and just by definition, what you're suggesting is we delude the definition of one thing to make it better. You're saying that you don't really even like having any standard for masculinity at all. I understand why. Because
I didn't say that, actually. I said there's a lot of false narratives about masculinity being spread out today that are negative for men, and that's my problem.
It's too rigidly defined. You want it to be more loosely defined, so it's more inclusive of things that are currently not masculine.
Not at all. You can have fundamentally the same thing instantiated differently. So, for example, what a tough guy sounds like. You can be tough, but sound two different ways. If you're in New York City, you talk a certain way, you're a little more abrasive. Maybe in the South, you talk less and you just put your hand on your gun. I don't know what they do down there, but it's two different kinds of tough guys, but you can feel when that's a tough guy.
Here's a tough guy.
What up, yeah. Man? How you doing?
I'm great. I'm just shitting on nerds today.
You guys sound great. I've been watching for a few hours.
Not a great job.
Low melody.
Okay, Francis.
When you keep strong your point, I don't know. It doesn't make me think you're a very good faith.
You want to loosen the standards, right?
No.
Of what qualifies as masculine.
No. I want there to be multiple acceptable right answers.
I wasn't asking you necessarily, but you can answer it.
What the man looks like culturally. That there exists multiple answers that are looked up to, as opposed to right now, we're all looking at the same source.
I mean, that's really not true, though. Name a culture in which
there's probably like a young 15-year-old that's like worshiping age hate, and he thinks like, to be a man, I had to. Let me finish this chance. To be a man, I had to fucking be ripped. I got to make over $500K. I got to have sex with this women, and these just rules that aren't all true. Like you can have some of these things that might make you more masculine, but you don't need all these things. It's like I got to check them off the box, and I'm a man. That's a lot of people are coming at this though.
I want to make a distinction too. There's two levels to this. So there are like again, as I said, like they're the fundamental traits, which let's call toughness, a fundamentally masculine trait. But how it's manifested in characteristics and the particular behaviors that it comes through in New York City will be very different than, say, if we went to somewhere in the South.
What is one example of where something masculine in New York is not masculine in the South?
I just said, for example, like in the Bronx, a person might use certain language or they're bilingual.
No, I want a specific example of the language.
Well, I can't speak for the South, but I can speak for. I'll give you an example of a characteristic which has been for most of my life generally positively viewed in the Bronx, which, having come to Southern California, does not have the same corresponding because it's a completely different culture. My general demeanor is animated, a bit abrasive. It's a Bronx thing. You punctuate the ends of sentences with a bit of a punch outward. Here in Southern
California, man.
That is
neither of those are necessarily
definition.
It's not. That's not necessarily a masculine or feminine thing.
I'm saying it's a characteristic which, in one context, is seen as positive. It's seen as.
We're watching the redefinition right now. That's what's happening because it was not like that when I was growing up. John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, people were examples of real men. Elvis was a real man. Right. People were shown by example were real men.
Today. Hold on. So let me ask you something. I just have to ask this really quick because this is you guys. I feel like we're going to start circling the 300 race again. So let me help you out, man.
I don't need help. I need to clarify. But
hold on. Right. It's cool. Just calm down. So here's the thing. If I see a masculine man in Japan, when I see it, I know it because he has masculine traits. If I'm in California and I see a masculine man in California, I know it, I see it, I understand the masculine traits. I can't define any one trait as being masculine or not masculine. We can define a trait as perhaps being masculine, but we can't define it by, well, he wears a red shirt or he says he speaks a word in this way or any of that, right? So, and with flow states,
dimensions. There are, let's call it masculinity, of which you need to be sufficiently masculine. I say attractive and to be respected by other men.
It's kind of bullshit that it's annoying. I was very polite and I let you fucking talk and I asked you to just hear me out.
and then you start talking. Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. When you see a cowboy, he's not you understand that is a masculine man. He speaks differently. He says things differently. He wears different clothes. You see a New York gangster, it's totally different outfit, totally different clothes, totally different walk, but you know that that's a masculine man. It is the way a man carries himself. It's the way he speaks. You can even speak in different tone. John Wayne spoke very softly and very purposefully. He never raised his voice, not even once, but you knew when he talked to you that you were talking to a man. On the other hand, someone like me, I tend to speak, I project my voice, I speak very loudly, and people understand that I am a masculine man. This is not, there's no universal answer, but you know it when you see it. Just like I don't understand, I don't know all the insults in the world, but I do know when I'm being insulted.
Go tell Chuck Zito, the head of the Hells Angels, that he's not masculine. Get it, dare you.
Fred did a good explanation.
Let me jump for 1 second. 1 second, James. Grid, actually, I agree with you. The thing is, man, it's gotten more rigid over time. John Wayne has never had a six-pack in his life. He's like always had a little bit of like a beer gut. That would not be like acceptable today. In like
yes,
the
it would. Yes, it would.
Yes,
it is. It is.
It would.
You're up there with. It is the thing that's not masculine.
Popular.
Princess, how are you the one deciding that?
Go watch the True Grit.
When I go to TikTok and look at Red Pill content, I'm not
go
going to see
TikTok.
Christian Bale in American Psycho and like all these ripped dudes. That's what I'm going to see. I'm going to see someone overweight. You're telling me that? If I look at
the red pill has its own thing going on.
May I jump in? Because it's self-evident. Watch the video and see that it's self-evident. Somebody
hold up, but you know what though? There's a lot of perfectly perfect men out there who have a little dad bod going on a little bit, right? And I think they're even manlier than most men out there that are chiseled. I know a lot. I'm not done yet. Hold up. I know a lot of grown-ass men who have a full 8-pack and big muscles, and they're the whiniest little bitches ever. So you can't say that physically saying like, oh, well, he looks like a man is always necessarily going to mean he's a fucking man. Because those are some of the biggest babies.
That's what modern men are hearing, though. That's my point.
No, that's what you heard and accepted. That's not what I don't think anybody else heard.
Actually, Google the most popular content on the subject, and I can see it. It's not that. It's not the
your examples keep exposing the flaw.
See what the most popular view
Did
is.
you hold up for a second, gentlemen? Did you know that most normal people who aren't on YouTube, they don't even know what the fuck red pill is? They have no concept of this dumb shit. Like exactly. I'd say 95% of the people out in the real world have never even heard of it and don't know jack shit about it.
How did they know how to be masculine?
Small little corner of the internet.
How did you know how to be masculine before TikTok?
Ooh, very small.
It's a good question, Flo.
What culture would the name Pronsis be masculine?
When you can be really when you're really comfortable with your sexuality and you don't get like butthurt when people like call you princess. You know, it's pretty masculine to do that.
It depends where you're at too. I mean, honestly, you couldn't go to a biker rally and start calling yourself princess. You'd probably not like the experience.
I probably wouldn't want to go there then. Yeah,
go anywhere.
Exactly. I'm saying that's a percentage of people. You know what I mean? You couldn't go in a place.
You go anywhere and call yourself the princess. People get the joke, dude.
Don't ever go to jail and call yourself princess. I tell you, bro.
I hope I don't go to jail. So
I gotta ask.
You make yourself a joke.
Under respect of the other men around, they'll understand it's a joke. It doesn't make any sense. This is you guys are speaking in such a you guys are literally.
It's a trigger because of my name.
You guys are existing as the counterexample.
It's a funny name. It's actually a comical name. It really is. I don't hold it against you.
Yeah, it doesn't trigger me or anything.
I don't hate you for it. I just think that you make yourself a joke.
It is a joke. Yeah.
I gotta ask, man. Do you? And maybe you've never seen one, but would you consider John Wayne masculine?
Yeah, I just said
he was.
I would. I said he is masculine. My problem is that we've gotten more rigid over years, where that would not be acceptable today.
I disagree with it. I think if anything, we've gotten less rigid.
Show me one male action star today that is not a 6-pack. Go.
A male actor that does not have
male
a
action star does not have six packs. Go.
Action star that.
Ivan.
Well, I don't. It's not a good sign.
I don't actually watch
Oh.
movies that much. Hang on
Yeah.
a second. I'll come up with one. I don't actually watch movies that much, but
The question is the issue, right? He's asking the wrong questions. Back to what's his name, James.
No,
said.
as you asked about John Wayne, a movie star. I'm asking about movie stars today. How is that not relevant? Flow State.
Hold on. Baldwin, the guy who played the fuck was the guy who played
Baldwin?
The guy that played the guy in True Grit, who played John Wayne's character in True Grit.
Who knows what all this
that's what's his name?
It's a
Jeff
little vague, but
Daniels.
I know who you mean.
Was it Jeff Daniels? I don't think it was.
No, it's not Jeff
The
Daniels.
most feminine activity that's happened so far on the panel, trying to figure out who's more
That's a
masculine.
really
by-
out of date movie, and that's
Right.
one out of like
James-
100.
James Bond was a twink. Bro, James Bond is the same physique I have.
Not Sean Connery. Not Sean Connery.
Because being masculine isn't about what your fucking belly looks like.
Yeah.
No.
It is today. That's
I
the
agree.
problem.
I know.
No, it's not. That matters if you're a Victoria's Secret model. It doesn't matter if you're a man.
I told you, my problem with the message you're saying is that there's a lot of bad messaging going out there. This is the messaging I'm talking about.
Okay.
Archie Bunker would be still considered masculine. There was nothing feminine about Archie Bunker.
Do you?
You know what I mean?
You have to pull up someone's shirt and look at their abs to know if they're masculine or not.
Right.
I don't think so, personally. No.
Your actions,
your arms, bro?
you guys are saying that indicate you don't agree with that. That's what I'm saying. You're contradicting yourselves.
Yeah, you don't really even shave your arms, James.
What was that?
You don't even shave your arms.
Oh,
No.
He should shave his arms. Is
I
that
would
manly?
if it were advantageous.
It's a reference. It's a,
Listen, I think what Sarah was identifying is important because I think it alludes to prioritization. So if somebody is working out because they think that makes them look masculine, they're also simultaneously vain, which means they prioritize a lot of their appearance. Whereas if somebody who's just gonna go home, I hate to say it, like this is gonna be a bit of a caricature, but like guy who just goes home after work, he's tired and wants to sit on a couch and drink beer. Like you could say that guy, like, you know, either one, if you want to say who's more masculine, the prioritization is the most important piece. Where are they prioritizing their energy? Also, I just wanted to say, I've been pretty quiet here. Because it seems like we're finally discussing men's issues, and it turns out I actually don't have a lot to contribute. So, as you will.
Perhaps you're both masculine. Never thought about that. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Maybe, perhaps physical perfection and just as money. I think a lot of people in the red pill use money as something that women just want money. When we know that's not true because women fuck broke dudes all the time. They're just making a scapegoat so they don't have to acknowledge that there's a different problem with them than besides not being rich. Maybe similarly, you're using abs or whatever as a scapegoat for your own flaws so you don't have to deal with them. Yeah.
Personally, or you mean others?
I mean,
all. It sounds like you agree with me.
Yes, all.
I think in terms of utility, to the extent that my fitness becomes more important from a utility standpoint, then I'll trade off against it.
No, I'm saying the claim that society has changed masculinity to where it's six packs. One, that's false as fuck. But why is it? Why is that the claim? Maybe it's a scapegoat or a deflection, right? Off of really looking at what the issue is and why you're actually feminine in your name, Protestant.
But as Sarah said, it's only a small percentage. It's only a small percentage of the internet watchers that actually believe that, because in the regular public, go talk to construction workers, people that work on roofs, people that do, like hard work. They're not thinking along those lines.
Felicity, I gotta call you out. You've not given anything good against my argument. Why should we not broaden the definition of men? You've not given me one actual good reason. You just want to talk shit, in my opinion. Why should we not do that? Give me one good reason why we should not.
We lived the definition of men. We lived it.
I'm asking for
that doesn't help men step up and solve their man problems. It enables them to continue to dwell on them
because they don't have to deal.
It's lowering standards. It's reducing standards, lowering your expectations, and accepting.
I don't know why why does it have to? Widening a band doesn't have to lower your standards.
It doesn't have to, but I think it does include that in this case.
That's an
assumption. It's a matter of shifting. It's a
then
matter
why do you, Francis, get mad when people point out that your name is very effeminate?
I've never gotten mad. I actually said I've not been triggered.
You get very reactive.
Keep pointing it out. I roast you back when you guys roast me. If that's what you mean by being reactive.
Look,
if you can't handle that, that's pretty sad. I don't know.
If you don't think the standard of masculinity is a good one, then why does it bother you if you're outside of it?
Because I feel bad for young men out there. I said this for the same thing. Young men are being told false and bad things. I don't think it's good for them.
Did young men tell you that, or are you, projecting your own experience?
I've seen that in my personal experience, and I see the messaging put out there that's very popular and it's just incorrect.
So what you just explained doesn't have anything to do with your own personal experience. It's all what you hear on the streets.
I just said I have personal references also.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think anecdotal evidence is bullshit. I don't think you should use that.
So I mean, if you don't agree with the standards, what's the issue with not? Why do you want to get patted on the back for being masculine, Princess? If you don't like the masculine features, like I don't. There's disconnected values here.
Who said I want to get patted on the back? If I want to get patted on the back, I want to name myself the Princess.
I don't know what you want.
Let me ask you a question. Which is more masculine?
What do you think I want? I don't know what you mean.
More masculine. If somebody calmly lets it flow off their back like water off a duck's back, or somebody who gets in guy's face and says, "Yo, bro, what the fuck's your problem?" Who's more masculine?
Depends on the context.
Yeah.
So completely different things can be representations and expressions of masculine.
Sure, they're appropriate. They're a reaction can be masculine.
Necessarily follows that you cannot have a singular one if that's the case.
Because your question holds all situations constant, but that's not how the real world works. A reaction's appropriateness is directly tied to the circumstances.
Are both of them not appropriate for potentially in the same context? Is
no,
it
I don't
not the
think
context where both of them are equally, although differently?
I'm sure that you could dream up some scenario in which both would work. But no, not generally.
Right now, I can insult you right now, and you can demonstrate both, and we can sense for ourselves whether or not we got masculinity that came from.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that in this context, it would be more masculine to laugh it off because it takes into account awareness of the power that you have in the situation and does not overvalue the other person's opinion. Right?
Okay, so there's not a context in which those
because there's no recourse. There's no recourse.
These are at the margins. These are choices that you make as a human being that both are positive expressions. Both are right. In most cases. There are some cases in which one is going to affect you differently. For example, you may lose depending on who you're with.
I lost the plot, but I feel like I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I feel like
honestly, I'm like confused.
I'm not trying to be a douchebag and just interrupt you. Like I actually lost what you were talking about.
It's fine.
How old are you, James? James, how old are you?
Too old.
How old is too old? How old are you?
I'm just too old. I don't like talking about it online.
24.
Genetics stuff.
Are you in your 30s?
Well, Melody, when people refuse to answer personal questions, we
press
accept
them, Mellow. Get in space.
All right.
Just because it can be like a personal identifier.
I got you. Right. I got you.
This is my concern. My concern is that. All right. I won't even mention. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. Awkward silence.
Shout out to.
I was just curious because I think that you still have a lot of life experience you're going to need to learn through before coming to a conclusion like you seem to be coming to a conclusion. I thought in my 20s, I thought I knew it all, and then I got into my 30s, thought differently. Then I got into my 40s, thought I'm 55 now, so. Life is a lot different when you're in that. Oh, yeah, right. I know. I don't mind that either. Every wrinkle is a badge of honor, believe me.
I want to emphasize my standpoint is coming from not knowing. I feel like the problem that I'm hearing is that people seem to know too much what masculine is.
I can almost agree with that.
Equally.
That's partly what I'm thinking.
Expressions in any.
No, I don't agree with you, Princess. I almost agree with half of what James just said.
I think a lot of people are claiming that they know what men are. They do not.
Well, I'm not surprised you have that opinion.
Mellow,
it's an elusive concept.
You agree with me?
Say what?
You agree with the feminists. Deal with it.
55.
Because a man is strong and a man is a savage. He is both.
53. Awesome.
And they're diametrically opposed. And in any given moment, both are sufficiently good enough to move forward. And we're saying, no, it's not this one. No, it's not this one. It's like, no, it's both. And there is a wisdom to knowing which one. But even at the margins, you could.
I already know that Sara won't do it. But Neve, would you rank the panel in order from most to least masculine, just based off your immediate impression? Sara too, if you would, but I don't think you will.
That's a good one, Flo.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I ascertain like femininity and masculine as your priorities. Okay, so how you prioritize things in life. So that's why it would be impossible for me to do it.
Can you clarify a little more? What would be a masculine example of prioritization in a female?
It's really going to be hard to do this exercise if we don't know what masculine is, isn't it?
No, it is true. No, I'm saying that's my belief, right? And so, like I said, this being centered around masculinity, you guys all having like contradicting ideas. I've been happy to like sit here and listen to like what your beliefs are, because it's like I may have masculine characteristics, but I don't live my life in a masculine way, right? So I'm like listening, but if I had to say, like, I think that there is a selfless energy that masculine people carry, but there's a selfish one as well. And you carry through the selfishness to a point where you're ready to be selfless for other people, at which point you almost become kind of like a martyr for other people, right? So that would, and I would say there's different behaviors and like personas that people develop around those two ideas.
But are you going to rank us?
No, I'm not going to rank. Okay.
I'll rank you, Flo.
Sarah,
you are my number one of manliness and all that. That's all that matters. So I don't even have to rank.
Matters.
I don't even have to rank anybody else.
You can't just smooth my ego and get out of this one. I want to know the whole answer to the question.
No, you would be my top of the list.
I will rank based on voices.
You know what?
Okay?
No, but that's not what
we're all men.
I want to be complimented, and I want you to shit on them.
No.
Also,
I want to jump off of what Melody said. I agree with you, because it sounds like you've gotten older and you don't really know what being a man is. It's changed as you've gotten older, and I agree. I think a lot of us don't really. We all have our own definition. It's really what you make of your own. There's no official definition of what it is.
And even if the question
is, just rank Francis.
And then even if the question is, so suppose then that I'm the least masculine, which is possible. I've got a pug shirt on. For all you guys know, I'm skilled. I haven't worked out in fucking years. I can be a bitch for all you guys know. So let's just assume I am. Let's assume that I'm the biggest bitch in this group. So walk me through it. Now, what does that mean?
Okay,
does that mean
if we look at it
I swear to God, though, when you James, when you talk, I swear to God, James, when you talk, you sound like Ralph Macchio from The Karate Kid. Like, that's what the tone of your voice sounds like. I'm picturing Daniel, wax on, wax off.
I had a boss one time get mad at me. I was at work. I was
just like him.
I was on phone sales. The boss came and shook me. He's like, Ralph. And I was like, what the fuck? My name's not Ralph. He's like, oh shit, my bad.
Okay. James, I think if we look at everyone here except for Sara, like we're all biological males, right? So we look at it from that foundation. I think you guys live a masculine existence. Mine is different. It's characterized by like different priorities, right? And so you could look at my appearance, like I'm pretty fucking small and like dainty, but I'm like I'm vicious as fuck, right? So there's a lot of masculine characteristics that I carry, but I wouldn't regard myself as a very masculine person. And people can disagree, that's fine. But I think that really breathes into what you're saying. It's a different level of things because you're operating within a different margin. I think that's just if we remove it of all ideological leanings almost, right? Like if I bring myself to whatever sort of understanding you have.
If you follow Prontus,
I am an absolute feminine bitch. Let's just say I am. Look, I'm dainty. I wore a red
dress. Here, James. One second, James. You know what's most fucking feminine? To ask the panel to rate you. God damn, that's the most feminine thing I've ever heard, dude.
That's like one step above getting the laser pointer.
We're presuming it to be bad. Walk me through this. Suppose that I am.
Pliers in my hand.
So walk.
How manly? Got some tools.
I'm going to have no friends. Does it mean I'm going to get no women? Does it mean I cannot defend myself? Does it mean I will not be able to garner respect from my peers? Does it mean I won't be able to get a station life. Walk me through it.
Probably the middle two, probably
James,
for sure.
James, calm down, bro. Calm down. Let me help you out for a minute. I'm going to tell you about. I'm going to tell you about one of the most masculine men that I knew, and as a matter of fact, he passed 2019, July 19. He did all of the masculine things. He grew up, played sports. He was Army. He was actually a Ranger of Special Forces. Went through selection. Fought in Iraq. Came back. Struggled to gain employment that paid his bills. He had some problems. He was a really great guy. He was an artist. He drew a really amazing, or painted, I guess, a really amazing artwork called "We Are Rough Men" that I wish I had a copy of. I think his family has them all now. I wish I had a copy of it. He was just a solid dude. Like if you saw him, he was small. He was like 5'6", 5'7", maybe 175, 180 pounds tops. Like best weight ever. Dude could run 20 fucking miles, bro. He was quiet, but that motherfucker could kill you. Guaranteed, 100%. He took his own life because he lost everything he cared about, and he couldn't afford the place where he lived anymore, and he was too embarrassed to ask for help to pay his. I would have paid his fucking rent, bro. I would have done that. And he got in a standoff with the police, and rather than shoot an officer, he took his own life. Wow. That's the most masculine fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
How do I respond to this and respect your dead friend at the same time, Grid?
Yeah, it's kind of a hard because I don't care.
That's absolutely not masculine at all to self-delete because you can't handle your problems.
Right.
And the least masculine action that he could take.
He should have asked for help, but he could not. He would not.
Because why? Because he was a coward. That's coward. And it's selfish. It was selfish.
I will
agree. Both. You don't see it. It's like you don't see it. It's both.
No, it's not. It's one of them.
It was selfish on his part, and he did not allow anyone to help him. He carried his own burden.
He had a lot
wouldn't you say wouldn't you say though that being masculine, a part of being masculine is also being very resourceful? I may not have the answer, but I can find somebody who does, or I may not have the answer, but I can do some research and have one to you. You don't always have to necessarily have the answer, but you do have to be capable of providing some type of resource, whether it's to your family, to yourself, to your people, whatever it is. Like that would be a very good piece of being masculine, is you're resourceful. And so for somebody to be in that circumstance, even if it's a matter of, I don't want to ask for help, but I need to figure it out, because like to me, you give it to a man, you figure it the fuck out. Like, honey, I need this, or honey, I can't open the pickle jar. You guys fucking figure shit out.
Are you certain?
Right. Again, you guys can. It's cool. I understand it. You didn't know him. I did. He carried his own burden. He would not let anyone help.
That is not carrying your burden. That's transferring your burden. It looks different, but I've been around enough self-deletions to know that all that does is take whatever pain is being felt and transfers it onto everybody around that person.
I disagree entirely. That ability to endure, whatever he's going through, that ability to endure is a hyper masculine thing. That's what samurais have.
He didn't endure.
What is he enduring? He's not enduring it.
He wasn't.
No, it's not enduring. It's taking the easy way out instead of working through your problem and getting stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Right. I would agree with you. He was in the middle of getting evicted. He needed a little more time. He couldn't get it. The cop showed up, and
I hate to say it, at that point, people that decide to take their life, they really have lost faith in any kind of higher power or God, because literally they're taking God is the one that has the power to take your life. I'm saying what I believe. This is my belief. My belief is that when you take away that from God, you are literally taking the easy way out.
Mellow,
I think I see why he would.
I hope you understand out of respect. And
I see why he would.
It's all good, guys. Look, I mean, I made my peace with this a long time ago. I had a lot of anger when this happened because I could have paid his rent, no problem.
I sure. You characterize it as masculinity, though.
No,
and it would have been solved.
It's no, I understand why he's characterized it as masculinity, though. It's important to piece that. So can I'm quick, and then James, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, I think what he says, it's like, it was like a lethal amount of masculinity. Like this guy was drowning in his own pride and his like, whatever that resourceful sort of energy that he was not willing to reach out for help. So that's like, you could say that it's like the weak thing to do to off yourself or whatever, but these internal struggles that he had between asking for help and not wanting to, like those sorts of things, it's like the lethal.
That's not.
And it was like lethal masculinity.
If you're so sensitive that you can't handle that, you can't.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I can sympathize with that.
And this isn't, whatever. Grid brought up the example, so it's.
Yeah, look, hey, I made my peace with this a long time ago.
Right. That's nothing about that is masculine. In fact, what that demonstrates is such an emotional weakness that you would rather self-delete than acknowledge you have problems or ask for help or just endure through to the other side. You'd rather self-delete and throw your problems onto all the people that care about you. That's absurd. It's selfish, and it's not. It's weak as fuck.
Mellow.
No doubt.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm just going to say this, that if the police had not gotten involved and he had not barricaded himself in that building, he probably would have worked it out. But this is a guy that knows the deal. He's not getting out of there. He's a guy who's like, I can't get locked up. I'm not going to go to jail. This is not going to happen.
Why can't
he go to jail for getting evicted?
Yeah.
Because he drew it. Because when the sheriff came to post the notice on the door, he lost his shit and he pulled a gun on his sheriff's deputy.
And that's not
and
manly
he barricaded
to lose
himself
your
in the
shit.
property.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's losing your temperament, your
self-control.
May I jump in real quick to Sarah's point?
We've been trying to stop you, but go ahead.
That resourcefulness is entirely a masculine thing. Are people who not commit robberies and theft and violent gangsters, are they not masculine?
That's resourceful.
Matter.
That's not resourceful.
Yes, it is. It's crime, but it's also resourceful.
No,
if
I've
you
been in
need
the Bronx.
something,
It's the motherfuckers who can't figure out how to make money legally that do that shit.
it is resourceful. You have a need, you fill it.
It's the exact opposite, bro.
James, there are masculine cowards. Believe me, there are masculine cowards. Just because you run away from something doesn't mean your concept of who you are isn't masculine. They're not feminine. You're trying to conflate the two. It's feminine and masculinity.
These guys are not cowards. They don't have resourcefulness. They see.
You're saying they don't have gainful employment. I get it. You're doing the benevolent society thing. They are resourceful though, because you know what they don't do? They don't self-delete because they're going to be homeless.
Okay.
Right.
Well, not only that, but like if you're getting,
this is an entirely masculine thing. Needs to be examined more.
I don't know what you're doing. We were talking about something that was interesting.
Listen, but like you have to think of it this way. He didn't just all of a sudden get an eviction notice, right? That process actually takes a lot of time. Right.
Yeah.
So the landlord would have had to have let him know, hey, by the way, like your rent's overdue, probably gave him a lot of opportunities to pay up, all of these things.
Where my
then you
angle
actually, and then you actually, I think most places require, like you have to go to court to get evicted now, all of these things, and then it's court ordered, and actually
the notice to go to court. I don't know.
A notice to go to court. Okay, even more so, it was a warning shot, right? And you could actually go to court. You could ask for more time. All of these other millions of other things. But if the cops show up and you feel like that's gonna like ruin your day, and you literally lose your temperament over that, to me, that's not a man. Because imagine if that was his wife saying, I'm sorry, baby, I couldn't do X, Y, and Z today because this store was closed or whatever, and he lost his shit on his wife. Would that be a good husband? What if his kid,
I don't think we can draw that
I'm putting it in other perspectives, because if he loses his shit on something that obviously wasn't an end all be all, there were options there, or you just move the fuck out. How many homeless people still live just fine on the streets?
Are there no masculine homeless?
By their choice.
Hold on.
No masculine homeless people.
This is I don't like it difficult. I don't like it difficult. This seems too hard. I'd rather just lose my cool, get mad at. Now, I'm not saying the man probably didn't have a lot of other things going on. It gets stressful. Life gets stressful. We've all been through the ringer. My worst day is my worst day. Your worst day is completely different, but it's your worst day. And either way, we all have to deal with the stresses.
Is that not
To me, it just sounds like he snapped.
A moment where everyone's getting hairy, and the man says, "You know what? Fuck it." Is that not masculine? That's the same expression.
Why do you keep repeating these basic ass questions?
So here's the thing. Back and forth 100 times.
But I think, as far as masculinity is concerned,
Grid, don't stop every time somebody else interrupts. Just keep going through it. Power through it like I'm doing right now. Power through it. I'm handing off. Go.
Guys, I've been through this 100 times, and I've literally nitpicked this. His friends and I, his other friends and I, we went through it. His family and I went through it. I personally feel like that he had basically unnoticed depression. Like, we should have caught it as his friends. We just didn't. We thought he was a little moody sometimes, nothing big. He didn't drink excessively. None of the real warning signs. You know what I'm saying?
How long have you known him for?
Dude, I knew him for several years. We shot together. We shot matches together. He was a stand-up dude in the community, and it's just like his life just kind of went downhill pretty quickly. And he's again, it's this, obviously the stats at that time were 22 vets a day were doing similar things. And he had at least a month to just ask. There was at least 3 of us that would have just given him the money to pay his rent, or paid his rent. I would have paid his rent.
Did he have PTSD? Was he deemed PTSD?
So look, I don't get into my friends' medical histories and shit like that. I personally think he was going to the VA. Probably
he was selfish and panicky, and he transferred all of his problems onto like Grid, who it seems still feels some level of guilt over it, or a concern, right?
Guilt, but he was a good friend, and I'm
right. That's the point. Is it doesn't get rid of the pain; it just hands it off to the people that care about you the most.
Mello, may I ask you a couple of questions?
Me?
Yeah.
Mindful to the panel first. I'm going to let you know we're actually going to be wrapping up, so we'll get through your last question, James. Yeah, James, we'll get through your last question with Melody, and then we'll all give our closing thoughts, and we'll shut down.
Excellent, sure. So, Mello, do you consider yourself a masculine person?
That's for myself. I consider myself that feminine, really. I don't associate so much feminine things. I didn't play with Barbie dolls growing up. I do like some things. I like to cook, which predominantly people would have considered that feminine. But
so primarily masculine, and you come across primarily masculine. Let me
appreciate
ask you this. Would you say that a man who emotes?
Can we vote him off?
Would you say that a man who emotes, like
everybody hates leading questions 6 hours into a fucking panel?
And a man who is empathetic, would you say that those are primarily feminine traits?
Not for real men. Real men can cry. Real men can show their feelings. Real men can express themselves in an empathetic way. Absolutely.
I agree.
But it takes a while for some men to get to that point. Some men, it's a struggle and a process. It's life experience that leads them there.
What is your point then, James?
I want to say that after that story, you, Flow State, you were like, I don't care. I thought to myself similar to the way you thought. But Mello D, he let out a big gasp of empathy. He was, oh, man. And then the next thing was a big statement of empathy. These are very emotional displays.
I appreciate that.
He's a big love ball.
The following thing that he said was, I believe. He said, it's my belief. That's a very feminine thing. One might argue. I think it's masculine.
Why?
I bring it to everyone's attention to show the complexity. I'm just trying to show the complexity.
It's just not that complex. I know that you want to make
Thank you,
complex,
James.
but it's not.
I appreciate that, James. Thank you.
It is that complex. Your failure to acknowledge it doesn't change that it's reality. Simple as that. So, but yeah, I just want to bring that to attention. I thank you, Mello, for being an example of someone who was demonstrating seemingly feminine.
You want to be complex so that people can't hold you to standards, right?
No, that's not true at all. That is a gross overstatement. It's for accuracy.
I don't think what is your interest in being complex? Your whole point was that it is complex. Now, why would you go out of your way to point out that it's complex and hard to
thinking. I literally just said it.
Say it again. You're leaning back from the mic. I can't hear you.
Oh, too bad. I said it 3 times.
Oh, you're doing grid 1 now. You're going to clam up? Okay.
No, not at all. I'm not climbing up. I just said it 3 times. You can reveal.
Okay, well, it's complicated. It's complicated, so maybe I don't understand it.
Are you speaking?
All right, let's go ahead and kick off with some final thoughts here. Let's do it in this order.
Do Melody last. He's gonna play us.
I got the perfect song too.
Well, you know what? We'll have Melody play a song real quick. Can you try to make sure it's not too close to being a cover? Because I still get hit for those. I've gotten hit by.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's considered a cover, so it'll still hit me on the ad revenue.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I had one in mind that was going to be a perfect song, but let me think about that now. All right. Are you saying you want me to go now, or you want to do your questions first?
We can wait. I'll put you back over here. All right. To Hurricane Pero, would you like to give any final thoughts to the panel, to the viewers, to the chat on this evening's topic?
Is that the Undertaker?
Yeah, it is. Nice. No, I would like to thank you, Sarah, for letting me in the panel, and salute to the chat and anyone in the panel. And the only thing that I'm gonna say is, real masculine men don't claim how masculine they really are.
I can agree with that.
Facts.
What if you get asked the direct question?
I mean, different context, right? It's nuanced. It's complicated.
What if you keep putting down someone else's masculinity?
That's really a telling sign of somebody who is not masculine.
Fair enough. Osram.
Did it hit you in the vagina?
Or thank you for having me on your show. Regarding masculinity, I just wanted to say that from historical perspectives, I think it's time that creates a masculine society, because this change of power and prosperity is a cycle that happens between the East and West every 500 years. So at least 500 to 600 years ago, no one thought that the Europeans would suddenly become a race of pioneers and that they would be able to do amazing things. So the historian John Glubb, he's created a cycle for empires. There's an age of pioneers, then there's an age of conquest, then there's an age of commerce, then there's an age of after the age of commerce, there's the age of intellect, then the age of affluence, and finally the age of decadence. And it's a cycle actually that keeps happening continuously. So it's time actually, I feel, that creates a masculine man. Like, there'll be a creation of a civil society where the man will be able to coordinate groups of people who will be able to do the work on their own instead of depending on the government. So it's something that's out of our hands actually. Only circumstances that come in your way will make you into what you ought to be. So we can't control that. Those are my final thoughts.
That was profound. You're too smart for us. For me, at least.
Well said. Well said, man.
I like it. I really like your thought process here, Osram. James, to you, final thoughts?
I think the blind pursuit of masculinity is dumb in and of itself. I think that it's one of a number of important things that a person wants to be constituted from. And again, I'll just ask the same question. So, assume I am a bitch. So, does that mean I'm not going to get friends. Doesn't mean I'm not going to make money. Doesn't mean I'm not going to get women. Doesn't mean I'm not going to have any.
Yes, you
respect
can.
for my peers. Doesn't mean those things. Do you believe that?
Yes, you can.
Actually, I mean, I can answer actually part of that to the extent that masculinity is correlated with disagreeableness on the Big Five quotient and extroversion and conscientiousness. Yes, being less masculine will definitely mean you won't get more money. That's one correlation I know offhand from science.
It's not necessarily true.
Science.
Well, it's not 100% true every time, but yes, it is absolutely true that there's an inverse correlation between agreeableness as a personality function and income, as there's with conscientiousness. Those two are strongly correlated with income.
Okay, so be those two things.
Sorry.
I mean, it doesn't mean you can't.
You can still be broke and happy.
You can also be feminine and not be broke.
I'm broke.
If you marry a rich man, yeah.
No, we're just doing a number of things.
Aren't like women getting higher in the age gap now?
I'm like there's a bunch.
You guys are infiltrating his final statement.
It's the doctor.
True.
Fair enough. Melody, did you want to offer a final thought and then maybe like 1 minute of a song since we are a little pressed on time?
Sure. My final thought, really, I mean, again, I have a lot of a spiritual opinion because I really feel a spiritual connection to my upstairs. And in my mind, God laid the blueprint down of what man's role in the world was, what woman's role in the world. In the last 100 years, it slowly has changed through propaganda, through all these different means to redefine the roles of men and women. And I think we need to get back to what the originality of what we were intended to be. That's just my own opinion. I'm not here to change anybody. But my song is going to be something called Only God Knows, because that is the truth right here. So here we go. We don't know where we'll go. Life can change, but we still don't know what it'll bring us. Anything God knows, only God knows. A lot's in store forevermore. Heaven calls while hell just roars. A lot can change in the fire and rain. God knows, only God knows. And don't you feel bad? And don't you be so sad? Don't cry over all your chemicals. Just gotta let it go and live to learn before you burn. Everyone will have their turn. On this day we live to say God knows, only God knows. Only God knows, God knows, only God knows, God knows.
Thank you, Melody. That was beautiful. Princess, would you like to offer your final statement?
Yeah, I think I definitely got strawmanned a lot this talk, but it's okay. But just to reiterate, my full message was there's a lot of bad messaging being put out there to men. That's really what I'm tackling. This idea that I want to open the floodgate of what a man is. It's not what I want to say. I just want to clarify. I think it's gotten more rigid over time. I want to open up a little bit, and I think it's really clear when I asked the panel if they can name one action star who does not have a six-pack. They had to go to a movie that was 10 years old and is completely irrelevant. So I think that shows I'm right. And even Full State, who was strawman me, when I gave my individual examples like having six-pack or being super rich, you said you don't agree. That's you need those to be the man. So I think you actually agree with me in hindsight.
I don't have either of those, and I'm the most masculine one on this panel by popular vote.
And you agree with me. I don't know why we're fighting this whole time.
I mean, I think that you don't know what masculine is. I truly think that.
Oh, you're talking.
So I'm not.
You never even heard my definition. I told you I am tackling bad messaging.
You keep referencing.
Well, have you noticed that every statement somebody gives, you always have something to say to it? It's supposed to be quality talk. I know. I'm letting you go as long as it doesn't keep going.
Are you on the rag?
I'm in YouTube jail.
Jail.
And
before.
I'm gonna say one last thing. I'll be done.
Go ahead.
I do agree. There's not an issue if you go outside and touch grass, but I think guys don't realize a lot of the young men out there, they're online way too much, so they have this issue. So if they would just touch grass, that'd be fine. But they don't seem to be doing that, and they are getting these bad messaging. I want to address that.
Well, don't you think that a better solution instead of addressing the messaging would be to address the activity that gives them overexposure messaging?
I think you can do both.
Still,
I agreed earlier when I said touch grass. I was like, yeah, we should do that. But I'm done. Also, the process, that's me. Follow me.
Yeah, and we'll all be over there in just a minute. John Bandy coming in with the $4.99. Hope your daughter's doing well, Sarah. Thanks for the stream. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you. Thank you very much. She actually made me order. She's got a friend over tonight, and they made me order in the middle of this stream. Made me order smoothies, and so I was down here trying to Grubhub or whatever shit, them some crap, and I was like, Lord have mercy, like no peace for the dead. All right, Flow State, and everybody, hold up, everybody, remember to interrupt him while he's giving his statement, and don't forget to give a lot of pushback and just start talking shit to him.
Please do. I would like an excuse to shit on everybody. Hurricane, I won't disagree that Hormaxer was the manliest. He certainly felt the most invasive, and I think all of us would agree he's the last one we'd want to be like stuck in an alley with.
Especially
none of y'all are manly. Ooh, I got nothing. Somebody attacked me.
I don't know what to say about that.
I love you, Flo.
It's too broad a conversation.
My brother.
To wrap things up, right? Like,
in one sentence, what makes us not masculine? The whole
your mouth.
It was mostly just it wasn't a literal claim. It was a provocative closing.
But it's actually a good exercise though. Because I don't think we're the most masculine bunch. So what?
I don't think I will. Let me just say this. I think that if you are out scouring the internet for what is masculine, and that's already a mistake to begin with.
It's a waste of time.
It's not. I mean, it's continuing the problem behavior in search of a solution. And I don't know. Go touch some grass or whatever, and take some risks and fail, and build confidence that way. Don't try to. I think there's a lot of dudes on the internet try to game the system. They're trying to figure out how to be masculine. How many packs do you have to have in your abs? How do you talk to girls so you eliminate the risk? I think all that is failure is a failure, right? You have to just take the risk and endure the loss, and go to jail if you pull a gun on the sheriff, or live on the street if you don't pay your bills, or just acknowledge that you're going to get made fun of if you name yourself Pronsis. Like, Grid one.
All invited.
Go ahead, do your invitation.
The Thorpe stream after.
Yeah, I'm redirecting. There's a whole speech coming at the end. All right, Grid one to you, my friend.
You know, I honestly can't top Flow State. He has said so much this panel that I'm in awe. I'm in awe of his ability to continuously talk over and over again. He even beat Neve, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
You got it.
But Flow State has conquered all, and
I colonized it.
He's good. He is good.
He just did not shut his moneymaker for 2 full seconds. I just don't know what else to say.
I had to pick up slack because you were pouting.
I've never seen someone do 12-hour live streams like Flo. Flo and Glenn. They're like the tag team, literally 12 hours and 12 hours doing 24 hours. And they're on both each other's streams, literally, for the 24 hours of Flo and Glenn.
Get out of here. I'm going to bed. I got shit to do tomorrow. I got to go play with my airplane tomorrow.
Good night, Grid. Love you.
It's morning.
God bless you, brother.
Goddamn morning.
No Diddy.
God bless. God bless you,
you guys have a great rest of your evening.
It was
Love you, Grid. He's not going to say it back to me.
Bye.
I do not love you, Flow State. I am sorry.
He's out of touch with his masculine side.
I love you, Flow State.
I know you do.
We all love you, Flo. No Diddy.
I love you too. Thank you. Grid one's the only one that seems to be choked up in his feelings. You can't.
There's no tip to tip.
You're emotionally constipated, sir. You assume it. You assume it was gay love. It's not. Melody, I love you. Do you love me?
I said it before. I said I love you, Flo. And he knows I
Flo,
do. He knows I do.
the
I've said it to him many
dropper.
times.
Do you love Grid 1?
Absolutely.
Do you love Melody Grid?
I'm sorry, I do not.
That's okay. I love you, Christ, brother.
Melody. I love Melody.
Oh,
always brings
Sarah,
that.
if you were in New Jersey, Sarah, I wish you were, but
I have an apartment in New Jersey.
Do you?
Neither do I.
But you don't love him, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Sarah's the perfect girl in my eyes. I mean, she really is.
I'm far from perfect.
I see.
Oh,
Speaking
man.
of perfection, Neve, to you, my darling. You've been here since the absolute beginning. You were the first person backstage since I got started this evening. So I feel like you and I have taken the long haul this evening. To you.
Oh my god. Yeah, this panel is a lot of fun. I think that this is the sort of chaos that I really enjoy with streamer panels specifically. It's always a good time. Doesn't matter how different the opinions are. I also just want to make it very clear, I have no interest in prescribing to men how they should be men. That is for men to decide. But I think that there's anything that I can do in a situation, whether you like it or not, is to, maybe direct the conversation in a direction where, I don't even necessarily need to participate. I think it was really interesting hearing everybody's little stories and input about what it means to be masculine. And I don't necessarily disagree with anything that was said, because I think that you guys are the sort of contributors that matter on that topic, and I'm happy to take a back seat there and just kind of, listen. So, yeah, and so thank you so much to Sara for having me on this evening. Pretty tired, I'll be honest, but again, this is a lot of fun, and happy to chat with all you guys.
Do you love Grid 1?
Do I love Grid 1? I like, what? I just want to say, Grid, I appreciated the story that you shared with us. I thought that I understood why you regarded that behavior as super masculine, and I understand why people are saying it's not. But I think I can sympathize with the sentiment there. So I will extend that to you. But
the final act was not masculine, but he was one of the most masculine men I've ever known. But the final act was not.
Right.
It took me a long time to come to grips.
Sure.
Still am. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm still pissed off at that dude to this day.
How long ago did it happen?
2019.
2019. That's not that long ago.
July 19th.
Wow.
July
So that's the anniversary. You just passed it.
Yep.
Imagine the inverse.
I can understand how it's raw.
All right. Well, let's close this bitch down. Grid, I'm going to switch spots with you here. First and foremost, Princess, thank you for dropping that link backstage. If anybody that is currently on this panel, I believe that is a direct invite for you to go to the next stream we're redirecting to over on, I believe it's Thorpe TV. That's up to you. I don't mind sharing is caring, but it is there.
Will Princess be there?
Yeah,
I'll be there, but it's not on my channel. Grace and Ben will be there.
If you like dealing with Ben.
I don't mind.
Night,
Ben.
everybody.
Just Grace.
Going away. See ya.
Bye,
Good night.
Grid.
Right now. Watch.
Thanks.
I'm rage quitting.
Rage quit. Oh, he rage quitted. Oh, what a shame.
He rage stayed. That was a rage stay.
But yes, for anybody that is on the panel, I believe that was a direct invite from Princess to head over there. And for any of the viewers, the chatters, everybody, I am automatically redirecting this stream. So all you got to do is buckle up, sit down, shut the fuck up, and the stream itself will take you for a nice little ride over to the Thorpe TV. If you like the lolcal, if you like the crazy, if you like the drama, you will find it over there, hands down. But we do always like to redirect and share streams and share our viewers with other channels. I believe that's a very good streamer karma to pass around. I hope you all learned something this evening. At the very least, I hope you learned what is cringe and what is crazy and what is just absolutely absurdity at its finest. What started as a great conversation turned into a weird conversation about penis size and testosterone and what is it to be manly and all sorts of things. And then we ended it on a very sad story, you know, which that is always sad to hear, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is. In any event, Moderator Monday is fucking back, bitches. So I expect all of you to be back here next week, same time, same place, new topic. We'll find another hot one for you. And again, if you do have a recommendation, please feel free to share it with us. With me, you can directly find me on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. Anyways, to everybody else, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.